Chapter 1577, Life-Death Seclusion of the Emperor. Chapter 1577, Life-Death Seclusion of the Emperor. Eunuch Liang was one of the chief eunuchs of Marvel Blue Imperial Palace, as well as a trusted subordinate of the Marvel Blue Emperor. In the past, Blood Moon had done a favor for Eunuch Liang, and there was even some friendship between them. The reason that Blood Moon came to Marvel Blue Imperial Palace was also because Eunuch Liang brought both sides together. Although Blood Moon could be said to be on a mission, the truth was that this was more a form of asylum. In Marvel Blue Imperial Palace, Blood Moon would be able to obtain some protection. Even so, she would have to return to Heaven's Net sooner or later. That was where she had placed so much effort in these years to establish her own business and foundation. And there was also something there she needed to retrieve. Before Blood Moon entered the harem, Eunuch Liang had referred to her as Miss. But now, he also referred to her as Imperial Concubine. Eunuch Liang was faintly aware that Blood Moon came from the divine realm, and she also had a blood enemy there, one that she was absolutely irreconcilable with. Blood Moon had hidden her identity and had come to the Azura Road alone to temper and gain experience. In the end, she had become one of the leaders of Heaven's Net. All of this was because of this blood enemy of hers. She needed to take revenge for all her grudges, but it seemed that Blood Moon's enemy had a cultivation at the Great World King Realm. With her current strength, she simply wasn't his match. In these years, Blood Moon had desperately cultivated, seeking all chances regardless of how dangerous they were. However, even though she made progress, her enemy also made progress. It was hard to say whether or not she would be able to catch up to him in her lifetime. As this irreconcilable blood enemy of hers was mentioned, a thick and profound killing intent flashed in her eyes, only fading after a long time. In this world, there were few things that could cause her to lose her composure, but this enemy from the divine realm was one of them. She calmed her mind and no longer thought about the hatred of the past. She said, "Eunuch Liang, I heard that His Majesty will be entering life-death seclusion in the next few days. Is this news true?" Eunuch Liang sighed as the topic of the Marvel Blue Emperor's closed-door seclusion was mentioned. It is necessary seclusion. His Majesty follows the heavenly Tao and has a great destiny upon his body. I only hope that during this seclusion, His Majesty will be able to make another breakthrough and live forever. Although Eunuch Liang said this, his tone and expression indicated that he wasn't too optimistic that the Marvel Blue Sovereign would be able to successfully pass this closed-door seclusion. As for Blood Moon herself, she definitely didn't expect that the Marvel Blue Emperor would be able to prolong his life. His fires of life had flickered out, and he was at the end of his rope. If he were to make another breakthrough here, then that would truly be violating the heavenly Tao. If the Marvel Blue Sovereign could have achieved this, then he would have already broken through the shackles of a world king and become an Empyrean. He wouldn't be like he was today, desperately struggling with his life on the line. Blood Moon also knew that 100 years ago, the Marvel Blue Emperor had realized he didn't have much time remaining on the mortal coil. He had even attempted to open the final smelting trial of the Azura Road, but he had been too old and wasn't able to obtain the qualifications to enter. Then, the Marvel Blue Emperor had gathered a group of top masters to explore one of the forbidden death zones of the inner Azura Road, the Forbidden Divine Barrens. He had hoped to seek out some immortal medicines, but in the end he remained disappointed. By then, the Marvel Blue Emperor had done everything he could. His strength weakened by the day, and his life's essence energy continued to fade from him, even as his boundary dropped. Now, at death's door, he had chosen to enter life-death, closed-door seclusion. There was simply no chance of him making another breakthrough. Without a doubt, his chamber would become his grave. Blood Moon didn't think that the Marvel Blue Emperor would be able to cross this tribulation. What she cared for now was with the Marvel Blue Emperor in life-death, closed-door seclusion. just who was managing the affairs of the nation. Eunuch Liang, with his majesty in seclusion, who is managing the nation? According to the laws and customs of the court, the empress is the one wielding the imperial jade seal to serve as temporary manager of national matters. Once His Majesty leaves seclusion, then the imperial jade seal will be returned to him. If there is some accident and His Majesty doesn't leave seclusion, then the empress will pass the imperial jade seal on to the new emperor. Blood Moon frowned upon hearing this. If the empress was the one holding power, then this wasn't good news to her at all. Eunuch Liang seemed to guess what she was thinking. He said, although the empress is the one managing the national affairs, she still won't act unreasonably. Miss, please feel relieved. I hope that is true. Blood Moon said. She rubbed her temples. There were far too many things that had happened in these last few years, making her feel exhausted, as if she couldn't keep up with it all. After 2 days, there was still no movement in the imperial palace, and on the third day, Lin Ming returned once more to Full Moon Hall. During these 2 days, Lin Ming had kept himself busy. He had inquired about a great deal of news. He knew now that the Emperor of Marvel Blue Nation had a great world king cultivation. However, his life was nearing its end, and he didn't have much longer to live. He would die in his chambers soon. With the old emperor soon to die, this brought about the matter of establishing a new emperor. During the Marvel Blue Emperor's long life, he had over 1,000 children. When his grandchildren and great-grandchildren were added on, this number rose exponentially higher. Of these many descendants, only 2 of them had the qualifications to become the new emperor. These 2 people were Prince Marvelshin and Grand Prince Marvel Snow. Prince Marvelshin was older and his cultivation was at the peak Holy Lord realm. During these years, he had developed and amassed a considerable amount of influence and power. As for Grand Prince Marvel Snow, he was younger and his cultivation was at the early Holy Lord realm. He could be considered a promising young man, and his talent even surpassed that of Prince Marvelshin. As for the power he had developed, it was much smaller. Now, both Marvelshin and Marvel Snow had their supporters. It was hard to say whose hands the throne would fall into, and there was one piece of news that Lin Ming paid particular attention to. Blood Moon, also known as Imperial Concubine Moon, had been gifted to the Marvel Blue Emperor by Grand Prince Marvel Snow. When Marvel Snow gifted Blood Moon to the Marvel Blue Emperor, the Marvel Blue Emperor's lifespan was already coming to its natural end. He had no wants or desires to take in a new concubine. But even so, the Marvel Blue Emperor had given Blood Moon the title of Imperial Concubine Moon. Without a doubt, this was because the Marvel Blue Emperor wanted to help Marvel Snow increase his influence. Lin Ming suspected that the Marvel Blue Emperor intentionally did this to blur the official choice of successors. He wanted the prince and grand prince to struggle for the throne so that the most qualified one would be able to occupy it. This was also a reasonable matter. The reason that the Marvel Blue Emperor was able to sit steadily on his throne was his own strength. But for the next emperor, they would either need a world king level of strength, or they would need to have the means and methods to rule, as well as the ability to amass and develop their own influence. Only by accomplishing these 2 matters to their fullest extent could one rule their own nation. Lin Ming, what do we do now? Xiao Maxin asked. She was sitting on a bench in Full Moon Hall, her elbows resting on a table as she propped up her chin. She was a little bit worried. They had already been in Marvel Blue Nation for so many days, and yet they hadn't even seen a hint of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. There's nothing we can do for now. We can only wait. Lin Ming replied simply. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. But the truth was that even after he returned to Full Moon Hall, although Blood Moon had been willing to see him again, her attitude towards him had clearly been much more distant. In Blood Moon's opinion, although Lin Ming was an outstanding young elite worth befriending and who would also have a limitless future, that was something far off from now. He simply didn't have the ability to help her solve her current troubles. Right now, Blood Moon was within Marvel Blue Imperial Palace. She faced layers upon layers of pressure. Not only did she have to attend to the internal struggles within the Imperial Palace, she also had to be on guard against the turmoil that was rocking Heaven's net. Moreover, because Blood Moon had been betrayed by a close subordinate of hers, she had received a wound that had yet to heal, making matters even worse. In Blood Moon's eyes, if Lin Ming's master was willing to help, then solving her problems would be as easy as lifting their hand. However, if Lin Ming's master wasn't willing to help, then just a junior like Lin Ming alone wouldn't be of any assistance to her. Thus, the second time that Lin Ming came to Full Moon Hall, she had only politely summoned him. She had a young eunuch lead Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin to a side hall and basically didn't see him at all. Like this, 5 days passed. Lin Ming still hadn't seen Blood Moon. And in Full Moon Hall, Lin Ming wasn't even able to walk as he pleased. After all, there were women everywhere, and if he wasn't careful, he would see far too much of their bodies. Things continuing like this was not a plan. However, Lin Ming was clear that if he couldn't put out some sort of condition that could move Blood Moon, it was simply impossible for him to borrow her transcendent divine might for any period of time. Thus, Lin Ming didn't even mention the matter of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. He peacefully stayed at Full Moon Hall, either meditating, dual cultivating with Xiao Moxin, or practicing his divine runic arts. Slowly, a dozen some days passed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had stayed in Full Moon Hall for half a month. In the early morning, a maid slammed the doors open to put down a basin of wash water. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin. As she saw their lazy and fulfilled appearances in bed, her eyes flashed with contempt. She didn't have to be a genius to know what the two of them had been doing last night. The young maid also acknowledged that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin could be considered a dragon and phoenix amongst humans, a match made by the heavens. But they had freely eaten and slept here without any meaning or intention of leaving Full Moon Hall, and they had done so for half a month. Since it was her job to manage their daily needs, she naturally wasn't feeling happy that she had to do these extra duties. Moreover, she could see that her master didn't care too much about this young man and woman. Thus, she had faintly regarded Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin as simple freeloaders. "I must say, sir, miss, how long do you plan on living here?" This young maid was quite interesting. If she managed to be chosen to enter the Imperial Palace, she naturally wasn't ugly. Rather, with her teenage appearance, she seemed quite pure and naive. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He easily knew what this young maid was thinking. "What? Are you in such a hurry to kick us out?" After having her thoughts revealed, the young maid wasn't embarrassed. She said, "This is the harem. Men usually cannot enter here. Although Imperial Concubine Moon has a special status that gives her the privilege to bid you enter and leave, you cannot stay here forever. Aren't these the common rules of a palace?" "That makes some sense." Lin Ming smiled and nodded, still having no intention of leaving. His action seemed mildly antagonistic. The young maid's lips twitched, and she unhappily threw a white towel onto the edge of the water basin, causing a large splash. Just as she was about to stomp off in a huff, a sharp and long voice echoed through the air. "By the decree of the Empress, Imperial Concubine Moon must come out to meet her." This eunuch's voice had a great penetrative power, one that reached into every inch of Full Moon Hall. As the young maid heard this, her body shook and she nearly fell to the floor. Chapter 1578. Summons of the Empress. Chapter 1578. Summons of the Empress. The eunuch's sharp and grating voice reverberated through all of Full Moon Hall. The young maid propped herself up against the carved wooden door. She gathered her wits, her hand held against her chest even as her complexion was left paled and stunned. She had been shocked by that shout because she was far too young and her cultivation was far too weak. As for that eunuch's voice, it was extremely vigorous. Although there wasn't any true essence in his voice, it was still filled with energy, making the eardrums shake. And another reason was that to a palace maid without any decent cultivation, the title of empress was far too terrifying. The empress was the mother of the nation and the head of the harem. All palace maids, all eunuchs, all imperial concubines, everyone had to obey the summons of the empress. Within the harem, the empress had absolute power. Now, a powerful chief eunuch had suddenly shouted out the decree of the empress. This inevitably placed a great deal of pressure on a young maid. The summons of the empress? Lin Ming rubbed his chin, some thoughts flashing through his mind. Now that the Marvel Blue Emperor was in closed-door seclusion, if the empress had issued a decree towards Imperial Concubine Moon, then it was impossible that they would be chatting about old times. There was definitely some play involved concerning political and material benefits. And according to what Lin Ming knew, Prince Marvelshin was the son of the empress. Prince Marvelshin had a prominent background. Although his talent was a great deal worse than Grand Prince Marvel Snow's, the influence and power he grasped in his hands was several times greater than Marvel Snow's. And Blood Moon was also known as Imperial Concubine Moon. She was the offering that Grand Prince Marvel Snow had given to the Marvel Blue Emperor. With a little bit of thinking, one could imagine just what sort of cooperative relationship they had. Blood Moon was an imperial concubine in name only. In truth, she was actually a helper that Marvel Snow had brought in. And the price that Marvel Snow paid was likely a promise to help Blood Moon stabilize her position in Heaven's net once he succeeded the position of Emperor. This was a mutually beneficial interaction, a win-win situation for the both of them. Of course, the basis of this was that Blood Moon was able to help Marvel Snow succeed the throne. Otherwise, if she failed, not only would she obtain no advantages, but she might be dragged in without any ability to defend herself. All of these thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind. He could feel that the Empress summons this time had no good intentions behind them. The Empress would certainly support her son Marvelshin, and as for Blood Moon, she supported Marvel Snow. Between Empress and Imperial Concubine, there was bound to be a fierce battle. And at this time, Blood Moon had already exited to receive the decree. This was a written decree with the seal of the Empress, as well as the mark of the Imperial Jade Seal. It wasn't a verbal decree only. Generally speaking, if the Empress wanted to summon someone, she would only need to pass on a message. She normally wouldn't need to do something as serious as sending out a written decree. Imperial Concubine Moon. In these past days, the Empress has been managing national affairs, and now she wishes to clear out the harem. In these last months, the Emperor has been unable to pay attention to the affairs of the state, and in his absence, there have been many princes and imperial concubines that have been forming their own influences within the imperial palace, even gathering guests here and creating all sorts of trouble and commotion. Now, the Empress has decreed a cleansing. Imperial Concubine Moon, I hope that you do not mind if I search through Full Moon Hall. In front of Imperial Concubine Moon, a yellow-robed eunuch cunningly smiled. His voice was sharp and daggers were hidden in his smile. Although his face was old and covered with wrinkles, his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through people to their bones. This was a peak Holy Lord eunuch. Those eunuchs that wore yellow robes were all leaders amongst the eunuchs. For the Empress to send a chief eunuch to pass on a decree, it could be said that she was taking this matter extremely seriously. Moreover, there was even another team of eunuch bodyguards behind him. These eunuch bodyguards all had a divine Lord Realm cultivation. The leader amongst these eunuchs even had an early Holy Lord Realm cultivation. Even though Marvel Blue Nation was a peak Holy Land influence, it was still impossible for them to have divine lords everywhere. A true palace bodyguard normally had a late divine transformation realm cultivation. Now that a team of divine lords had been sent here, it was clear that they had sent their most outstanding individuals. This uproar and threatening momentum was definitely not a good sign. Blood Moon frowned. According to palace rules, the Empress was in charge of the harem, and she truly did have the authority to issue such a decree. Moreover, the Empress was now temporarily managing national affairs, so her authority was even greater. If she were to disobey, then that would be violating the decree. There would be charges pushed against her, giving the Empress a chance to punish her. Blood Moon was in an extremely bad situation to begin with. If she stirred up more trouble, then it would only be adding fuel to the fire. She quickly said with a true essence sound transmission, "Lin Ming, you and your companion must quickly leave through the transmission array here. I will have Eunuch Liang meet you on the outside. Although I have a token that allows you to enter the palace, the Empress is currently managing affairs of the state. Thus, if you were to fall into her hands, she would be able to call down charges on you. If that were to happen, then you would be dragged into this mess." Blood Moon's words were quick and succinct. Everything was heard by Lin Ming. These words left Lin Ming startled. He suddenly developed a much more favorable impression of Blood Moon. In Blood Moon's opinion, Lin Ming must have some amazing master standing behind him. In ordinary times, it would be impossible for her to request a favor from Lin Ming's master. But if Lin Ming were to fall into danger, that would be a completely different situation. If the Empress rashly did something to Lin Ming, harming him or even killing him, then it would be possible that Lin Ming's master would take revenge for him. The anger of an Empyrean was no trifling matter. It was possible that the entire Marvel Blue Nation would be destroyed for this reason alone. But Blood Moon did not use this to her advantage. Instead, she bid Lin Ming escape as soon as he could. The Imperial Palace had numerous masters standing guard here. If a junior like Lin Ming was wrapped up in the palace disputes, then there really was a chance he would die. Although Blood Moon didn't attach much importance to Lin Ming, and had even placed him in a side room without seeing him for half a month, she had never intended to harm him, nor did she plan to use his safety as a chip to gain more advantages for herself. This caused Lin Ming to feel a bit more trusting of Blood Moon. Although Blood Moon came from an assassin organization, she still had her own moral code, one that she wouldn't break. This sort of person was worth knowing. However, although Blood Moon had told Lin Ming to leave, the old eunuch that issued the decree wouldn't stand by and let this happen. In fact, before the old eunuch even stepped into Full Moon Hall, he had already carefully probed every master inside. Lin Ming only had a Divine Lord realm cultivation, but his foundation was far more solid than an ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse's. The position he stood at was naturally vibrant and out of the ordinary. And besides Lin Ming, there was no other top male master in Full Moon Hall. Eunuch Liang was not in Full Moon Hall at the moment, and even if he were the old eunuch, would still have recognized and ignored him. Because of this, Lin Ming had become the focus of his attention. The old eunuch didn't wait for Imperial Concubine Moon to respond. He turned towards the side building where Lin Ming was and hurtled forwards. Pung! The wooden doors of the building were smashed apart. The old eunuch rushed in like a wild bull. Ah! The young maid that had been delivering washing water suddenly screamed. The powerful flux of energy that came with the old eunuch rushing over here suddenly surged towards the young maid. The young maid only had a pulse condensation realm cultivation. If she were struck by this flow of energy, then if she were lucky, only all of her organs would shatter. If she wasn't lucky, then her entire body would explode to pieces, and she would die a miserable death where she stood. In the Imperial Palace, the life of a palace maid or eunuch was far too cheap. If they were struck to death, they would simply be buried somewhere without even a tombstone to mark their grave. Let alone these low-level palace maids and eunuchs. Even princes without status or talent were the same. After all, the emperor had far too many descendants, and the imperial palace had a limit to the number of people that it could hold. Those that lacked talent would be banished from the imperial palace, and as for whether they lived or died in the future, no one cared. "Just what are you doing?" Xiao Moxian shouted out loud. Her apricot-round eyes widened, and she waved her hand, her fast reflexes sending out a current of true essence that wrapped around the young maid and pulled her over. Pung! Where the young maid had been originally standing, all of the surrounding furniture was shattered by the terrifying currents of energy. Even the tiles began to crack apart like a spider web. These floor tiles had been specially made, although they weren't constructed from something as precious as timeless godstone. They still used materials as hard as divine steel. Now that these tiles were struck by the old eunuch, they almost exploded to pieces. It could only be said that this old eunuch was deliberately setting his momentum up so that he could suppress Lin Ming with lightning speed. Without the orders of the Empress, there was no way that a mere peak holy lord chief eunuch would dare to be so rampant in Full Moon Hall. For the old eunuch to rush in and then stop, this was to vividly display the Empress' attitude towards imperial concubine Moon. So there really are accomplices, and one of them is even a man. The old eunuch looked at Lin Ming and then turned towards imperial concubine Moon, a sly and thoughtful smile stretching across his face. It was like he had caught Lin Ming and imperial concubine Moon in bed together. Imperial concubine Moon's face darkened, a thick surge of killing intent flashing in her eyes. She never thought that this old eunuch would use such a method to accuse her of crimes. This was simply a grand humiliation to herself. "You stupid old turtle, it seems you don't want to live." Xiao Moxian was already enraged. She still had the young maid held to her chest. The young maid had been frightened pale. Just now she had walked up to death's door. If it weren't for Xiao Moxian pulling her back, then her blood would have splashed everywhere, and she likely wouldn't even have had a complete corpse. The young maid looked towards Xiao Moxian with gratitude and awe. She felt grateful that Xiao Moxian had rescued her, and she was awed that Xiao Moxian would call this chief eunuch an old turtle to his face. These chief eunuchs had an extremely high status, and they could execute young maids and young eunuchs as they pleased. To a low-level maid like herself, these chief eunuchs were existences that they felt absolute fear towards. Moreover, this chief eunuch had a peak holy lord cultivation, but Xiao Moxian had still called him a turtle, and for a eunuch they especially hated and loathed being called a turtle. The young maid already thought that these words were braver than the heavens, but even so, she never imagined that Xiao Moxian's next words would be even more malicious. Without caring for how angry this chief eunuch was, Xiao Moxian sneered and said, "How ridiculously strange. When farm beasts like donkeys and horses are wild, they become much more docile after they are castrated. It becomes much more enjoyable to ride them, and they listen to orders obediently. But you, after you had your manhood, severed your temperament, became so much worse instead. Does this mean that you are inferior to even donkeys and horses?" Xiao Moxian's words were toxic to the extreme. After the young maid heard this, she nearly fell on the floor. This was the same as challenging the chief eunuch's bottom line. And indeed, after the chief eunuch heard Xiao Moxian's words, thick, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1579, All-Encompassing Net. Chapter 1579, All-Encompassing Net. The yellow-robed eunuch wildly cackled. To a eunuch, their most taboo subject was their castration. Even for those court eunuchs that severed their manhood to practice martial arts, this was still no exception. Now, Xiao Moxian had specifically poked at this wound, so how could he not become enraged? In his heart, this old eunuch had already passed down a death penalty to Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. "I have no idea how long it's been since someone has dared speak to me like this. Good, good, very good. Do you know what the most exquisite torture methods in the imperial palace are? I can allow you to experience them all. The yellow-robed eunuch reached out for Xiaomao, but at this time, a cold cough resounded in the world. What insolence! Are you trying to rebel? This voice carried with it a powerful penetrative power. All of the nearby vases and furniture was left shattered by this voice. Imperial concubine Moon held a 4-foot-long treasure sword, her face covered by her veil. She raised her sword. With her slender figure combined with this sword, she gave off a fierce and swift feeling. You stupid minion, who gave you the courage to be so rampant in my full moon hall? As Imperial concubine Moon spoke, she pointed her swords towards the yellow-robed eunuch's throat, but this yellow-robed eunuch acted as if he didn't see this sword at all. He sneered and said with his grating voice, Imperial concubine Moon, my actions are all under imperial decree. In order to prevent the escape of the suspects, my methods were a bit extreme. I apologize if there was any disrespect. The old eunuch's words were respectful, but his tone and posture were clearly filled with arrogance. He didn't put Imperial concubine Moon in his eyes at all. The eunuch was well aware of Imperial concubine Moon's status. From the start, she was not a true Imperial concubine, let alone sleeping with the Marvel Blue Emperor. They had probably never met before. This Imperial concubine Moon was someone that Grand Prince Marvel Snow, otherwise known to him as Lord Snow, had brought into the harem as reinforcement. In other words, she was Lord Snow's subordinate. Eunuch Sun had no respect towards this sort of fake imperial concubine. Moreover, he knew that the Empress had decided to take action against Lord Snow, and cutting off his wings was her first mission. The Empress would inevitably tear down Imperial concubine Moon. At this time tomorrow, it was hard to tell whether Imperial concubine Moon would be dead or alive. Imperial concubine Moon, the Empress has summoned your presence. At the same time, she has given me the discretion to apprehend your henchmen however I please. This man and woman are clearly not part of the Imperial Palace. As for the reason for them being here, I cannot comment on it. Everything will be decided by the Empress. Eunuch Sun's words were forceful and menacing. Imperial concubine Moon's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? How would this servant dare to such a thing? However, if Imperial concubine Moon resists the decree, then I can only send a sound transmission command to the Chief Imperial Guard of the Imperial Palace and have the Imperial Guard assist Imperial concubine Moon in a trip to see the Empress. As Eunuch Sun spoke, the eunuch bodyguards behind him moved forwards, encircling Imperial concubine Moon, Lin Ming, and Xiaomao within. These eunuch bodyguards all traced their spatial rings, ready to fight at any moment. Although these eunuch bodyguards didn't have a high cultivation, they were skilled in various battle arrays. Once they formed a battle array, their combat strength would increase. With the peak Holy Lord Eunuch Sun added in, this caused Blood Moon's eyebrows to wrinkle. If she wasn't injured, then she wouldn't fear these people at all, but now, if she were to fight, then she would quickly lose control of the situation. And since she was within the palace, if she tried to resist the imperial decree, then she would be in the wrong, no matter how it was said. It would be impossible for her to rid herself of a charge of rebelling. Not just that, but Eunuch Liang wasn't in Full Moon Hall, but at Lord Snow's palace. This current situation was extremely bad, and as Blood Moon was finding it hard to back down, Lin Ming stepped forwards and said, "Since this is the summons of the Empress, we might as well take the trip over. It would be nice to meet the mother of the Marvel Blue Nation." Lin Ming's voice was slightly cold. Eunuch Sun chuckled. Was this boy an idiot? Just what use was there for Lord Snow or Imperial concubine Moon to raise such a person? In this situation, this young man would actually speak such foolish words. Meet the Empress? What would the Empress want to meet him for? In his imperial palace, the words of the Empress were the will of heaven. No one could defy them. After listening to Lin Ming, Blood Moon was at a loss for what to do. She knew that it would be difficult for today's matters to not end in death, but she never imagined that Lin Ming would also become involved. "I've even dragged you into this," Blood Moon said with a sound transmission, her voice a bit helpless. "If the Empress has summoned us, then I'm afraid she's going to harm us. She will casually come up with some charges to get rid of us. Now that we're in the Imperial Palace, our situation is extremely bad. I've already contacted Eunuch Liang, but just the help of a chief eunuch like Eunuch Liang will not be able to help us too much. If you wish to guarantee your own safety, then you'll need to find some way to contact your master." In Blood Moon's opinion, Lin Ming's master should have left him some life-saving card. Hopefully, Lin Ming would be able to rely on this to safely retreat. But she didn't think that Lin Ming would only shake his head and say, "When I left my master, it was to adventure alone. It is no longer possible for me to rely on his help. I must do everything by myself." Lin Ming's words left Blood Moon's heart sinking with disappointment. If Lin Ming didn't have the backing of his master, then where did his bravado come from? She wanted to give Lin Ming a few words of warning, but she had no idea what to say. At this time, nothing she said would be useful. Like this, the team of eunuch bodyguards sandwiched Lin Ming, Imperial Concubine Moon, Xiao Maxian, and everyone else between them, leading them towards the central palace. Even the young maid that delivered water, Imperial Concubine Moon's maids, and the young eunuchs had been led away. Marvel Blue Imperial Palace was extremely large, and the group was walking at the same pace that mortals would walk at. Even though their destination was only 10 or so miles away, it still took them 2 to 3/4 hours. Along the way, they passed through many corridors and palaces. Everything was quiet around them. Occasionally, squads of eunuchs patrolled around, filling the air with a chilling atmosphere. Seeing this imperial palace that had absolutely no lively or busy atmosphere at all, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. It seemed that the Empress really was working to clean out the harem. She was taking advantage of the Marvel Blue Emperor's closed-door seclusion to take all authority in her hands and eliminate her enemies. The palace that the Empress stayed in was called Arid Peace Palace, and was also known as the Empress's Palace. In the entire harem, besides the sole nourishing temple that the Marvel Blue Emperor would stay at, Arid Peace Palace was the grandest construction. Arid Peace Palace was 9 levels high and was built from precious 7-feathered divine stone. The pillars of the palace were crafted from blue snow gold, and even the tiles were specially processed, each one supported by divine runic symbols. When these floor tiles joined together, they formed an array formation. As one walked atop these tiles, they could feel their blood vitality restlessly moving as it was stirred up by the array formation. The current Arid Peace Palace could be called heavily guarded. A massive number of eunuch bodyguards were set up in full combat formations. This type of feeling was as if an all-encompassing net had been laid down, just waiting for Imperial Concubine Moon to enter. "Lower the palanquin," Eunuch Sun loudly announced. The eunuch bodyguards lowered Imperial Concubine Moon's palanquin. Imperial Concubine Moon parted the silk screen and stepped out. As she looked at the situation around Arid Peace Palace, she sneered. She gently smoothed her veil down and accompanied Eunuch Sun into Arid Peace Palace. The main hall of Arid Peace Palace had 9 doors, each door surrounded on both sides by thick columns carved with images of phoenixes. There were a total of 10 pillars, each of them looking grand, and in the center of the hall was a regal woman. She wore a golden red phoenix gown, each strand of silk spun from blue snow gold. It was resistant to water and fire, and even sabers and swords would find it difficult to slash through. It was a priceless garment. Without a doubt, this woman was the Empress of the Marvel Blue Nation. Lin Ming looked at this woman. This Empress had the appearance of a 30-year-old. When Lin Ming had left the Imperial Palace, he had also inquired into some information about the Empress. "Empress," Ne had been received into the palace 100,000 years ago. At that time, she had been the proudest daughter of heaven within the Marvel Blue Nation. Her talent was outstanding, and she had a variation bloodline. Moreover, her appearance was fantastic too. Before that, Marvel Blue Nation had held a martial meeting involving all heroic young elites at the Divine Sea Realm. In the end, Ne had been the one to emerge as champion. She had earned the attention and praise of the Marvel Blue Emperor and had entered the Imperial Palace afterwards. Along the way, she gained more and more favor, her rank increasing until she was finally titled as the Empress. This grace was due to the advantages that the Marvel Blue Emperor had gained after taking Ne's primordial Een. Moreover, dual cultivating with Ne was helpful to his own cultivation. Now that 100,000 years had passed, Ne still dual cultivated with the Marvel Blue Emperor. However, she still wasn't able to break through the World King realm and remained stranded as a half-step World King. This was already an extremely commendable achievement. The World King realm was simply far too difficult to reach. Even though Marvel Blue Nation was considered a great World King Holy Land, they only had 3 or 4 World Kings within their lands. This number of World Kings was already extremely good. In the past, within the Divine Realm, there were some great World King Holy Lands like the true martial Holy Lands, who only had a single World King leading their sect. 50,000 years ago, the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had also been a great World King Holy Land, but their Holy Land only had 2 World Kings, one of them Tian Mingzi, and the other one the Old Verdant Feather World King. If they had more World Kings, then the Verdant Feather Holy Lands wouldn't have suffered such a miserable fate after Tian Mingzi's betrayal so many years ago. Imperial Concubine Moon was well aware of the World Kings in the Marvel Blue Nation. Besides the old Emperor, who was a great World King, there were 3 other World Kings. The first was the Imperial Scholar. He was not only a World King, but also a 6th grade Divine Runic Master. Within the Marvel Blue Nation, he was a highly respected and noble character. The second was the Grand Marshal of the Marvel Blue Nation, the commander of the military forces. He had been bestowed the title of Grand Duke and was highly beloved by the people. The third was Eunuch Wei, the highest chief court eunuch of the entire Imperial Palace, and also the most trusted subordinate of the Marvel Blue Emperor. He was someone that had cultivated the Sunflower Melody to the 8th level. Although he was a court eunuch, the truth was that he had a status equal to the Imperial Scholar. Of these 3 people, the Imperial Scholar and Grand Marshal were unable to interfere in the struggle for the throne due to the laws and customs of the nation. As for Chief Eunuch Wei, he was only loyal to the Marvel Blue Emperor and also maintained neutrality in the struggle for succession. Even though Lord Snow and Lord Shin had done everything in their power to try to win over Eunuch Wei, even delivering to him all sorts of heavenly materials, Eunuch Wei had refused all offers and had returned all gifts. Imperial Concubine Moon suspected that all of this was arranged by the old Emperor. He wanted the 3 World Kings of the Marvel Blue Nation to all remain neutral in the struggle for succession and finally dedicate their lives to the winner. The advantage of this was that the scale of the struggle would be reduced to a minimum. These 3 World Kings were the cornerstones of the Marvel Blue Nation. As long as they weren't involved in the struggle, then the foundation of the Marvel Blue Nation wouldn't be affected. Chapter 1580, Swords Drawn, Bows Bent. Chapter 1580, Swords Drawn, Bows Bent. If you will, Imperial Concubine Moon, Eunuch's son sinisterly said. However, Imperial Concubine Moon coldly sneered, not immediately stepping forwards. Instead, she turned towards the side, looking in the distance. After several breaths of time, there was the sound of rustling cloth as an eagle-eyed, yellow-robed old man stepped forwards on the wind. Although he didn't seem too fast, he arrived beside Imperial Concubine Moon in the blink of an eye. This eagle-eyed old man was one of Lord Snow's trusted subordinates, as well as Blood Moon's good friend, Eunuch Liang. The entire marble blue imperial palace had a total of 5 chief court eunuchs. Of these 5, the only true grand chief eunuch was Eunuch Wei. The other 4 were vice chiefs. Eunuch Liang was one of them, and he supported Lord Snow, standing opposite to the Empress's ally, Eunuch Sunday. These 2 people had similar cultivations, both of them at the peak Holy Lord realm. Moreover, because they were eunuchs that cultivated the sunflower melody and locked in their own essence energy, their strength and endurance far surpassed that of an ordinary person. If they were to fight, then they could last much longer than a martial artist on the same level. Imperial Concubine Moon, this old servant has come late. I am sorry for frightening you. Eunuch Liang was originally loyal to Lord Snow, and Blood Moon was also someone he had recommended to Lord Snow. With these relations between them, he naturally wouldn't idly stand by, as the Empress decided to harm her. And as an accompanying eunuch that was part of Imperial Concubine Moon's retinue, he naturally had a valid reason to join Imperial Concubine Moon to enter Arid Peace Palace. Eunuch Liang, it must have been hard for you. Imperial Concubine Moon smirked. With Eunuch Liang here, she had even more chips to play with. Even if the Empress wanted to move against her, it wouldn't be so easy. Although she was wounded and couldn't display her full strength, if Eunuch Liang was added on, then even if she had to face the peak Holy Lord Eunuch's son, Half-Step World King Empress, as well as the many guard eunuchs and their array formations in Arid Peace Palace, she still wouldn't be at a disadvantage. She had the capital to struggle for victory. So it was Eunuch Liang. It's been a while since we've seen each other, and it seems that your shadeless steps have risen to another level. Eunuch Sun said, his smile not reaching his eyes. Ha ha, the feeling is mutual. Eunuch Sun, you seem as if you'll step into the Half-Step World King realm soon. I fear that in several more years you'll catch up to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Liang and Eunuch Sun were on opposite sides to begin with. Now that they encountered each other here, they naturally stood in sharp contention to each other. Eunuch Sun coldly snorted. Great Chief Wei has already cultivated the sunflower melody to the 8th level. How could I possibly surpass him? Eunuch Sun no longer bantered with Eunuch Liang. He turned to Blood Moon and said, Imperial Concubine Moon, please enter the palace. Do not have the Empress wait for such a long time. How annoying! Whatever I do, I don't need a minion like you to order me around. Blood Moon's voice was cold. From the start until now, she had referred to Eunuch Sun as a lackey. But in truth, as a peak Holy Lord powerhouse, Eunuch Sun had significant status in the palace. There were many high-level characters that treated him with due respect. For Blood Moon to call him a minion really grated on his ears. Who are you saying is annoying? At this time, a calm and dignified voice sounded out. This voice had a strange piercing power, as if it could reach into one's mind. This was the voice of the Empress. I have summoned your presence, and yet you linger at the entrance without entering. What a great air of importance you have. The Empress' voice was forceful and imperious. Blood Moon remained calm. She flung her sleeves and walked into the grand hall with her back straight and her head high, looking directly at Empress Nei. She lightly bowed in accordance with palace etiquette and said, For what matter is the Empress summoning me? Blood Moon's voice contained a hidden sense of pride. Since the Empress created such a commotion and even summoned her here, it was obvious what she wanted. She wanted to deal with Blood Moon. But Blood Moon didn't seem as if she was defeated at all. She remained tall and lofty, an unbending blade of grass in the storm, a chrysanthemum that withstood the frost. This sort of feeling was one that the Empress hated. The Empress wanted Imperial Concubine Moon to bow in awe and fear, not standing in sharp opposition like she was now. The Empress' smoky eyes frowned. She gently lifted her gown and let it slowly fall. Beside her, 10 eunuch guards ready to battle array. These 10 eunuch guards were all Holy Lord powerhouses. The 10 of them stood in particularly chosen positions to form a 10-man battle array. and this battle array locked onto Blood Moon. The 10 court eunuchs had gathered their essence energy, their breath long and stable. They were like 10 leopards primed and ready to leap, filled with danger. And around the eunuchs were 8 old maids. These old maids had already stayed in the imperial palace for at least 10,000 years. Although they all had wrinkles on their faces, their inner worlds were filled with boundless amounts of energy. It was clear they were all masters. Including the eunuch guards and old maids, there were a total of 18 people. Beneath the feet of these 18 people were shimmering runes. Lin Ming had studied all sorts of Tao patterns. With a single glance, he could see that these lines were carved by a divine runic master. They could strengthen the martial artists that stood on them. With 18 people standing as one, although their cultivation was only at the Holy Lord realm, if they joined together, they might be able to contend with the world king. Besides these 18 people, there was also the half-step world king empress, as well as eunuch Sunday. This lineup of powerhouses within Arid Peace Palace could be called a formidable force. At this time, Eunuch Sun sent a sound transmission to Empress Nei. After she heard it, she sneered and looked towards Lin Ming, shouting at him, "You minion, who gave you the courage to live in Full Moon Hall?" Lin Ming was startled. He didn't think that the fire would burn so quickly that it reached him. "Minion," Lin Ming scoffed. For so many years, no one had ever called him a minion. Not even his enemies had done so. "You old hag, just what gave you the ability to act so superior? Who do you think you are? If I live in Full Moon Hall, what does that have to do with a granny like you?" Lin Ming simply didn't care about Nei. Who cared if she was an empress? To Lin Ming, that title was nothing at all. "Insolence!" the empress shouted out, enraged. Her tone became increasingly grim. "What a wonderful minion, to dare speak against me. In so many years, no one has dared to speak to me like that. Full Moon Hall is a special quarter for concubines in the harem. Those men that can enter are only eunuchs. And yet a minion like you actually dared to ask me why you can't live in Full Moon Hall? If that's the case, then someone go up and inspect that minion to see if he's been cleanly castrated or not. If he hasn't been cleanly castrated, then have the chief doctor cut it off once more." In the harem, men were not able to enter to begin with. If there was a man quietly and secretly living in the quarters of an imperial concubine, then that was a capital crime deserving of death by 10,000 cuts. But concerning Marvel Blue Imperial Palace, it was a martial artist's palace, and thus the rules weren't so strict to begin with. When this was added with the fact that Imperial Concubine Moon wasn't a true Imperial Concubine anyway, and she also had Lord Snow's token, she was well within her rights to bring Lin Ming into Full Moon Hall without violating any rules. But now, the Empress had grabbed this point. Since she was cleaning up the harem, she would first start with Imperial Concubine Moon. This was what they meant by condemning someone without a care for the pretext. With an order from the Empress, the several holy Lord eunuchs beside her moved forwards to capture Lin Ming. Lin Ming remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. However, his right hand was already tracing his spatial ring. "Who dares to move?" Blood Moon shouted out loud and stood in front of Lin Ming. She glared at Nei, coldly saying, "Nei, the reason for everything you've done is to bring me here and find an excuse to punish me. So why must you attack a bystander? Nei, I heard that 100,000 years ago when you were at the Divine Sea Realm, you were a champion of the Marvel Blue Nation's martial meeting of outstanding young elites. That is the reason why the eyes of the Marvel Blue Emperor landed on you, and the reason he brought you into the palace. Now, I would like to experience just how great the strength of this martial meeting champion is." As Blood Moon spoke, she had already taken out her 4-foot-long sword from her spatial ring. The sword blade was cold, the sword light blinding. "Imperial Concubine Moon, are you planning to rebel?" Before Nei spoke, Eunuch Sun had already stood in front of the Empress. At some time, he had placed a pair of divine, iron gloves on his hands. The gloves were fierce and sharp, the 10 fingers ending in daggers. Eunuch Sun's weapons were a pair of iron gloves. As Eunuch Sun moved, Eunuch Liang also stepped forwards in front of Blood Moon. A simmering killing intent rolled off his body. His weapon of choice was also a pair of iron gloves. It seemed that this type of weapon was especially suited to the sunflower melody. At this time, the air was thick with tension, all swords drawn. A battle could break out at any moment. And at this time, Nay suddenly smiled. Imperial Concubine Moon, not only did you harbor a man in Full Moon Hall, but you even want to attack me? Good. Very good. I've long suspected that there was some issue with you. After entering the palace, you have always kept your appearance covered and isolated from all probing senses. I've long wanted to remove a dangerous character like you. I will tear down your veil and see just who you are. How could I tolerate such an unknown and disastrous character like you within the sacred grounds of my palace? Nay stood up as she spoke. Her entire body emitted an aggressive momentum. Nay had entered the palace 100,000 years ago, and after 10,000 years of imperial struggles and plotting, she had used all sorts of methods to win the favor of the Marvel Blue Emperor and become Empress. Now, she had ruled over the harem for 90,000 years and had long ago formed a great and majestic dignity. The harem of an imperial palace was originally a land of strife and intrigue. There were countless imperial concubines that wished to capture the favor of the Marvel Blue Emperor. As long as one could obtain his favor, then not only did it mean authority and status, but far richer resources. Nay was able to stand out amongst this treacherous harem and climb to the highest position. She didn't depend on just her outstanding talent, stunning looks, and a physique that was suitable for dual cultivating, but she also relied on her ruthless and savage methods. Now that she was in charge of national affairs, she would use this moment as her chance to exterminate all her enemies and guarantee that her son could smoothly ascend to the throne. In this sort of situation, how could she let go of Imperial Concubine Moon, who supported Lord Snow? Nay, what wonderful methods you have. Between you and me, we already understand each other. I have already been in the palace for half a year, and yet I have never fought. Then, let my first battle be in Arid Peace Palace. Blood Moon suddenly slashed out with her sword. Take the initiative. Take the advantage. As her sword slashed out, her skirt floated around her, and her black hair danced in the wind. Blood Moon's sword strike didn't seem as if she were aiming at an enemy, but was as if she were dancing. The first time Lin Ming saw Blood Moon, he had seen her dancing. It seemed as if she was someone who loved to dance. And now, in the heat of battle, her actions were like dancing shadows, beautiful and dangerous. Chapter 1581, Blood Moon's Crisis. Chapter 1581, Blood Moon's Crisis. Protect the Empress. The moment that Blood Moon moved, 18 eunuchs and old maids had already been prepared. They stood atop an array formation, and the Empress and Blood Moon stood at the heart of it. Now that Blood Moon launched such a sudden attack, the runes beneath the 18 eunuchs and maids shimmered as they gathered their strength, forming a mighty raging river that rushed towards Blood Moon. The floor tiles exploded to pieces as energy raced forwards like a tide, filled with killing intent. Facing the onslaught of these 18 people, Blood Moon coldly sneered. An 18 clear king array, such a dignified Arid Peace Palace. As the ruler of the harem, you can only display an array formation of this level? Arid Peace Palace's 18 clear king array had to be laid down by array masters and divine runic masters. However, within the entire inner Azure Road, although array masters were somewhat easy to find, divine runic masters were not. They were exorbitantly expensive characters. If one wanted to ask one of them to help, then they would have to pay a steep price. Moreover, There also had to be a certain friendship, or they wouldn't bother to begin with. If it was the Marvel Blue Emperor, then he could certainly request a peak 6th grade divine runic master to add divine runic symbols to this array formation. In fact, in Marvel Blue Imperial Palace's Golden Imperial Throne, as well as Heaven and Earth Hall, there was a peak 6th grade divine runic array. Once this array formation began, the effects would be extraordinary. But in the harem, Arid Peace Palace was only the living quarters of a half-step world King Empress. For her, it was impossible to use such a grand array. This so-called 18 clear king array could barely be considered to be at the 6th grade, or, in other words, a quasi-6th grade array formation. A 6th grade divine runic array was far more expensive than a 6th grade divine runic symbol because an array formation required dozens of divine runic symbols of the same level to support it. For Arid Peace Palace to be able to lay down a quasi-6th grade array formation was already extremely luxurious for a half-step world King Empress. The 18 early Holy Lord eunuchs and old maids stood above 18 clear king array. With it, the might of their joint attack increased by dozens of times, and one could fight a world king on the premise that this 18 clear king array wasn't broken. But how could a true world king powerhouse stand there idly and let themselves be struck by these people? In that instant, Blood Moon took out a shining gold talisman from her spatial ring. The design of a fierce ghost's head decorated the talisman. This was a 6th grade divine runic symbol. This divine runic symbol had been drawn up by the Divine Runic Masters Guild's Old Sue especially for Blood Moon. Old Sue and Blood Moon had a very deep friendship, and the reason Lin Ming was able to come to Marvel Blue Nation was also because he had been introduced by Old Sue, who, as the divine runic symbol entered Blood Moon's hands, it began to burn brilliantly, turning into hundreds of Tao patterns that rained down. These Tao patterns didn't attack the 18 eunuchs and maids, but attacked the array symbols beneath their feet. This was a 6th grade array shattering symbol, and that 18 clear king array was within the level of arrays that this symbol would break. As a high-level member of Heaven's Net, she would naturally gather sufficient information before she took on a mission. Before this, Lord Snow had paid a sufficient price to bribe enough eunuchs and maids into telling him that the great array formation within Arid Peace Palace was the 18 clear king array. In response to this array, Blood Moon had asked for Old Sue's help to draw up a specific array shattering symbol. Now, the time had come to use it. CA. A tooth-aching sound echoed out, accompanied by a flash of golden light, blinding everyone in the hall. In that moment, the runes beneath the 18 eunuchs and maids shattered, turning into violent flows of energy that caused a backlash against them. Their bodies shook, and they were nearly injured. This was the moment Blood Moon had been waiting for. Her body turned into a beam of light that shot forwards. Powerful true essence poured into her sword. As her sword slashed out, a round and bright moon rose behind Blood Moon. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, covering the entire Arid Peace Palace. As for Blood Moon, she was illuminated by this moon in the background. Her slender body stretched out like she was a goddess riding the wind, filled with infinite charm and grace. However, this charm and grace was actually fatal. Just what sort of strength did Blood Moon possess? Although she was wounded, she was still a world king powerhouse, someone that a holy lord could not contend with. With a flash of moonlight, a cold and chilling night seemed to descend. Beneath the cover of this endless night, everyone felt inexplicably oppressed. The bright moon in the skies attracted the eyes of everyone. This is bad. Empress Nay's complexion changed. True essence erupted from her body as she rapidly retreated. She was well aware that in that moment she had been covered by Blood Moon's domain. This long night and bright moonlight, that was Blood Moon's domain. The endlessly long night. As Nay drew back, 2 eunuchs and a maid bore the brunt of Blood Moon's attack. Blood Moon's attack struck them, decapitating them and sending their heads rolling to the floor. Like this, the 18 clear king array was broken by blood moon. As blood splashed out, the moonlight seemed to be dyed red. The bright moon in the skies began to take on a faintly reddish hue. This was the sign of blood moon. Within her domain, every time she killed a person, the moon would drink their blood, becoming increasingly red. Once she killed innumerable people, this bright moon would turn into a dark red blood moon. And at that time, the power of the endlessly long night would reach its peak. After the success of her first strike, Blood Moon didn't stop there. Her sword changed direction as she cut towards another group of eunuchs and maids. She wanted to quickly kill off these early Holy Lord powerhouses and use their blood to water the endlessly long night. Blood Moon was originally a high-level member of an assassin organization. Even within Arid Peace Palace, she killed without mercy. She was well aware that in this situation, it was no longer a question of whether she was rebelling or not. Ever since ancient times, when the changing of a dynasty was coming, coups and rivers of blood were common, whether it was in the mortal world or the world of martial artists. As long as one won, then one could still be king, no matter how many people they killed. But if one lost, that would be a capital crime of rebelling against the nation. The winner was king, and the losers were villains. This was the simplest truth. At this time, the Empress was taking advantage of the fact that the Emperor was in closed-door seclusion to show her hand. With force, she wanted to subdue all others. How could Blood Moon sit around and wait for death? But as Blood Moon attacked for a second time and was about to decapitate another eunuch, an alarm sounded out in her heart. A killing intent was hidden within the atmosphere of chaos, like a viper hiding in the brush. Sneak attack. Blood Moon was startled. At this time, there was actually a hidden ambusher that appeared from nowhere. Such hiding methods and assassination techniques left a strong sense of restlessness in her heart. She no longer had time to think about who it could be. She rapidly drew backwards. With a light sound, the endlessly long night domain was pierced through by a strange force. This power was incomparably ruthless and sinister, shooting straight towards Blood Moon. "Be careful behind you," a voice suddenly rang out. This was Lin Ming's warning. Without thinking, Blood Moon slashed out behind her. With a loud cracking sound, she chopped apart a black, flashing dagger. Because the endlessly long night domain had been broken, an immense amount of sharp and violent sword energy gushed out. 3 coiling dragon pillars supported by array formations were sliced to pieces by this sword energy. The entire structure shook, nearly collapsing in on itself. A battle between quasi-world kings could move mountains, fill seas, and even destroy some smaller planets. With this violent battle occurring deep in the palace, no matter how solid the building was, once it lost the protection of a domain, then it simply wouldn't be able to block the true essence currents rushing about. "White Sky, is that you?" Blood Moon's voice was cold, her complexion gloomy and dark like the bottom of a lake. Although that sneak attack hadn't injured her, it had planted a parasitic domain seed within her domain. This parasitic seed wasn't able to harm her. With just a little bit of effort, she would be able to remove the seed, but this process required some time. In the meantime, this seed would erode her true essence, making it so that she couldn't activate her domain ability. And at this time, a tall man in gray robes stepped out from behind a folding screen within Arid Peace Palace. This thin screen shouldn't have been able to isolate the sense of a martial artist. If Blood Moon wasn't able to discover this from the start, then this proved that this other person had an amazing concealing technique. And the people that usually possess this type of ability were assassins. "Blood Moon, it's been a while since we've seen each other," a man hoarsely said, immediately calling out Blood Moon's codename within Heaven's net. He wore a white and black mask with two fierce blood-red lines running down from the eyes, looking fierce. He clearly knew who Blood Moon was, someone from Heaven's Net. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he immediately realized this. Chapter 1582, Assassin, White Sky. Chapter 1582, Assassin, White Sky. As Blood Moon saw the masked man appear, her complexion turned grim. He was the same as Blood Moon in that both of them covered up their cultivations with secret techniques, making it so that one couldn't see what level his cultivation boundary was at. In addition, his black and white mask was able to isolate out all senses so that no one could uncover anything about him at all. This was a frequently used tactic of Heaven's Net. "Who is that?" Lin Ming asked with a true essence sound transmission. "One of the three leaders of Heaven's Net, White Sky, a world king powerhouse." Blood Moon replied, her eyes fixed on White Sky. "World king." Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He wasn't surprised by White Sky's cultivation boundary at all. Heaven's Net was similar to the Marvel Blue Nation. Both could be considered peak world king, holy lands. And the big boss of Heaven's Net was likely a great world king, whereas the other leaders were ordinary world kings. Blood Moon herself was in truth at the early world king boundary. Amongst world king powerhouses, she was on the weaker end of the spectrum. The White Sky in front of her was similar to her. But at this time, Blood Moon's situation wasn't good to begin with. White Sky's appearance had suddenly brought about a massive crisis. Facing White Sky, Blood Moon sneered and said, "I never thought you would chase me all the way here. In order to hunt me down, you've involved yourself in the struggle for the Marvel Blue Nation's throne?" "Empress," Nay suddenly laughed out loud, Imperial Concubine Moon. "Or perhaps it's better if I call you Blood Moon. Did you think that only Lord Snow would be able to invite people from Heaven's Net, but I could not? The ones I bring are even stronger than you." As Nay spoke, she sat back upon her Empress throne. Her expression turned idle and bored once again, as if everything was in her control. At the start, she hadn't known what Blood Moon's true identity was. It was Heaven's Net that had approached her, on their own initiative. They wanted to join in on the struggle for the throne, and their goal in all of this was Blood Moon. This was a naturally happy occurrence for both sides. Thus, all of that led to Empress Nay summoning Blood Moon today. She had already made all of her preparations in order to place Blood Moon in a death trap. White Sky looked at Blood Moon from beneath the eye holes in his mask. His voice was indifferent as he said, "Blood Moon, if you thought you could find protection in the Marvel Blue Imperial Palace, then you were wrong to indulge in such whimsical fancies. If you can involve yourself in the struggle for the throne, then so can we. I know that you're aware of what I've come here for. Is the item that Big Boss left behind in your hands? As long as you hand it over, I will not kill you. You and I are from the same organization, so I naturally have some sentiment towards my fellow comrades. I don't even care about the matters of authority in Heaven's Net, because none of it concerns me at all. If you want to leave and take someone with you, then I won't stop you." White Sky didn't conceal his goal at all, nor did he care about the presence of the Empress or the others. His voice was harsh, bringing with it a faint killing intent that was forceful and aggressive. As Lin Ming heard this, his thoughts stirred, something that the Big Boss had left behind. He originally found it strange that there would be an internal power struggle within Heaven's Net. Lin Ming thought it was because they were competing for authority, but now it seemed that the original cause was some sort of treasure. If this was a treasure that could cause a bloodbath among the high-level figures of Heaven's Net, then this must be something extraordinary. What you want is not in my hands. Blood Moon had no intention of bargaining for her life. She pointed her sword straight at White Sky's throat. Seeing this, White Sky chuckled, his laugh grating to the ears. "I thought you would give such a response. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you at all. But look around you. Do you still think you can win in this situation? As the gray-robed man spoke, he took out a short sword from his spatial ring. This sword was 2 feet long without a handguard. Moreover, the hilt was extremely short, just 2 inches long, making it difficult for an adult male to hold. The short sword was deep blue, and the blade as thin as paper. Without a doubt, this short sword could display one's speed to the limit. Blood Moon, it seems that you are going to die here today. What a pity that your arrogance and pride have doomed you. It is truly regretful. In the past, Big Boss also greatly appreciated you. White Sky's voice was cold and indifferent. His white and black mask was blank and without expression, but those 2 lines that ran down from the base of his eyes seemed even fiercer than they were before. Leave Blood Moon for me to deal with. You can all manage the rest of these underlings. White Sky's focus had already locked onto Blood Moon. As for Empress Nay, she quietly sat back on her throne and gently waved her hand. Eunuch Sun understood this order and led the remaining 15 old maids and eunuchs to surround Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Eunuch Liang. Even the young eunuchs and young maids that followed Blood Moon were surrounded. The young maid that brought washing water to Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian was already pale with fear. She had guessed that there would be nothing good coming from the Empress summons, but she never thought that matters would develop to this stage. The 2 sides were actually going to fight in Arapi's palace, with life and death on the line. These young maids were well aware that if Blood Moon was defeated, they would be buried along with her. To the Empress, killing them was no different from slaughtering chickens or dogs. And in the current situation, it seemed impossible for Blood Moon to win. Even if she could escape by herself, the young maids and eunuchs she left behind would be brutally beaten to death. Ha ha! Eunuch Liang, I never thought there would be such a day between you and me. A smart bird knows which tree to nest in. If you regret your decision, there is still time for you. I can plead sympathy for you to the Empress, and perhaps the Empress will allow you to keep your cheap life. Eunuch Sun flicked his yellow eunuch robes, the smile of a victor on his face. As he looked at Eunuch Liang, his eyes were the same as if he were looking at a pitiful worm. Facing such an arrogant Eunuch Sun, Eunuch Liang's face darkened. There was no hope that he would obtain any form of safety if he voluntarily surrendered. Currently, he was figuring out just what his chances were that he could safely escape from Arapi's palace. As well as you, Eunuch Sun turned towards Lin Ming. Your talent isn't too bad. If you are willing to testify against Imperial Concubine Moon and confess to all those shameful activities that occurred between you and her, then the Empress will pardon you of your capital crimes. Perhaps you will even receive her favor and be accepted into the palace as a eunuch. You will have the chance to practice the sunflower melody that so many people long for in their dreams. Eunuch Sun said, a thoughtful and playful look on his face. Indeed, if the Empress were to get rid of Imperial Concubine Moon today, she would still need a justified reason to do so, as well as evidence in order to stop the criticism of others. And Lin Ming would make the perfect evidence as a witness. You want me to testify against Imperial Concubine Moon and practice the sunflower melody? Lin Ming laughed, his laugh filled with reckless mirth. Eunuch Sun frowned. What are you laughing about? He's laughing at how stupid you are. Xiao Moxian suddenly said, her voice clear and loud, attracting the eyes of everyone present. A dumb old turtle like you has slaved their life away as a minion, and yet you can still feel superior to anyone? Look at the disgusting thing you've become. You don't seem like a ghost or a person. Is it possible that you think everyone in this world wants to be like you? As Xiao Moxian spoke, she smiled with glee as if she didn't care at all for the tense atmosphere around her, and her actions naturally enraged Eunuch Sun. He had already been mocked by Xiao Moxian and had been called inferior to castrated horses and donkeys. Now he was being mocked yet again. You little whore, you seem to have forgotten what I've said. In the palace, we have the greatest forms of torture. Do you know what a wooden horse is? First, we will cripple your cultivation and turn you back into a mortal. Then we will strip you of all your clothing and make you ride the wooden horse down the streets. And this wooden horse has all sorts of trap devices. Once you've understood their exquisite pain, you'll know what it means to wish for death. Ha ha ha. Eunuch's son queerly cackled. A wooden horse was the most brutal form of punishment that a mortal palace could pass down to a woman. There was a wooden pillar on the wooden horse, and this pillar would expand up and down, ruthlessly destroying a woman's body from the inside. Many times, the person riding the wooden horse would be tortured to death. It was an extremely cruel and barbaric form of punishment. And in the world of martial artists, the wooden horse was formed by thorn hardwood that was tens of thousands of years old. This wood was as hard as divine iron. And with the female martial artist having their cultivation wasted away, they would equally die a miserable death from suffering. As Eunuch's son said such sinister and malicious words, Lin Ming's complexion turned icy cold. His eyes burst out with blazing killing intent. Eunuch's son cackled once more. He simply didn't place an early divine Lord Junior's killing intent in his eyes. To him, this was the same as a praying mantis waving its scythes at a wild tiger. Just as Eunuch's son was about to spit out some more perverse words at Lin Ming to cause him to shake in fear, Lin Ming spat out 2 words, "Go die." In that moment, Eunuch's son only saw Lin Ming's right hand shoot out, followed by a chilling spear light. At the same time, a primal and boundless aura covered everyone present. This aura was incomparably heavy, as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them from the sky, making them able to display less than 30% of their strength. As Eunuch's son was crushed by this mountain-like weight, he found that even breathing became difficult. And at this time, Lin Ming moved. Lin Ming's velocity reached unimaginable heights. In just 1,000th of the blink of an eye, he arrived right in front of Eunuch's son, the phoenix blood spear in his hands piercing forwards. What? Eunuch's son was panic-stricken. He never thought that Lin Ming would possess such a terrifying force field that could completely bind his movements. He desperately resisted this pressure, wanting to block Lin Ming's strike. At the same time, he opened his mouth to spit out gray flames. He wanted to use these gray flames to force Lin Ming backwards and half his attack. However, Lin Ming was far too strong, and under the suppression of the grand mist force field, killing Eunuch's son was as simple as turning his hand. With a loud cracking sound, the gray flames that Eunuch's son spat out weren't even able to stop Lin Ming for a split second before they were scattered by the phoenix blood spear. The long spear continued forwards with overwhelming momentum, the cold spear point thrust straight towards Eunuch's son's throat, and at this time, Eunuch's son's mouth was still open from spitting out flames. As he saw this spear point nearly stab into his mouth, he was almost frightened to death. He quickly traced his spatial ring, wanting to take out the divine runic symbol that he saved as his life-saving card. However, Lin Ming's spear was too fast. Underneath the savage attack of this spear, Eunuch's son's protective true essence was pierced through like paper. The phoenix blood spear stabbed into Eunuch's son's mouth, twisting apart his teeth and tongue, penetrating through his throat and exiting through the back of his head, carrying with it a rain of blood. And at this time, Eunuch's son no longer had the ability to use the ancient divine runic symbol that he had pulled out. With his throat pierced, the agonizing pain made him want to cry out, but he couldn't make a single sound at all. This sort of pain was indescribable. As for Lin Ming, he raised his right hand and strung up Eunuch's son through his throat with his spear, lifting his entire body up. Chapter 1583, Life-Seizing Jade Talisman. Chapter 1583, Life-Seizing Jade Talisman. Like this, Lin Ming used the phoenix blood spear to pierce through Eunuch's son and pick him up just as if he were picking up a dog. Eunuch Sun had yet to die. His hands gripped the spear as he struggled with all his might. His legs kicked out in desperation, and his throat sent out gurgling sounds of pain. However, because his vocal cords were torn apart and his throat was destroyed, he wasn't able to make any coherent sounds at all. All he could do was struggle in agonizing pain. A massive amount of blood leaked out from the hole in his throat like the water of a dam that had broken free. Eunuch Sun could feel his life rapidly passing away. He never thought that he would experience such a day. He had been pierced through the throat by someone's spear and picked up, his life rapidly fading without even being able to make a single sound. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. All of the young eunuchs and maids that followed Lin Ming here from Full Moon Hall stared at him with wide eyes. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they fully understood just how terrifying Eunuch Sun was. Eunuch Sun was one of the chief court eunuchs of the entire imperial palace, and amongst the chief court eunuchs he faintly stood at the second rank, inferior only to the main chief court eunuch, Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Sun was someone who cultivated the sunflower melody for many years, and the true essence in his body was vigorous and deep. His strength could already be called unfathomable. Of all the young eunuchs and young maids in the imperial palace, just which one didn't fear Eunuch Sun? If they saw Eunuch Sun, it was the same as a mouse seeing a cat. And yet, this sort of terrifying character had been pierced through the throat and lifted up by Lin Ming's spear point. And at the start, their impression of Lin Ming was that he had been a promising young martial artist with slightly better than average talent. Lin Ming, you... Blood Moon's eyes shined with a glimmer of splendor as she looked at Lin Ming from behind her veil. She had witnessed everything that had happened just now. If Lin Ming had used some sort of life-saving card in his hand that his Empyrean master had left him to deal with Eunuch Sun, then she wouldn't have thought that was strange at all. But just now she had clearly seen that Lin Ming hadn't attacked with any foreign help at all. A terrifying force field had erupted from within Lin Ming, suppressing Eunuch Sun so that Lin Ming could subdue him without any problems. Who are you? The originally calm and composed Nei stood up, her eyes dim and gloomy as she looked at Lin Ming. Before this, Lin Ming's presence had been very common in this hall. His early divine lord cultivation was inferior to even her eunuch bodyguards. She had only thought that Lin Ming was some unimportant nobody that she could crush like an ant, but she didn't think such a horrifying scene would occur. At this time, Assassin White Sky's complexion had also darkened. He stepped forwards and slowly said, Which organization are you from? To play the role of a junior and hide in the crowd, this level of concealment technique is quite skillful. White Sky grimly smiled as he maintained absolute vigilance around Lin Ming. He knew that someone who could severely wound Eunuch Sun so easily had strength possibly equal to his own. For a peak Holy Lord powerhouse to be pierced through the throat in a single strike, he simply couldn't believe that this Lin Ming was a peak early Divine Lord powerhouse, but a world king in disguise. However, he had used some cultivation concealing arcane technique to cover up his inner world, making it so that no one could see his cultivation. Whether it was White Sky or Blood Moon, both of them used such an arcane technique. When Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent, even Yang Yun had used such a trick. Covering up one's cultivation was easy, but camouflaging one's cultivation was far more difficult. This was just like concealing one's appearance and changing one's appearance. If a mortal wanted to conceal their appearance, all they had to do was wear a black piece of cloth around their face. But if they wanted to change their appearance into that of someone else, they needed profound techniques and a human skin mask. Even a top master who was especially skilled in such things would find it hard to change their appearance without a single flaw. Thus, in the world of martial artists, there were very few arcane techniques that could allow one to camouflage their own cultivation whilst also making it so that other people of similar cultivation boundaries couldn't see through them. Moreover, these techniques were extremely difficult to learn. At the very least, Heaven's Net didn't have such a technique. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for them to ambush and kill others. As White Sky spoke, he used the entirety of his sense to investigate Lin Ming's inner world, wanting to find a flaw in Lin Ming's cultivation camouflaging skill. He believed that as long as he searched carefully enough, he would be able to find a flaw somewhere. However, he remained disappointed. Lin Ming's inner world was whole and unified, without the slightest sign that it was fake. This caused White Sky to frown. Was there such a perfect cultivation-changing technique? To accomplish this would be easier as a great world king, but White Sky didn't believe that Lord Snow was able to request help from a great world king. This was because the Emperor of the Marvel Blue Nation was a great world king to begin with, and Lord Snow was only at the Holy Lord realm. It would be extremely difficult for someone like him to put out anything that could tempt a great world king. Eunuch Sun's broken throat released miserable gurgling sounds. He reached out his hands, grasping towards the Empress, wanting the Empress to save him. But unfortunately, he could no longer voice out the words. The Empress' complexion became extremely ugly. Although she didn't care about Eunuch Sun's life, Eunuch Sun had still been faithful and loyal to her for all these years. With so many of her subordinates around her, it was impossible for her to not rescue him and cause her subordinates to doubt her. Moreover, to Lin Ming, who dared challenge her dignity, she hated him to the marrow of her bones. "Release him," the Empress coldly said, her eyes shining with a chilling light. "I should release him just because you say so? Who do you think you are? You are just the wife of some World King Holy Land's bandit chief. Do you really think you are an empress that commands the world? Your cultivation is only at the half-step world king realm. To only be a half-step world king after 100,000 years, you are already doomed to mediocrity. Someone with your middling level of talent is only barely noticeable. In the past, when I competed in the first martial meeting, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be crushed by me, and yet here you are, acting all domineering, trying to boss me around. How ridiculous!" Lin Ming jeered, his hand still holding onto his spear, as Eunuch Sun dangled on it like a dog. "You are courting death," Empress Nay said, her complexion ugly. Her talent wasn't anything to someone of Lin Ming's level, but in the Marvel Blue Nation she was a proud daughter of heaven, and had stood at the top for a long time. The arrogance of a ruler had already formed in her bones. So how could she allow Lin Ming to mock her like this? She traced her spatial ring and took out a charm. This charm was not made from symbol paper, but was carved upon white jade, its entire body shining with light. Nay was well aware that Lin Ming was likely stronger than she was, thus she didn't attack him directly. Instead, she flung out the charm in her hand. Life-seizing talisman. Peak 6th grade divine runic symbol. Eunuch Liang shouted out from behind Lin Ming. This was a warning to tell Lin Ming that this was a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol, one that stemmed from the hands of a peak 6th grade divine runic master. And a peak 6th grade divine runic master was a great world king. In order to use this life-seizing talisman, the minimum requirement was that one needed to be a half-step world king. Once it was used, its might would be unimaginable. It could severely wound a world king, and if they weren't careful, it could even kill them. This sort of divine runic symbol was priceless, and ordinary half-step world kings wouldn't have the wealth or qualifications to use it. Only someone as rich as Nay could keep such a life-saving card in her hands. "Retreat!" Eunuch Liang screamed. Once this divine runic symbol was used, all ordinary world kings had no choice but to withdraw. Who? The divine runic symbol burned as the white jade seemed to melt away. Many of the lines hidden in the white jade dissipated into the air. These lines were Azura Tao patterns and corresponded to the Azura Heavenly Tao. This divine runic symbol borrowed the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao to kill one's enemies. Seeing these wildly spinning Heavenly Tao lines, Lin Ming only sneered. Not only did he not retreat, but he instead moved forwards. In understanding the Azura heavenly Tao, no one could compare with him. In this aspect, not even a 7th grade divine runic master could hold a candle to Lin Ming. This sort of divine runic symbol was only one of the killing laws of the Azura heavenly Tao. In Lin Ming's eyes, there were at least 100 different ways to break it. Lin Ming didn't use too much true essence. He only used 30 to 40% of his strength to thrust his spear forwards, right into the center of the Azura patterns that were dancing in the air. This caused everyone to suck in a deep breath of surprise. Lin Ming. Blood Moon cried out in alarm. Even when she was in her peak condition, she still couldn't directly meet the might of this life-seizing talisman, but would have to use everything at her disposal to block it. Yet, Lin Ming actually thrust his spear out, right at the life-seizing talisman. Once that talisman exploded, Lin Ming would explode into a bloody mess. Seeing Lin Ming arrogantly rush towards that life-seizing talisman, Empress Nay cruelly smiled. She wanted to see Lin Ming's body torn to shreds. However, as Lin Ming thrust his spear into the patterns in the air, an unbelievable scene occurred. The array symbols beneath the spear light of the Phoenix Blood Spear didn't explode. Instead, they began to rapidly dim down. With a crackling sound, the jade talisman violently trembled as many Tao patterns were scattered by the spear light. Innumerable tiny runes began to escape like frightened frogs. Light flashed amongst the runes, as if the energy hidden within them was about to erupt. But in the end, they finally extinguished, turning the jade talisman into a dud that lost all of its power. This is... Empress Nay's eyes became as round as full moons, her expression twisting into something like a maze. Every divine runic symbol that was sold would undergo all sorts of tests to verify it, so it was impossible for a situation to appear where it was actually a dud. And her top 6th grade divine runic symbol had been purchased with a nearly insane amount of money and had also been carefully examined. Just how could it possibly fizzle away like this? Could it be that there was something strange in Lin Ming's spear light just now? Nay didn't dare to believe this, but she had heard that when divine runic symbols were used to attack top divine runic masters, their effects would be greatly reduced. But that sort of situation would only appear when low-level divine runic symbols were used to attack high-level divine runic masters. For instance, a 5th grade divine runic symbol being used against a 6th grade divine runic master. And the divine runic symbol she used was a peak 6th grade one. It couldn't be that this young man in front of her was a 7th grade divine runic master. At this time, all the masters within Arid Peace Palace were shocked, silent. In particular, Blood Moon. There were great waves rushing about in her heart. She was well aware that although Lin Ming was indeed a divine runic master, he had only just passed his 3rd grade divine runic master examination. Could a 3rd grade divine runic master break through a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol? Chapter 1584. Blood splashing through Arid Peace Palace. Chapter 1584. Blood splashing through Arid Peace Palace. When Old Su introduced Lin Ming to Blood Moon, she had also learned about his approximate age, talent, and skill in the divine runic arts. Although Blood Moon was stunned, being stunned was useless because she felt that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to help her. He was simply far too young. What Blood Moon really cared about was Lin Ming's master, but when she asked Old Su about Lin Ming's master, Old Su hadn't been able to tell her anything at all. Thus, that was the reason why Blood Moon invited Lin Ming for a conversation. But as a result, she didn't have much hope that she would be able to build a relationship with Lin Ming's master because her level was simply far too low. White Sky thought that Lin Ming was a world king camouflaged as a divine Lord Realm martial artist, but Blood Moon knew the truth about Lin Ming's cultivation as well as his skeletal age when he entered Divine Rune City. Let alone that faking his skeletal age was far more difficult. There was simply no reason for Lin Ming to do so. What advantage would there be in hiding his unparalleled talent? Before 60 years of age, Lin Ming had such an abnormal combat strength, and he also managed to find the method to break through the life-seizing talisman. Blood Moon could no longer imagine just what sort of heaven-defying character Lin Ming was. And at this time, after Lin Ming shattered the life-seizing talisman, he didn't stop there. He grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and pointed it straight towards Empress Ney. His dreadful killing intent had locked onto her. He clearly wanted to attack Ney. Protect the Empress. The 15 remaining eunuchs and maids that Eunuch Sun had led saw Lin Ming stepping forwards, one step at a time. All of them gathered in front of their Empress, keeping her safe behind them. The 18 clear king array beneath their feet had already been broken by Blood Moon. Now that they had lost 3 people, their battle array was no longer complete, and without that battle array, they simply didn't have the strength to resist Lin Ming. The 15 eunuchs and maids were deathly pale, their minds trembling. If the Empress died, they would all be buried along with her, but facing Lin Ming, they would die all the same. Lin Ming was like a death god. One step at a time, he finally reached within 100 feet of the Empress' throne. At this mere 100-foot distance, even though Ney herself had undergone countless storms and tribulations in the harem, her complexion still changed. She simply didn't know where Lin Ming's depths were. White sky. Ney sent a true essence sound transmission. The only one who could deal with Lin Ming right now was the Heaven's Net leader, White Sky. However, White Sky hesitated, not moving in front of the Empress. The Empress' heart sank. She only had a cooperative relationship with White Sky, not one where she had employed him. If he felt that today's matters were too tricky and gave birth to the thought of retreating, then her situation would become far worse. Then, a boundlessly deep aura erupted from Lin Ming's body once more. This aura covered the entire Arid Peace Palace. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space. As Lin Ming grew stronger, the power of the Grand Mist Space grew increasingly terrifying. Moreover, this space was also flooded with the star-heavy Grand Mist energy. When the Grand Mist energy superimposed over this force field, it placed an incomparably dreadful pressure on the Empress and her 15 eunuchs and maids. The Empress could still barely summon 40 to 50% of her true essence, but the maids and eunuchs around her could barely remain stable. Each of them dripped with a cold sweat, their entire bodies shaking like an earthquake as if they were mortals that saw a devil. Lin Ming didn't care about these little underlings. He looked towards the Empress and smiled. "Didn't you want me to return this dead dog minion of yours? Then here he is." As Lin Ming spoke, he raised the Phoenix Blood Spear and thrust straight towards Empress Ney. And hanging atop this spear point was Eunuch Sun's half-dead body. Protect the Empress," a eunuch shouted out. However, even though he shouted out these words, his feet were like roots planted in the ground, unable to move at all. This was because the pressure of the Grand Mist Space was suppressing his movements, and also because Lin Ming's momentum was far too overwhelming. Anyone who dared to block that spear of his would undoubtedly die. In this situation, who would still dare to stand in front of Lin Ming's spear? A brilliant spear light shot across Arid Peace Palace. 3 eunuchs that bore the initial brunt of the attack were swept away by the energy winds. At the same time, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to the limit as he primed the strength of a true dragon within his body. With a resonant dragon's cry, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared behind Lin Ming, savagely roaring. A powerful dragon's dignity spread out, combining with the power of the Grand Mist Space and Lin Ming's roiling killing intent to lock onto Empress Ney, preventing her from escaping. However, Lin Ming's spear hadn't used his full strength. This was because he could feel that when he attacked, White Sky had still locked onto him from behind. White Sky had a World King realm cultivation, and Lin Ming couldn't help but be cautious of a World King powerhouse. Moreover, White Sky was a leader of Heaven's Net, which specialized in assassinating others. Who knew what sort of strange killing techniques he would have? If Lin Ming wasn't careful, then it was possible he would find unexpected defeat. How detestable! As Lin Ming's spear light approached, Empress Nei screeched out loud. She pulled out 2 divine runic symbol jade slips from her spatial ring and crumbled them to dust. In that instant, the jade slips dissolved into numerous complex Tao patterns that wrapped around Nei. These were clearly 6th grade defensive divine runic symbols. Lin Ming only sneered as he saw these divine runic symbols. As the spear light was about to strike Nei, it immediately changed directions. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the spear light erupted. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation within the phoenix blood spear, wove together and detonated. Eunuch Sun, who was still hung on the phoenix blood spear, emitted one last cry of pain as his entire body was split up by the explosion and his remnants sprinkled down in a rain of flesh and blood. A wild and fierce strength crashed into the divine runic symbols that surrounded Nei. These divine runic symbols only lasted for a single breath of time before they also exploded to pieces. Nei paled, her beautiful face losing all of its composure. In this life or death moment, she slashed out with her sword at Lin Ming's power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. But the difference in strength was far too great. Even though Lin Ming had held back 60% of his strength, Nei still wasn't able to resist this attack. Brutal torrents of energy fell down. Nei's protective true essence shattered like glass. With a cry of alarm, her entire body shook. Even her protective robes made from threads of blue snow gold and sky-worked silk were ripped apart. And even though the spear light had been weakened again and again, it still smashed into Nei's chest. Puff! Nei spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying backwards. Violent energy currents swept through all of Arid Peace Palace. The tiles were lifted up off the floor and disintegrated into powder in the air. If it wasn't for the presence of the Grand Mist Space, then the entirety of Arid Peace Palace would have been destroyed. Nei was covered in blood. This blood was hers, as well as Eunuch Sun's. Bits and pieces of Eunuch Sun's exploded body had splashed onto Nei, making the sight of her horrible to behold. Lin Ming took a sudden step forwards, wanting to continue with his attack. But then his footsteps paused, and he stayed his hand. As his spear strike had severely wounded Nei, he had never lost track of White Sky. And this White Sky had decided to launch a sneak attack, as Lin Ming had just finished his own attack. Lin Ming coldly smirked. He had kept back 60% of his strength, just now, all in order to defend against White Sky. Even if White Sky suddenly attacked now, with the 60% of his strength he had reserved and the 20 to 30% he had just restored, it would be more than enough to block White Sky's attack. However, just as White Sky moved, Lin Ming's complexion changed. He could see White Sky's figure suddenly blurring before disappearing altogether. After image. Lin Ming grimaced. White Sky was indeed worthy of being a world king assassin leader. His movements were ghostly and phantasmal, and the afterimage technique he used just now was far too lifelike in the current situation. Because Lin Ming had originally thought that White Sky was going to sneak attack him, he hadn't been able to immediately see through this afterimage. In only 1,000th of an instant, White Sky's figure appeared in front of Xiao Moxian. The target he chose to attack was actually Xiao Moxian. White Sky was an extremely cunning individual. He knew that because of Lin Ming's appearance today, it would be impossible for him to accomplish his goal. Lin Ming's strength might not be inferior to his own. If he wanted to kill Lin Ming and Blood Moon here, then that would be hopelessly impossible. Thus, White Sky intended to retreat from this battlefield. But he couldn't leave empty-handed. He needed at least a tiny bit of gain. Capturing Blood Moon was not possible, so he had decided to target Xiao Moxian instead. He could see that Xiao Moxian had an extremely significant relationship with Lin Ming. After they entered Arid Peace Palace, their relationship could be guessed by the way they acted around each other, as well as how they stood together. There was a 99% chance that Xiao Moxian was Lin Ming's dual cultivation Dao companion. For martial artists that lived for such a long time, the lives of their concubines and living furnaces were unimportant. To think of using them to threaten a martial artist was stupid at best. Sometimes, even their wives weren't worth enough. But a dual cultivation Dao companion was different. In particular, White Sky could see that Xiao Moxian had an extraordinary bloodline, and her talent was extremely high. A dual cultivation Dao companion could only be found through a stroke of fate. To Lin Ming, she was likely an extremely important person. If he could capture her, then he could force Lin Ming into submission. He didn't expect that he would be able to force Lin Ming to help him deal with Blood Moon, but he could at least force Lin Ming to not interfere in his battle with her. As long as Lin Ming didn't interfere then, he had the means to deal with Blood Moon. To use an afterimage to confuse Lin Ming, the reality was that he was aiming for Xiao Moxian. His plan was well thought out. The moment that White Sky appeared in front of Xiao Moxian, Blood Moon's expression lit up with surprise. She was much closer to Xiao Moxian than Lin Ming was, but even so, she didn't have enough time to respond. White Sky had attacked too suddenly, and his movement speed had reached an incredible level. Be careful! Blood Moon hurtled forwards, wanting to block off White Sky's escape direction. At the same time, her killing intent locked onto White Sky. She even wanted to activate her endlessly long night force field. But with her true essence being corroded by the parasitic field, she simply wasn't able to use it. And at this time, White Sky's hands were already reaching out towards Xiao Moxian. "You're coming with me." White Sky's expression was fierce and savage. But in this moment, Xiao Moxian coldly sneered, "Do you think you can knead me like mud?" True phoenix blood. Burn. Bang. With a loud explosion, black flames ignited all over Xiao Moxian. The heat of these blazing flames reached unimaginable degrees. Even the array formation-supported tiles beneath her instantly turned to steam. Facing a World King powerhouse, although Xiao Moxian couldn't win, this didn't mean she couldn't defend herself. She burned her phoenix blood essence, using the strongest ability she had gained after undergoing her phoenix nirvana. Chapter 1585, Fighting White Sky. Chapter 1585, Fighting White Sky. Raging flames surged about, and waves of heat howled through the air. A sun seemed to ignite within Xiao Moxian's body. In that moment, from behind Xiao Moxian, a massive black phoenix phantom soared into the air. This phoenix phantom was also wrapped in flames, and the moment it appeared, the vault of Arid Peace Palace began to be scorched away. The carvings and paintings that decorated the palace began to melt into the walls. White Sky never imagined that this sort of change would occur, just as he was about to capture Xiao Moxian. This young girl with her low cultivation was actually able to burst out with such a terrifying strength. Counterforce. Heaven-absorbing demon art. Xiao Moxian drew her whip and slashed it outwards. This whip burned with flames. At the same time, the dark power within the heaven-absorbing demon art erupted out, swallowing the void and locking White Sky in a thick and viscous darkness. Concept of darkness 6th level. Concept of fire 7th level. White Sky sucked in a cold breath. This common-looking young woman had actually achieved such horrifying attainments in the fire and darkness laws. White Sky's short sword thrust out. In this moment, White Sky didn't hold back at all, and attacked with everything he had. Facing Xiao Moxian, who was burning her phoenix blood essence, he had no choice but to be cautious of her. Ca. The sword light cut through the whip shadows. Flames filled the skies, howling and raging. Xiao Moxian took a step back as she lashed out with her whip once more. But her whip wasn't aimed at white sky. Rather, the whip shadows spread all over white sky, forming an enchantment barrier around him. This enchantment didn't have any striking power, but it actually locked white sky within it, making it difficult for him to use that strange and ghostly movement technique. White sky was shocked. Xiao Moxian had set up an enchantment around him. An ominous feeling appeared in his heart. At this time, he could feel a profound killing intent growing behind him, savage and turbulent. He turned around to see that Lin Ming had grasped his phoenix blood spear. Lin Ming's hair fluttered in the wind as he rushed forwards like a demon god. Facing white sky, Lin Ming was filled with killing intent. Originally, Lin Ming had the mentality that he wouldn't fight with this person unless he had to. After all, this white sky was a world king powerhouse, and fighting with him at this time wasn't the wisest course of action. But he never thought that white sky would actually attack Xiao Moxian. This action had irreversibly touched upon Lin Ming's reverse scale, the source of rage. Lin Ming hadn't held back in this strike. The heretical god force completely exploded within him, and inside his inner world, the purple temple Tao Palace began to open. In that moment, the world seemed to fall away. Arid Peace Palace vanished, as everyone seemed to suddenly appear in the boundless starry skies of the endless universe. Everyone stood in this void, surrounded by infinite space, and above the heads of these people, 9 stars began to appear. Of these 9 stars, 7 were bright and 2 were dark. Their locations seemed to faintly hint at the highest truths of the great Tao. Endless starlight fell down as trillions of silver threads fell onto Lin Ming. A terrifying killing intent surged out in all directions, with Lin Ming's inner world as the center. This starlight crazily gathered into him, forming a terrifying river of stars that swirled around him. The space around everyone seemed to be locked down, completely disconnected from the outside world. In this instant, everyone in Arid Peace Palace was left stunned. Blood Moon looked at the 9 stars in the skies, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. She had also once tried to dual cultivate body and energy, so she was well aware what these 9 stars meant. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Blood Moon felt as if everything she knew had been turned upside down. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace was a legendary realm that was forbidden by the heavenly Tao rules. Lin Ming was less than 60 years old, so when he had asked Blood Moon to borrow the Celestial Tyrant Manual, she had urged him to forget about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace because it was simply far too unrealistic. Lin Ming had lived in Full Moon Hall for over half a month, but in the end, Blood Moon hadn't lent the Celestial Tyrant Manual to him. One reason was because she didn't think that Lin Ming would be able to help her, and another reason was that even if she were to lend it to him, there would simply be no meaning to it. He wouldn't be able to cultivate it, and would just be wasting his time. But she never would have imagined that the truth was that Lin Ming had already stepped into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The reason he had asked her to borrow the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual was because he had already cultivated it. How is this possible? Blood Moon could no longer understand Lin Ming. This was not a question of talent anymore. She couldn't think of just what lucky chance existed that could allow him to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Many of the martial artists present were talented, but they hadn't chosen to walk the path of dual body and energy cultivation. And the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had already disappeared for billions of years. So even though they saw these stars appear behind Lin Ming, they still didn't know just what they were. They could only feel that this was a dreadful phenomenon. As those 9 stars appeared in the skies, all of the human martial artists present felt their blood vitality gravitating towards those 9 stars, as if all the blood running within their bodies wanted to howl out of them. Then Lin Ming attacked. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace was currently Lin Ming's greatest strength. The boundary he had reached had already surpassed the early divine Lord realm of the essence gathering system. Explosive crackling sounds lit up from within Lin Ming's body. The galactic storm within his inner world erupted, and his bodily strength reached 15 billion genes. When combined with the techniques of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, Lin Ming's striking power rose to the strength of 5 dragons. Bang! A horrifying air wave burst outwards. Even the dual imprisonment of Xiao Moxian's enchantment and the grand Miss Space wasn't able to cage this terrifying strength. The entirety of Arid Peace Palace was torn apart by the explosions of energy, completely collapsing. Azura Heavenly Tao, Demon Extermination. Lin Ming once again used a move from the Azura Sutra. He was only just able to use this technique when he gathered the power of the 9 stars unto himself. He had once used this demon extermination technique to kill Tian Mingzi. Out of all of Lin Ming's attacks, it could be called his strongest one. As Lin Ming thrust out his spear, space itself was crushed. Facing this attack, White Sky's complexion changed. Although he didn't recognize the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he could still feel the wild and tyrannical power erupting from within Lin Ming. With this strength used by the present Lin Ming, he resembled an ancient great dragon. How could one's strength reach such a terrifying degree? In that moment, White Sky's body ballooned outwards. All of the strength contained within his inner world burst out. White Sky held his sword, his feet dancing on 7 stars. His body emitted a creamy white light, a light that contained a primal flavor beyond description. Of the 9 tribulation laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, this was the yang laws. The yang laws stood above the 5 elements. When the universe formed, first came chaos, then came yin and yang. Yin and yang came after chaos and grand mist. It was one of the most extreme source laws. It was only an extremely rare breed of person who thoroughly mastered the yang laws. In the past, White Sky had stumbled upon a great lucky chance and had obtained an ancient inheritance concerning the yang laws. By coincidence, his physique also happened to be suited to practicing the yang laws. This was the main reason he was able to struggle through the plot-filled assassination organization of Heaven's Net and slowly crawl his way to becoming a world king and assassin leader. As White Sky slashed out his short sword, all of the surrounding light was swallowed up by this luminescent white divine light, as if the heavens and earth were isolated outwards. The eunuchs and maids of Arid Peace Palace were suppressed by this dreadful divine light and found it difficult to breathe. Their blood vitality restlessly surged within their bodies, on the verge of exploding out from them. Pung! With a loud crack, 2 eunuchs of Arid Peace Palace blew up into pieces. But as their bodies exploded, there was no blood that splashed out. Rather, their bodies evaporated beneath this white divine light, dissipating into nothingness. This caused all of the eunuchs and maids with lower cultivations to shiver. As long as this divine light shined upon them, then their bodies would disintegrate. How could they not be terrified of such a scene? Retreat. Xiao Moxian suddenly called out. Xiao Moxian was the closest one to Lin Ming and White Sky's battle, but she didn't fear the shock waves of their attacks. Rather, it was the young maids and eunuchs of Full Moon Hall that could not withstand this pressure. The long whip in her hand slashed out, wrapping around 4 or 5 frightened eunuchs and maids. Then she drew backwards, preventing them from being covered by the divine light. White Sky's yang laws were similar to a force field. This force field wildly clashed with Lin Ming's grand Miss Space. Chi, chi, chi. As the white light entered the grand Miss Space, it rapidly dissipated like snow falling into molten iron. As the two force fields collided, the difference could be seen with a glance. The yin-yang laws originally came after the grand mist laws. Moreover, Lin Ming's grand mist space was established by Empyrean Primordius, and there was true grand mist energy supporting it. The power of this grand mist space had long reached unimaginable levels. As White Sky watched his own force field be swallowed up by the grand mist space, his complexion changed. White Sky was also a ruthless and decisive individual in this grave and imminent danger. He forced out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence brilliantly burned, its strength used by White Sky to fiercely raise the power of his yang laws. For a time, White Sky's sword light became increasingly ancient, as if it were a blade that shuttled through the endless years to slash forth from the nothingness of the most primitive times. This was the atmosphere of the absolute beginning. Beneath the superimposed power of two force fields, Lin Ming's spear light collided with White Sky's sword light. Bang! In that strike, the sun and moon lost their luster, and the world lost all light. A horrifying surge of energy exploded from the center of the grand mist space and yang force field. If it weren't for the barrier of these dual force fields, then this strike would have swept up the entire imperial palace in a storm. Within this storm, all other buildings besides those protected by the strongest array formations would have turned to ash. Puff! White Sky spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying backwards. As for Lin Ming, his body shook and his blood tumbled within him. In that exchange just now, when Lin Ming had erupted with all his strength, White Sky had managed to use the yang laws to screen out most of Lin Ming's strength and then block Lin Ming's spear light with his own sword light. Genesis energy. In his yang laws, he had already evolved elementary Genesis energy. Although it is only a tiny bit, it is still dreadful. Indeed, it seems there isn't a single World King powerhouse that is simple at all. Lin Ming thought to himself, stunned. In this world, there were three great source powers: Grand Mist Energy, Genesis Energy, and Spirit Source. Genesis Energy was able to stand on the same level as Grand Mist Energy. Chapter 1586, Imperial Palace's Great Chief Eunuch. Chapter 1586, Imperial Palace's Great Chief Eunuch. Of the three major source powers, none of them were a trifling matter. Grand Mist Energy, the source of matter. Genesis Energy, the source of energy. Spirit Source, the source of soul. When these three source powers were unified, they formed essence, energy, and divine. In the past, it was because Lin Ming lacked Spirit Source that Divine Dream didn't allow Lin Ming to study the Divine Dream Law. Each one of the three major source powers was incomparably precious. The reason that Lin Ming was able to possess so much Grand Mist energy was because he inherited it from Empyrean Primordius by himself. It would have been impossible to obtain it. This was because Grand Mist energy had almost completely disappeared after the forming of the universe. It was said that Grand Mist energy still existed in black holes. But black holes were celestial bodies where the gravitational force reached such an extreme that it created a force field around itself, an absolutely separate space. Even an Empyrean couldn't enter one. Empyrean divine seal art was founded with inspiration from black holes. It was incredible that this White Sky was able to cultivate a tiny amount of elementary Genesis energy in his attacks. It was clear that he had once obtained a powerful inheritance, and although this inheritance was inferior to the primordious martial intent, it should still have been on the level of a transcendent divine might. At this time, Arid Peace Palace, which was supported with all sorts of array formations and was comparable to a spirit artifact, was completely razed to the ground. Empress May had been injured in the chaos. Her entire body was drenched in blood, and she looked miserable. In the center of the battlefield, the only ones left were Lin Ming and White Sky, standing in harsh opposition with each other. In that strike just now, White Sky had been forced to burn some of his blood essence and had even suffered a loss. As for Lin Ming, he had only been forced back with his blood tumbling within him. The difference could be easily seen. Everyone who stood on the Emperor's side was currently looking at Lin Ming with fear and dread in their eyes. Even White Sky wasn't Lin Ming's match. A world king powerhouse had been suppressed by Lin Ming. At this time, the maids and eunuchs of Arid Peace Palace, who luckily survived, were all trembling with fear. The pressure that Lin Ming placed upon them was too great, with the aura of the Grand Mist Force field also covering them. They couldn't even stand steady. And at this time, the one with the most tumultuous mood was Blood Moon. It was already shocking when Lin Ming displayed the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, but afterwards when Lin Ming used that terrifying 15 billion genes of strength, he actually used an arcane technique to increase his strength to 50 billion genes. The strength of 5 dragons. When Blood Moon saw this technique Lin Ming used, she felt it was strangely familiar. Celestial Tyrant Manual? This is the Celestial Tyrant Manual? This Lin Ming actually understands the Celestial Tyrant Manual? All sorts of chaotic emotions swelled in Blood Moon's heart. She thought that the Celestial Tyrant Manual was a unique cultivation method manual, and yet Lin Ming also knew of it. No wonder he would request the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual from me. It is because he already practiced the 8 inner hidden gates section to the peak, and has even opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Blood Moon mumbled to herself. She felt that this youth in front of her was filled with riddles. White Sky's complexion was grim. In that collision of force fields just now when White Sky's yang force field had smashed into Lin Ming's Grand Mist space, the disparity had been evident. This sort of disparity manifested in the grade of the force fields. The yang force field was originally not as exquisite as the Grand Mist space. Moreover, there was a massive amount of Grand Mist energy that flooded the Grand Mist space. This was true Grand Mist energy, not elementary Grand Mist energy. And within the yang force field, there was only elementary Genesis energy. This sort of difference couldn't even be described with clouds and mud. The only reason that White Sky had suffered a small loss was because his cultivation was far deeper than Lin Ming's. With the difference in their cultivation boundaries, he had forcefully made up for their force fields to block Lin Ming's demon extermination. Divine Lord Realm. You really are at the Divine Lord Realm? As White Sky looked at Lin Ming, there was a strange trembling in his voice. In that exchange, just now, he had been able to confirm what Lin Ming's boundary was. The true essence standard that Lin Ming displayed, although it far surpassed all other early Divine Lord martial artists, could still be explained with the reasoning that he was an unrivaled genius. Even so, it was explainable. In other words, Lin Ming didn't truly surpass the Divine Lord Realm. At first he had thought that Lin Ming was a world king powerhouse that had concealed himself, but no matter how profound a world king powerhouse was at camouflaging their cultivation, it would be impossible for them to maintain a Divine Lord Realm cultivation in the heat of battle. Otherwise, they would be brutally beaten by others. Who are you? White Sky said with raging emotions. He found it hard to keep his expression or tone calm. Ever since he joined Heaven's Net as a child, he had grown one step at a time until he became a leader. He had experienced the sandy plains of slaughter numerous times and had walked upon the thread of life or death almost daily. Even so, this was an expression that he rarely showed. He had long since formed a mindset where he could face death without panicking, but now that he faced such a terrifying character like Lin Ming, he was actually left flustered. Nothing about Lin Ming could be explained with common sense. Lin Ming didn't bother replying to White Sky. He slowly stepped forwards, closing the distance between them, his focus locked onto his enemy the entire time. When his focus was combined with that star-heavy, grand mist energy, it seemed menacing and forceful. White Sky's complexion changed. He couldn't help but take a step backwards. Do you really want to bet life or death with me? Isn't that what you just did? Lin Ming coldly sneered. I was trying to capture your dual cultivation Tao companion, but I wasn't planning to do anything to her. I only wanted to use her to threaten you to retreat and stay out of the internal struggles of my heaven's net. I didn't attack you, nor did I have the thought of killing your Tao companion. White Sky explained his motives, but in doing so, he had already admitted defeat. However, Lin Ming disregarded this explanation. And yet your actions have enraged me even more. Even if you try as hard as you can, you still won't be able to keep me here. White Sky's eyebrows shot up. He had absolute confidence in his own movement techniques. Yes, but perhaps I might try to leave some mark on you. Why must you be so forceful? White Sky said, frowning. He still hadn't unraveled who Lin Ming was, and he didn't want to offend someone he knew absolutely nothing about. He had already thought of escaping, but at this time, the grand mist force field that shrouded Arid Peace Palace strengthened by several points, as if it wanted to completely lock down this space. Although White Sky's movement techniques were skillful, he was still temporarily stuck in this grand mist space. If White Sky were to attack, he could definitely break open the grand mist space. But at this time, Lin Ming would definitely take the chance to attack him. White Sky would be hard-pressed to split his attention and would likely be severely wounded by Lin Ming. Then it would really be as Lin Ming said. There would be a mark left behind on his body. Thinking of this, White Sky's voice became dreary. Do you think that I've already shown my hand, and I don't have a final all-out attack? As an assassin leader of Heaven's Net, who had risked his life over tens of thousands of years in Heaven's Net, survived, and even come out on top, it wasn't a surprise that he had some final trump card in his hand. And as Lin Ming faced White Sky's threat, he remained silent as before, still not removing the grand mist force field. Good. You're ruthless enough. White Sky's voice carried with it an icy chill. For two masters to fight to such a degree had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Ming had hidden himself in this crowd of masters and had crippled Eunuch Sun with a single strike, destroyed Empress Nei's divine runic symbol jade slips, and then suppressed World King White Sky. His strength was unbelievable. Not only was Lin Ming abnormal, but his dual cultivation companion wasn't easy to deal with either. Although she seemed like a charming and delicate young girl, she was actually able to erupt with a horrifying combat strength. Even White Sky had been forced to avoid her attack. These two people gave off a feeling as if they didn't belong to this world. They were strong to the point of disbelief. And as White Sky was about to use his desperate trump card to engage in a bloody final battle with Lin Ming, an old voice echoed outwards. Why must you fight to this degree? As this voice sounded out, the killing intent that pervaded the air suddenly diminished. Everyone turned around to see an old yellow-robed man calmly stepping towards them, walking on the wind. This yellow-robed old man had a face covered with wrinkles and a head of white hair. His voice was old with a strange sharpness to it, making him sound bizarre. He wore yellow robes in the style of a eunuch, with the difference that there was a golden dragon embroidered on his front and back. In the imperial palace, a dragon was the symbol of royal authority. Only the emperor and crown prince had the qualifications to wear imperial robes, and the crown prince's imperial robes had a dragon with one less claw, a four-clawed golden dragon. This old eunuch wore yellow robes with the image of a four-clawed golden dragon. In other words, he had status equal to that of a crown prince. But the truth was that the Marvel Blue Nation had no crown prince. In other words, within the Marvel Blue Nation, this eunuch had status second only to the Marvel Blue Emperor. That meant his status was extraordinary. He was one of the 3 world king masters that commanded the Marvel Blue Nation below the Marvel Blue Emperor. He was the great chief eunuch of the imperial palace, Eunuch Wei. Chapter 1587, To Admit Defeat. Chapter 1587, To Admit Defeat. Greetings, Empress. Eunuch Wei slightly bowed as he sat down on the floor. His words were peaceful with a hint of true essence poured into them. This true essence rushed into Empress Nei's body like a cool wind, making the pain racking her body feel much better. Within the Marvel Blue Nation, besides the Marvel Blue Emperor, there were 3 otherworld kings. The Grand Marshal was in charge of the military, the Imperial Scholar was in charge of political affairs, and Great Chief Eunuch Wei was in charge of internal affairs and national resources. This included managing blue snow gold, the various heavenly materials assigning resources, expenses of the imperial palace, and even the daily matters of tens of thousands of maids and eunuchs in the imperial palace. All of this was within Eunuch Wei's hands. He could be said to have tremendous power and influence. Although this type of character had to greet the Empress based upon court etiquette, the truth was that within the Marvel Blue Nation, his status was faintly above that of the Empress. This was the world of martial artists in which strength ruled supreme. In the world of martial artists, even if one founded an imperial power as their center, it would still be different from a mortal's imperial palace. Those without strength, whether it was a prince or imperial concubine, none of them would be able to stand out. Lin Ming was vigilant against this Eunuch Wei, who just appeared. This person's aura was deep and his true essence was restrained. It was hard to judge what the limit of his strength was. Although he was an ordinary world king, there were still those that were strong and weak within the world king realm. Lin Ming could feel that this Eunuch Wei was even stronger than White Sky. Thus, he had no choice but to be cautious of him. After all, Eunuch Wei was likely not on their side. After Nei restored a bit of her strength, she stood back up. With a wave of her hand, the bloodstains that covered her evaporated. Even Eunuch Sun's shredded meat was burnt into ash. Her robes of blue, snow gold, and skywork silk had originally been a treasure, and now that the blood had evaporated and the ash fell away, they immediately became bright and clean again. Unfortunately, the robe itself had been torn by Lin Ming, causing Nei's grandeur to be reduced by a great deal. Eunuch Wei, you have come. I am happy to see you here. Nei smiled. She didn't do as Lin Ming thought she would, and accuse Lin Ming, Blood Moon, and the others of conspiring to rebel against her to Eunuch Wei. Rather, she only said that she was happy to see him, completely ignoring the fact that Arid Peace Palace had been razed to the ground, and she herself had been severely beaten up. With this, Lin Ming couldn't help but measure the Empress a few points higher. Eunuch Wei had already managed affairs within the imperial palace for hundreds of thousands of years, and naturally understood what was happening. As for the disputes of the throne, he didn't take a side, nor did he divide between right or wrong. Whoever was stronger would be able to take the throne. To the victor went the spoils. This was the only truth. When the old emperor went into seclusion, he had told Eunuch Wei not to interfere in the affairs of the imperial struggle. But now that Arid Peace Palace was destroyed, and with the possibility that the entire imperial palace might be ruined if this fight continued any longer, Eunuch Wei had to interfere. Everyone, how about we end today's matter as is? The Empress and Imperial Concubine Moon should also be tired. Perhaps it would be good if you were to return to your quarters to rest. With Eunuch Wei's appearance, he spoke a few words in order to defuse the conflict. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a life or death fight, a word to pause the battle, and they had paused. In a situation where either side would suffer a loss if they continued, this was the only choice they could make. Lin Ming looked deeply at White Sky. In truth, he also knew that with his strength, although he could defeat White Sky if he used everything at his disposal, killing him wasn't likely. And in the imperial palace, If he wanted to kill the empress, then Eunuch Wei wouldn't stand idly by and allow that to happen. Not to mention that Eunuch Wei was stronger than White Sky. If Lin Ming were to fight with him, then it was unknown who would win in the end. Truly fighting with Eunuch Wei would be an unwise idea that would only earn him another formidable enemy. Moreover, in the Marvel Blue Nation, there was more than one world Kingmaster. Besides, Lin Ming didn't know this Lord Snow to begin with, so he had no obligation to risk his life for him. He also didn't intend to interfere in the struggle for the throne. Lin Ming only wanted the celestial tyrant manual, and now he had mostly achieved his goal. Lin Ming glanced over at Blood Moon. Blood Moon bowed, intending to resolve the conflict like this. The truth was that they had already taken the advantage. The maids and eunuchs that Ney had raised had mostly died, and Eunuch Sun had been killed by Lin Ming. Even the carefully constructed arid peace palace that symbolized the will of the empress had been destroyed. To Ney, the peak Holy Lord Eunuch Sun had been her absolute right hand. But now that he was cut down by Lin Ming, she could only swallow this insult. This was the suppression brought by strength. Blood Moon was filled with curiosity towards Lin Ming. She wanted to know just how Lin Ming had learned the Celestial Tyrant Manual, but now was not a good time to ask. She gently smiled and said to Eunuch Wei, "Since Eunuch Wei has appeared, then let us resolve matters like this. I only hope that in the future when I am in Full Moon Hall, there will not be another summons from the Empress where her only goal is to reprimand me." Blood Moon's voice carried with it a slight warning. In truth, she relied on Lin Ming to gain the upper hand. Even so, Blood Moon still had the capital to remain standing tall. This was because her wounds would heal in another month or two, and when her strength was restored to its peak state, she wouldn't be any weaker than White Sky. If so, then she naturally had the ability to establish herself in the entire Marvel Blue Imperial Palace. After being warned by an imperial concubine, Ney's eyes flashed with a cold light, but she eventually flung her sleeves backwards and calmly told the remaining eunuchs, "Begin a trip to Soul Nourishing Temple." Now that arid peace palace was no more, it was naturally impossible for her to rest here. As for Soul Nourishing Temple, it was the palace of the emperor, and only the empress had the right to enter and pass the night there. The imperial concubines did not have the ability to do so. Like this, the sudden storm had passed. Although there would be some criticisms due to the destruction of Arid Peace Palace, these opinions would slowly be suppressed. Lin Ming wouldn't care about any of this. His only regret today was that he wasn't able to leave some mark behind on White Sky. Even so, forcing him to burn a bit of his blood essence could be considered sufficient interest. Lin Ming planned to return to Full Moon Hall with Blood Moon, but at this time, he was stopped by someone. "This little brother, please stay a moment." Lin Ming paused and turned to see Eunuch Wei smiling at him. A eunuch originally grew old strangely, especially when they had a senile-looking appearance. When they smiled, it normally appeared unappealing, and sometimes extremely repugnant. However, when this Eunuch Wei smiled, it appeared somewhat gentle and kind. I never imagined that Lord Snow would have such hidden depths that he could actually request the help of such a peak character like this little brother, Eunuch Wei said, his eyes looking up and down Lin Ming. Although he hadn't seen the entire fight, he could guess the approximate situation. He was extremely curious as to what Lin Ming's status was. If this Lin Ming came from a large influence, then that influence was likely not something that a great world king influence like the Marvel Blue Nation could compare with. The difference was too great. Lin Ming lightly smiled. "Eunuch Wei has misunderstood. I am not Lord Snow's helper, and I also do not help him. It is only that I have some old friendship with Imperial Concubine Moon, so I have come to the palace to pay a visit to her," Lin Ming smoothly said. His words caused Eunuch Wei to look at Imperial Concubine Moon with a different light in his eyes. Eunuch Wei was an intelligent person who was also well informed. He naturally knew the purpose of Imperial Concubine Moon coming to the palace. He never would have thought that Imperial Concubine Moon knew such a person. Like this, he had to completely reconsider the imperial struggle between Lord Shen and Lord Snow. He would even need to rely more on Eunuch Liang, who was on good terms with Imperial Concubine Moon. All of this was on the premise that Eunuch Wei thought Lin Ming might have come from a peak Empyrean influence. A peak Empyrean influence could command the wind and rain within the entire Inner Azura Road. To such an influence, Eunuch Wei was nothing more than an ant. If he could form relations with an Empyrean influence, then that would mean many benefits in the future. However, Eunuch Wei could see that Lin Ming had no intention of revealing his background, so he could only put the plan of climbing relations with Lin Ming behind. He smiled and said, "Little brother, if you are interested, then you can come to the Marvel Blue Nation as a guest. My Marvel Blue Nation will certainly welcome you as an honored guest." Eunuch Wei spoke these words in front of everyone, and at this time, Empress Nei had yet to leave. Whether it was Arid Peace Palace of Full Moon Hall, the many eunuchs and maids were able to clearly hear him. In the eyes of these young eunuchs and maids, Eunuch Wei was, aside from the old emperor, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, one of the three world king powerhouses of the Marvel Blue Nation. Moreover, even amongst ordinary world kings, Eunuch Wei's strength was still considered in the upper echelons. He had already cultivated the sunflower melody to an unbelievable boundary. Within the imperial palace, Eunuch Wei was the absolute chief eunuch in charge of all internal affairs. Not only did the empress and numerous princes need to pay him due respect, but if he was to clearly state his support for Prince Shen or Grand Prince Snow, then the matter of ascension would already be half settled. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully curry favor with Eunuch Wei. Even though Lord Shen and Lord Snow and sent him gifts again and again, these gifts had been fully returned by him. But now, this Eunuch Wei, who held one of the top 3 positions of power and authority within the Marvel Blue Nation, was actually taking the initiative to show goodwill towards Lin Ming. This caused the young eunuchs and maids to be startled. As they looked at Lin Ming once more, they felt that he was an increasingly unfathomable youth. In fact, these young eunuchs and maids had a limited cultivation boundary, so it was hard for them to understand just what Lin Ming's strength and talent had represented. It was Eunuch Wei's flattering words towards him that left the greatest impact on them. As for Empress Nei, as she sat in her palanquin, she also froze as she heard Eunuch Wei's words. Her complexion turned grim. Finally, she settled herself in her seat and shouted to the eunuch beside her, "Begin the trip to soul-nourishing temple." Like this, the people of Arid Peace Palace vanished around a corner. As for the eunuchs and maids of Full Moon Hall, all of them returned, overflowing with joy and thankfulness. The eunuchs that carried the palanquin were especially zealous in their actions, each step they took floating up as if they were going to fly. They all felt as if they had overcome and won a great war. Chapter 1588, Cultivation Method in Hand. Chapter 1588, Cultivation Method in Hand. To the young eunuchs and maids of Full Moon Hall, whether it was the ruler of 6 palaces, the empress, or the manager of internal affairs, Great Chief Eunuch Wei, both were existences that they feared to the point of death. With just a single word from either one of them, any of the young eunuchs and maids would be exterminated. But today, the empress had lost so many eunuchs and maids, and even had her Arid Peace Palace destroyed, yet she was only able to swallow this insult. And when Eunuch Wei came, not only did he not charge Lin Ming with the crime of destroying Arid Peace Palace, but he instead remained respectful towards Lin Ming, even welcoming him as an honored guest to the Marvel Blue Nation. For these 2 characters to have such a response, the young eunuchs and maids felt this was unbelievable and at the same time proud and ecstatic. Although the empress and Eunuch Wei were in fact only giving in to Lin Ming, and Lin Ming had no connection to these young eunuchs and maids. He was still staying at Full Moon Hall. When the Empress admitted defeat this time, it was her admitting defeat to the entirety of Full Moon Hall. This made them feel like a warm sunlight was shining on their faces, making them euphoric and carefree. As for Lin Ming's image, he became an immeasurably deep figure in the hearts of the young eunuchs and maids. And as for the young maid who had brought Lin Ming his daily washing water, she constantly glanced at him within the palanquin, filled with curiosity. In her eyes, Lin Ming was undoubtedly the hero of Full Moon Hall. Although his battle with a world king had been extremely short, it had still left a deep impression on her mind. She had originally looked at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian with disdain for their daily lovemaking, but now she actually envied Xiao Moxian. However, Xiao Moxian's strength left her in fear and awe at the same time. For a young woman to have such strength was incredible. The group of people returned to Full Moon Hall in high spirits. Upon returning to Full Moon Hall, Blood Moon sent out rewards. Each of the accompanying eunuchs and maids was rewarded with 1,000 origin energy runes, leaving them even more overjoyed. They all happily shouted out, "Praise Imperial Concubine Moon." Blood Moon faintly smiled. She waved her hand. "You may all leave." The eunuchs and maids bowed and withdrew, leaving behind only Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, and Blood Moon in the room. "Lin Ming, I must thank you for today's matters," Blood Moon said, personally pouring a cup of fog rain tea for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. This was the most valuable tea in Full Moon Hall, and it had a wonderfully refreshing effect. Lin Ming received the teacup and said, "There is no need to be so serious. Today's matters also happened because of me. If it weren't for a man living in Full Moon Hall, then the Empress wouldn't have been able to easily incriminate Imperial Concubine Moon." Blood Moon couldn't help but smile. "Lin Ming, there is no need for you to be modest. You and I both know that the Empress was deliberately finding faults, and even if you weren't there, she still would have found some other method to deal with me. If it weren't for you, I have no idea how today's matters would have ended. If I'm lucky, my wounds should heal after another short period of time. At that time, there will be no need for me to fear them. Even if White Sky were to return, there would be nothing he could do to me." Upon mentioning White Sky, Lin Ming coldly sneered. "If White Sky were to return, there is no need for Imperial Concubine Moon to do anything. I still haven't settled my account with him. As for Imperial Concubine Moon, what wounds have you received that are so serious that you still haven't fully healed after such a long time?" Blood Moon sighed. "It is unliving poison. It is a rare poison that can kill a holy lord and affect a world king. If it weren't for my subordinate betraying me, then I would never have been injured by such a poison. As for the reason it's affected me for so long, it's because I have to use my true essence to suppress it, thus I'm unable to fight it with everything I have." "Oh, unliving poison?" Lin Ming had inherited the memories of 3 alchemists, so he certainly knew about this type of poison. In this world, poisons of the mortal world were naturally ineffective towards martial artists, but there were some poisons that could kill high-level martial artists, and these poisons all came from alchemists. Moreover, the materials needed to refine them were all extremely precious heavenly materials. Alchemists could refine pills that could increase one's cultivation. There were some transcendent divine pills that world kings would brutally struggle for, because these transcendent divine pills were far too valuable to a world king. But with every positive came a negative. If there were pills that had positive effects on world kings, then there were naturally poisons with a negative effect on world kings. There were even some cultivation-enhancing pills with properties that were too tyrannical that, if taken improperly or by someone with an insufficient cultivation, could cause one's body to explode and die. Thus, it wasn't uncommon to see poisons that could kill high-level martial artists. Unliving poison was one variation of these poisons. This poison was based upon the bile of an ancient desolate flood dragon combined with an unliving snake's venom, as well as a variety of rare and precious materials. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he said, "Although unliving poison is fierce, its properties, according to what I know, shouldn't be able to affect a world king to such a degree." That's right. But this unliving poison was also supported by the divine runic arts from a peak 6th grade divine runic master, so its toxicity far surpasses that of an ordinary version. I've already spent over half a year driving out the poison. Divine runic arts. Lin Ming traced his chin. He faintly smiled and said, "If it really is the divine runic arts, then there will definitely be traces of the Azura laws left in the poison. And these traces are something I might be able to unravel. Although I cannot completely undo the poison, I can make the poison lose the support of the Azura Heavenly Tao, so it is easier to drive out." As Lin Ming spoke, Blood Moon's heart moved. She immediately recalled Lin Ming's sensational divine runic arts skill. Not only had he used a single spear strike to break through Empress Nei's life-seizing jade talisman, but he had even broken through Nei's protected divine runic symbols. This was not something that an ordinary person could hope to achieve. There were even many 6th grade divine runic masters that wouldn't be able to accomplish his. This part alone made Blood Moon feel that this was all too unbelievable. She didn't know how at such a young age Lin Ming had been able to find the weakness of a 6th grade life-seizing jade talisman and 2 protective divine runic symbols. Even if Lin Ming specialized in countering these 2 types of divine runic symbols, he still shouldn't have been able to easily counter the Azura Heavenly Tao traces in the blink of an eye. There were too many riddles about Lin Ming that Blood Moon couldn't figure out. Even being a true divinity descendant wasn't adequate to explain Lin Ming. To be less than 60 years of age and be able to fight a world king, that was incredible. Lin Ming, are you really less than 60 years of age? Although she felt that this question was impolite, Blood Moon couldn't help but ask. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He ambiguously said, "I am indeed not that old. The reason I was able to reach my current level is because of some chances. My luck has been quite good." Although Lin Ming had casually said all of this, Blood Moon found this hard to believe. In the 33 heavens, there were countless individuals that had good luck. However, even the descendant of a true divinity holy land wouldn't have luck that could reach a tenth of Lin Ming's. Although Lin Ming hadn't stated his exact age, Blood Moon could faintly confirm that Lin Ming's skeletal age was indeed less than 60 years. Something suddenly flashed through Blood Moon's mind. She traced her spatial ring, pausing for several breaths of time. Then she took out a blood-red jade slip. This jade slip was the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. "Lin Ming, I owe you a great favor from today. I originally thought that the half-step world King Empress, her eunuchs and maids, including even Eunuch's son, wouldn't have the ability to stop me. But I never imagined that the Empress would invite White Sky from Heaven's Net and nearly cause me to suffer an incalculable loss. If it wasn't for your assistance today, then I might not have escaped Arid Peace Palace alive, or at least without paying a grievously deep price. I will always remember this graciousness. I know that you need this, so I will lend it to you. You can use it for as long as you want." As Blood Moon spoke, she placed the red jade slip on the table and pushed it towards Lin Ming. Although Blood Moon had been poisoned, she still had life-saving methods. These were her final all-out trump cards, and if she were to use them, she would have been able to escape White Sky. But she would need to burn her blood essence to do so and suffer severe damage to her origin energy. To Blood Moon, who had yet to avenge her great hatred, this was a matter she could absolutely not accept. Thus, even if she gave the Celestial Tyrant Manual to Lin Ming, it was well worth it. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. The Celestial Tyrant Manual. The reason he sought out Blood Moon was because of this jade slip, and now he had finally obtained it. Blood Moon said, "I could have lent you this earlier, but I originally thought that even if you obtained the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, you still wouldn't be able to cultivate it and would only be wasting your time in vain. This is the reason I didn't consider your request too much, but I never expected that you would have actually opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and achieved a legendary, heaven-defying realm. I really have no idea how you did it." Blood Moon was filled with curiosity towards what Lin Ming had experienced in his life, but she didn't ask him about it. This was likely something that involved Lin Ming's lucky chance and was his deepest secret. Lin Ming didn't turn down the offer. He took the Celestial Tyrant Manual in his hands and swept through it with his sense. The method to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was truly recorded within here. Lin Ming had trained in the body transformation technique for many years, and as time passed, he thought more and more that the Celestial Tyrant Manual was an extremely unusual cultivation method. From the start, Lin Ming thought that the Celestial Tyrant Manual was a transcendent divine might. However, upon further thinking about it, perhaps it wasn't as simple as it seemed. The body transformation technique was once extremely popular within the divine realm, and there were countless inheritances of it left behind. After 6 billion years, nearly everything had vanished, but there were still body transformation cultivation methods that were left behind, like the chaotic virtues combat meridians. However, none of these cultivation methods were as overbearing and tyrannical as the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Many body transformation cultivation methods were only suitable for the heavenly Tao of 6 billion years ago. If one practiced them now, it would be impossible to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But the Celestial Tyrant Manual's cultivation method actually involved all sorts of precious pills, and these pills, even in a situation where the body transformation laws were forbidden, still had a considerable effect. This was extraordinary. Thus, Lin Ming paid more and more attention to the Celestial Tyrant Manual. The 100-layered waves was an arcane skill that increased one's bodily strength by multiple times. This meant that in the future, when Lin Ming became stronger, the might of this skill would become increasingly terrifying. Lin Ming received the Celestial Tyrant Manual and said to Blood Moon, "Thank you, Imperial Concubine Moon. I really did need this jade slip. In truth, there were also some questions I've been wanting to ask you, but I felt that it was too rude, so I haven't found a way to ask them yet." Blood Moon waved her hands. "Sir Lin, please don't be so polite. Ask anything you please." Lin Ming faintly smiled. "What I wanted to know is, how did you obtain the Celestial Tyrant Manual?" Chapter 1589, Blood Moon's Identity. Chapter 1589, Blood Moon's Identity. Lin Ming had long felt it was strange. A cultivation method manual on the level of the Celestial Tyrant Manual was unique. Only a single copy existed. If one wanted to copy it, then they would need to practice the Celestial Tyrant Manual to perfection like the Creator themselves had. In this sort of situation, the Creator would need to spend many years and a great deal of energy to make a copy. There were extremely few people able to achieve this point, especially since the Celestial Tyrant Manual was so difficult to cultivate. If there really was someone capable of making a copy of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, then that was likely from some time before 6 billion years ago. For this cultivation method to be found within the divine realm, as well as by Blood Moon in the Azure Road, and for the 2 versions to supplement each other, that was far too great a coincidence. Although Lin Ming had his suspicions, he had only just met Blood Moon and didn't know her at all. Anything that involved the Celestial Tyrant Manual likely involved some secret of hers. Thus she wouldn't reveal that to others. It was only now that Lin Ming was slightly closer to Blood Moon that he asked her. However, Lin Ming didn't think that after he asked this question, Blood Moon would actually seem embarrassed, not too willing to reply. Sir Lin, this celestial tyrant manual is something I obtained in a mystic realm, and as for the details, they actually concern some of my secrets. Once I speak of them, they might become a threat to my personal safety, so I cannot tell you. My apologies. Blood Moon carefully weighed her words. Even though Lin Ming had helped her, she still had to conceal the origins of her cultivation method manual. She couldn't help but feel sorry from her heart. But Lin Ming was actually quite relaxed about this. He casually said, "If this matter involves your safety, then there is no need for you to tell me anything. I am not offended at all." As Lin Ming said this, a glimmer of remorse shined within Blood Moon's eyes. She said, "This is really difficult to say, but Sir Lin, the truth is that I would like to ask you about the origin of the Celestial Tyrant Manual in your hands. If I'm not wrong, at the time Sir Lin was facing white sky, when you faced the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, you used a secret technique from the Celestial Tyrant Manual to increase your strength by several times." Lin Ming was a bit surprised that Blood Moon recognized the Celestial Tyrant Manual he used. Although it seemed that Blood Moon also practiced the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the Celestial Tyrant Manual in her hands only concerned the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, and she hadn't even opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, so how had she done it? Lin Ming had some faint ideas in his mind. Could it be that? He looked deeply at Blood Moon, a brilliant light shining in his eyes. This brief hesitation caused Blood Moon to think that Lin Ming wasn't willing to reply. She sighed and said, "I know that my question is somewhat excessive, but it's just that the origin of the 8 inner hidden gates section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual in your hands is extremely important to me and involves someone that I have been continuously searching for all this time. To me, that person is as important as my own life. I ask that Sir Lin please tell me. If Sir Lin wishes to know about the Celestial Tyrant Manual in my hands, then I can also explain, but I hope that Sir Lin can take an oath on your heart of martial arts to never reveal it." As Blood Moon spoke to hear, Lin Ming looked at her, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could the person Blood Moon was searching for be? In this world, was there really such a wonderful coincidence? Seeing Lin Ming in a daze, Blood Moon was a bit worried. The reason she was willing to concede this time was to ask Lin Ming about this matter. But if Lin Ming didn't want to say anything to her, then there was nothing she could do. "Sir Lin, I will tell you about the 9 stars of the Dao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual in my hands. I only hope that you do not leak it to others, otherwise it will create a threat to my life." Just as Blood Moon was about to reveal some of her secrets, Lin Ming took a deep breath. With a strange expression, he said, "Could the person you be looking for have the surname M.O.?" As Lin Ming spoke, Blood Moon jumped up, as if she had been shocked, her entire body suddenly freezing. She looked at Lin Ming with eyes filled with disbelief. Then, slowly, the shock in her eyes slowly turned to joy and euphoria. Her fingers trembled. However, she was aware of what was about to happen, and fear surged in her heart. She was afraid that what she was about to learn was bad news. Seeing Blood Moon's response, Lin Ming was able to confirm his own speculations. He sighed. He never thought that he would find the person Miss M.O. had requested him to find. Lin Ming understood that the moon word from the codename Blood Moon actually came from her real name, M.O. Bright Moon. And M.O. Bright Moon was M.O. Eversnow's younger sister, who had been lost for many years. In the past, because Tian Mingzi was hunting them down, M.O. Eversnow had offered her soul to the magic cube in order to start a storm that killed 10,000 masters of the divine realm, as well as send her little sister away from the Snowfall realm. From that day on, M.O. Brightmoon's whereabouts had been unknown. Lin Ming never imagined that M.O. Bright Moon, in order to take revenge, would enter the Azura Road to temper herself and even join Heaven's net on the edge of life and death She sharpened her strength so that she would one day have the power to take revenge. At the same time, she was also searching for news of her older sister. As for the word blood from Blood Moon, it expressed her blood hatred that was as deep as the sea, as well as her domain, the endlessly long night, which Mo, Bright Moon, used. This domain had a phenomenon where a blood moon would hang high in the sky. For Lin Ming and Blood Moon to meet here today was a tremendous coincidence, as well as reasonable truth. This was because Blood Moon had to enter the Azure Road due to Tian Mingzi's existence in the divine realm, just like Lin Ming had entered the Azure Road because of the good fortune saint's son. And after entering the Azure Road, he went searching for clues related to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and this led him to the Celestial Tyrant Manual and Blood Moon. These similar choices led to today's coincidence. It was the existence of the Celestial Tyrant Manual that led the two of them to meet each other. However, in Lin Ming's opinion, it was far too difficult for Blood Moon to take revenge. If Tian Mingzi hadn't lost his hand at the Sky Spill Planet, then he might have already entered the half-step Empyrean realm. As for Mo Bright Moon, after passing through many tribulations and working herself to the bone for all these years, she was only at the early world king realm. The difference between these two boundaries could be overcome by a peerless genius that ranked in the top several talents of their race. But to geniuses whose level of talent was similar to an Empyrean descendant's, this difference could take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to bridge, and even that would be extremely difficult. And for those with less talent, they would never be able to overcome this boundary. Tian Mingzi's talent was at the peak Empyrean descendant level. It would be far too difficult for Mo Bright Moon to surpass him. Seeing Mo Bright Moon waver, as if she were caught in a dream, Lin Ming said, "Miss Mo is safe. Because of some reasons, she was unable to come with me, but she is currently training with an Empyrean master. If you wish to see her, then after my journey through the Azure Road, I can lead you to her. Before this, I had also heard Miss Mo speak about you. Are you the young saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, Mo Bright Moon?" As Lin Ming said this, Mo Bright Moon's entire body shivered. She had to grab onto the table to steady herself. She had searched for 50,000 years, and now she had finally obtained news about her older sister. "She's safe, she's safe," Mo Bright Moon mumbled, repeating Lin Ming's words like a mantra. Tears fell down from her eyes, moistening her veil. Lin Ming didn't speak. He sat silently on the side. He knew that today's news was extremely impactful to Mo Bright Moon, and she would need some time to regain her composure. After a quarter hour, Mo Bright Moon returned from the great sadness and happiness of hearing news about her family. As she looked towards Lin Ming, her eyes were filled with a deep sense of gratitude. "Excuse me, but may I ask what Sir Lin and my older sister's relationship is?" Mo Bright Moon said. As she looked at Lin Ming, her vision towards him was completely different from before. To Mo Bright Moon, finding out clues about her older sister was more important than any favor. "To me, Miss Mo is both a master and a friend. She helped me walk through the road of martial arts when I first started, and that period of time was the most difficult for me. She taught me many things, and although Miss Mo and I could be called master and apprentice, we are also partners that have fought for life and death together. She has saved my life several times, and I have also saved her. Our relationship could be said to have reached a degree where there is nothing we cannot say to each other and nothing we cannot share with each other. We trust each other as much as we trust ourselves. Normally, I call Miss Mo my senior apprentice sister. Thus, in terms of relations, I am her junior apprentice brother." As Lin Ming said these words, Mo Bright Moon mostly believed him. Of course, this was only Lin Ming's one-sided statement, and that wasn't enough to win over Mo Bright Moon's complete trust. Thus, Lin Ming continued to speak. He spoke about Mo Eversnow bringing him to Carefree Island an immemorial imperial city. He spoke about obtaining the 10 severing Dao fruit tree and many other treasures. He spoke about meeting Mo Eversnow's Ani, Mo Riverbliss. He spoke about the chess piece that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had hidden in Carefree Island. He spoke about all of this in great detail. After hearing this, Mo Bright Moon completely believed Lin Ming. If Lin Ming didn't have a completely trustworthy relationship with Mo Eversnow, then there was no way she would lead Lin Ming to Carefree Island and entrust him with everything. This was the same as placing all hopes of reviving the Verdant Feather Holy Lands onto Lin Ming, and in Mo Brightman's opinion, Lin Ming was far too amazing. He had the strength and ability to easily accomplish this. I never thought that my older sister would be able to find an unrivaled talent like you. This is my older sister's luck, as well as the luck of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. You have yet to reach 60 years of age, and yet your cultivation is at the early Divine Lord realm, and you can even fight an ordinary world king. Your achievements in the divine runic arts are also unbelievable. Moreover, you even cultivated the complete 8 inner hidden gates and broke into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. I'm really finding it hard to imagine just how you accomplished all of this in less than 60 years of training. No matter how talented you are and how many lucky chances you find, your diligence and hard work must be incomparable. In Mo Brightman's ear, Lin Ming could be called a hero of the world. Even within a great calamity, an unrivaled talent like Lin Ming might not appear. He was a person that could carry a great calamity on his shoulders. For instance, Empyrean divine seal from 6 billion years ago might not be any better than Lin Ming. Of course, all of this was on the premise that Lin Ming could maintain his current level of talent as well as maintain his forwards momentum. Big Sister is really fortunate to have your help. With you, rebuilding the Verdant Feather Holy Lands won't be too difficult. Even taking revenge on Tian Mingzi will only be a matter of time. Speaking of Tian Mingzi, Mo Bright Moon found it hard to remain calm. She really hated Tian Mingzi to the point of gnashing her teeth at the thought of him. Tian Mingzi also came from the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, but had betrayed them, overthrowing them, and even slaughtering the Mo family. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. That scumbag Tian Mingzi is probably at the peak Great World King realm now. The grudge that my Verdant Feather Holy Lands holds towards him must be considered further. We cannot be impatient about this. As Mo Bright Moon spoke, a strange color came over Lin Ming's face. He hesitated for a moment before saying, about your enmity against Tian Mingzi, you might not need to worry about that anymore. Chapter 1590. Hard to believe. Chapter 1590. Hard to believe. What did you say? Mo Bright Moon froze for a moment. She didn't understand what Lin Ming meant. You might not need to worry about that anymore. As Mo Bright Moon spoke, she looked at Lin Ming, puzzled. According to Lin Ming, he and Mo Eversnow were partners that trusted each other with their lives. If Mo Eversnow had an enmity she had to avenge, Lin Ming wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Mo Bright Moon looked at Lin Ming, waiting for his explanation. Lin Ming thought about his words for a moment. Although he felt this was ridiculous to say, Mo Bright Moon should still believe him, but it might take her some time to accept it. He paused for a while to give Mo Bright Moon enough time to prepare her mind. Then he slowly said, well, the truth is that Tian Mingzi has already died. What? Mo Bright Moon shot up, even nearly knocking over the pot of fog rain tea. You said that Tian Mingzi has died. Mo Bright Moon stared at Lin Ming, great waves roiling in her heart. For all these years, Tian Mingzi was a great mountain that constantly pressed on her. Her joining an assassin organization was all in order to temper herself. Only by passing through endless slaughters and walking upon the thin edge of death would she be able to easily break through to the next boundary. Mo Bright Moon was well aware that her talent was far inferior to Tian Mingzi's. Not just that, but Tian Mingzi was far older than she was. For her to surpass Tian Mingzi would be more difficult than ascending to heaven. Thus, she had to put forth even greater effort. And because of Tian Mingzi's existence, Mo Bright Moon had to conceal her identity and never mention anything about her life. Even Eunuch Liang only knew that her nickname was Blood Moon. No one knew her true name. Hiding her status in an assassin organization like Heaven's Net was even easier. However, this blood enemy that had pressured so much it left her gasping for breath, her greatest enemy that prevented her from rebuilding the verdant feather holy lands, her enemy, an existence she never knew when she would be able to contend with. She had been informed by Lin Ming that he had died. This caused Mo Bright Moon's mind to turn into chaos. She found it hard to respond. What sort of person was Tian Mingzi? 50,000 years ago, he broke through to the world king realm. Moreover, with his talent, he was likely a great world king now, or even a peak great world king, someone touching upon the half-step Empyrean realm. Such people rarely perished within mystic realms, and with Tian Mingzi's sinister and crafty tactics, wanting him to randomly perish would simply be a daydream. So, how did he die? Was he killed by someone who could kill a peak great world king? Mo Bright Moon's first reaction was disbelief, but she felt that Lin Ming was someone who didn't normally boast, but when he did it would surprise others. This sort of person would normally not lie, and there was also no benefit for Lin Ming to do so. Is it this thanks to the help of your master? Mo Bright Moon suddenly realized. If Lin Ming had the help of a peak Empyrean powerhouse, then he really could kill Tian Mingzi. Even if Tian Mingzi was a great world king who ruled over his own world and even established his own great world king influence, a peak Empyrean could still kill him and suppress everything that followed with their strength. If her big sister, Mo Eversnow, wasn't able to wait and truly hated Tian Mingzi to the bone, then asking Lin Ming's master for help was a high possibility. Master. An awkward expression colored Lin Ming's face. He drank some more fog-rain tea and said, I have had several masters before, but currently most of them cannot fight me. As for that peak Empyrean master, the truth is that he doesn't exist. Lin Ming had indeed apprenticed himself to several masters in the past. There was Divine Phoenix Island's Mu Yu Huang, the ancient Phoenix clan's Fairy Feng, Violent Stone, and many others. These people were no longer Lin Ming's match. However, as Lin Ming said this, Mo Bright Moon's face twisted like the tiny runes in a divine runic symbol. She looked at Lin Ming like he was some sort of freak. Mo Bright Moon didn't respond for a long time. You don't have a master? Did you cultivate to your present level by yourself? Mostly, yes. Lin Ming spread his hands. I created an Empyrean master in order to provide some protection for myself. My strength is a little limited right now, so I feared that there would be some people with dark intentions towards the secrets on my body. With the deterrence of a peak Empyrean master, more people will hesitate before doing anything. If I really had to say that I had an Empyrean level master, the truth is that I do. That is Empyrean Primordius. But he has been missing for many years, and he has likely perished. As for others, there is also Empyrean Divine Dream, who gave me directions once, although she didn't direct me too much. Lin Ming's words had already left Mo Bright Moon speechless. If Lin Ming didn't have a true peak Empyrean master, then how had he managed to cultivate to such an abnormal degree? Then if you don't have a master, Tian Mingzi, how did he die? Mo Bright Moon said with some difficulty as she slowly recovered from accepting the fact that there could be a monstrous existence like Lin Ming. Lin Ming stiffened for a moment. He looked at Mo Bright Moon. Even though he knew she would find this hard to believe, that anyone would find this hard to believe, he still said, "The truth is that Tian Mingzi was killed by me." With this, Mo Bright Moon nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did you say? Was there anything more absurd than this? Lin Ming was a youth with less than 60 years of cultivation, and yet he had killed a peak great world king. Even though Mo Bright Moon believed that Lin Ming wasn't someone who liked to boast, she still felt this was far too unbelievable. Luckily, Lin Ming continued to explain, "I didn't strike down Tian Mingzi all by myself. It was because Tian Mingzi was injured beforehand. To be more exact, I lured him into an absolute death zone and used the killing array within to severely wound him and then kill him at his weakest point." Although Lin Ming explained the situation, Mo Bright Moon was still shocked in a daze, luring him into an absolute danger zone to kill him. Lin Ming had said this all lightly, but how could it be so easy? This sort of danger zone was likely deadly to Lin Ming too. Moreover, Mo Bright Moon understood what Tian Mingzi's methods were like. He was a sinister and deceitful figure. So how could he be easy to trick? And how could he be so easily killed by others? What danger zone was it? Mo Bright Moon felt as if she had used up her lifetime supply of astonishment. She didn't know how to face this monster in front of her. God-burying ridge. God-burying ridge. Mo Bright Moon sucked in a breath of cold air. She had definitely heard of this danger zone before. That was a place where it was said even great world kings could perish, and only Empyreans could freely enter and leave. Lin Ming had actually used the terrain of the danger zones within God-burying ridge to kill Tian Mingzi. If he did, so then he must have chosen the most dangerous of places within God-burying ridge. But how could Lin Ming himself leave those places alive? If there was a danger zone that could even severely wound Tian Mingzi, then how did you live? Mo Bright Moon asked, unable to understand what happened. That is a long story. The main reason is that I perfectly passed a trial in the past and obtained some certain information on God-burying ridge, and when I was forced in a tragic death valley by Tian Mingzi, that allowed me to comprehend some things, giving me an understanding of God-burying ridge's killing arrays. You entered tragic death valley? Mo Bright Moon's jaw nearly fell down. Disbelief colored her face. You said that you entered tragic death valley? The tragic death valley that no one has managed to return from for 10 billion years? Mo Bright Moon knew how horrifying a place tragic death valley was. It was the core of God-burying ridge. Although Empyreans could freely enter and leave God-burying ridge, if they were to enter tragic death valley, they still wouldn't be able to return no matter what they tried. There were some rumors that Empyrean divine Mist might have entered tragic death valley and was unable to leave. Although these were only legends, it was still enough to demonstrate how terrifying tragic death valley was. There should only be one tragic death valley. Lin Ming rubbed his nose. Even he felt this was a bit too outrageous. The average person would find this really too hard to accept. Mo Bright Moon had long been at a loss for words. When Lin Ming said he had entered tragic death valley and then returned, Mo Bright Moon wasn't shocked at all. Rather, after learning so many surprising new things, she had been left numb. You said you were forced into tragic death valley by Tian Mingzi, and then after you left you lured him into a danger zone and kill him instead? Mo Bright Moon mumbled, summarizing what had happened. Yes, Lin Ming nodded. Tian Mingzi is a cunning and sinister person. So how could he have been tricked by you? Mo Bright Moon asked. Lin Ming said, he thought that he could kill me. Moreover, he had no choice but to kill me. So even though he knew that he was heading into a danger zone, he had no choice but to continue hunting me down. The situation at the time was extremely special. Concerning the matter about being chased down by Tian Mingzi, Lin Ming didn't conceal anything from Mo Bright Moon. He explained to her the entire process, including what the circumstances were that Tian Mingzi chased after him, as well as his escape route being blocked, so he had no choice but to try and kill him. Lin Ming even explained about Imperial Prince Naki, half-step Emperor Nash murder, and World King Powerhouse Mr. Zhou, all of those people who had tried to kill him and then ended up dying instead. As M.O. Bright Moon listened to this, her lips twitched. She lifted her teacup and took a big sip as she regained her composure, slowly digesting everything Lin Ming said. According to what Lin Ming said, when he was still at the divine transformation realm, he had been chased down by a number of world kings. Then, Lin Ming was forced into tragic Death Valley, where he broke through to the divine Lord realm. After he left, he killed several half-step world kings, a world king, and a half-step Empyrean. During this time, Lin Ming had used a killing array to play around with all of these people, using all sorts of tricks and schemes to slowly kill them off. During this process, his strength, will, judgment, mentality, foresight, his ability to adapt, everything was indispensable. After that, Lin Ming was nearly defeated by Tian Mingzi. Even though Tian Mingzi had fought with every trick up his sleeves, forcing Lin Ming into dead end after dead end, Lin Ming still broke through his boundaries and opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Finally, he killed Tian Mingzi. Like this, everything that tried to kill him had ended up being killed by him. After thinking about all of the events that happened, M.O. Bright Moon calmed down. Her gaze was steady as she looked at Lin Ming, and she thought to herself, Big sister, just what kind of monster have you found? As M.O. Bright Moon spoke, she slowly lifted her veil. Chapter 1591. The Treasure of Heaven's Net. Chapter 1591. The Treasure of Heaven's Net. Now that Tian Mingzi was dead, there was no reason for M.O. Bright Moon to conceal herself. Moreover, since Lin Ming was the person her older sister had chosen, he was worthy of her complete trust. Taking off her veil, M.O. Bright Moon revealed her gorgeous appearance. She looked like a young woman dressed in the tight-fitting corset of the Marvel Blue Nation. This tight corset was short and alluring, serving to perfectly contrast a woman's curves. M.O. Bright Moon wore a pomegranate-colored skirt, the deep red as bright as flowers in full bloom. Gauze was draped over her shoulder, giving her an aura of grace. M.O. Bright Moon loved to dance. When she danced wearing these red palace clothes that highlighted her slim waist and slender figure, making her seem filled with endless flavors. It's really been a long time since I've taken off my veil. M.O. Bright Moon sighed. Because of Tian Mingzi, she had no choice but to live carefully. She knew that Tian Mingzi was always searching for clues about the magic cube's whereabouts, and regardless of her sister or herself, both were objects that Tian Mingzi specifically focused on. Thus, even within the Azure Road, M.O. Bright Moon had concealed her identity and hidden behind her identity as an assassin. Miss Bright Moon, I remember that Miss M.O. said the Celestial Tyrant manual in her hands was only a remnant piece that included the 8 inner hidden gates. Just where did the section in your hands come from? Lin Ming had long had this question on his mind. If the Verdant Feather Holy Land's Celestial Tyrant manual was originally complete, and he had the 8 inner hidden gates section while Blood Moon had the 9 stars of the Dao Palace section, then Lin Ming would have thought that Blood Moon was M.O. Bright Moon. From the start, M.O. Bright Moon said, this half of the Celestial Tyrant manual was found in the same ancient ruins as the magic cube. I knew that with my talent, it would be incomparably difficult for me to catch up to the older Tian Mingzi. Thus I searched everywhere I could for lucky chances. When the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was destroyed, I learned the method to enter the ancient ruins of the magic cube. I went in with the mindset of risking my life, and when I entered the ruins to seek lucky chances, I was at the half-step World King realm, and even then I nearly died. But in the end, I didn't obtain anything. My only harvest was this half of the celestial tyrant manual that I couldn't cultivate. At the time I thought I had gone there in vain and was left disappointed, but today I rejoice my choice for going there. If it weren't for this half of the celestial tyrant manual, then I never would have met you and obtained news about my big sister. M.O. Bright Moon sighed inwardly. She had once journeyed the world to seek lucky chances, and in retrospect, they were soul-stirring memories. Many times, a single misstep, and she would have perished. As for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, M.O. Bright Moon truly wasn't able to practice it. She wasn't like her older sister who had made dual cultivating body and energy her goal. Instead, she mostly cultivated the essence gathering system and had only dabbled in the body transformation system, not looking into it too thoroughly. So it's like that. Lin Ming relaxed. What does Miss Bright Moon plan to do in the future? Would you like to return with me to the divine realm? I will definitely go back. In the past, when I was asking all around for mystic realms, I didn't have many lucky chances. But I did accidentally obtain an ancient Azura command. With this token, I was able to enter the Azura road to adventure and temper myself, as well as avoid being hunted down by Tian Mingzi. His presence was simply too terrifying. I feared that if I stayed in the divine realm, I would eventually be found by him. Tian Mingzi's character was cruel and cunning, and he also had the support of the Skydark Holy Lands. If he didn't hesitate to spend any price to find M.O. Bright Moon, then it wouldn't have been strange for him to eventually find her. After all, her cultivation had been extremely low at the time, and as she constantly cultivated and constantly searched for lucky chances, she would likely have exposed clues about herself. As long as Tian Mingzi was able to locate her approximate position, then no matter how well M.O. Bright Moon concealed herself, she still wouldn't have been able to hide the truth from Tian Mingzi's eyes. This point was different from M.O. Riverbliss. Originally, Tian Mingzi didn't know that the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had left behind Carefree Island as their emergency contingency. Moreover, M.O. Riverbliss was old and her potential was exhausted, so she didn't need to leave to search for lucky chances and could quietly live in seclusion. As long as she didn't expose herself, then no matter how smart Tian Mingzi was, he still wouldn't find her. So Miss Bright Moon had an Azura command. Before Lin Ming entered the Azura Road, Empyrean Divine Dream had told Lin Ming there were 2 ways to enter the Azura Road. One way was to have an Empyrean help and forcefully reform one of the spatial channels that had been destroyed in the Great Calamity 3, 6 billion years ago. The second way was to obtain an Azura command. Azura commands originated from the Azura Road. Before the Great Calamity in the Divine Realm 3, 6 billion years ago, it was possible to find many Azura commands wandering about the Divine Realm. If one could find an Azura command, then one didn't need to form a transmission channel and could use the Azura command to directly enter the Azura Road. Moreover, this Azura command was one of the items needed to return to the Divine Realm. M.O. Bright Moon had an Azura command, so she could leave and enter the Azura Road as she pleased. Of course, using it required a massive amount of origin energy runes each time, an amount most martial artists couldn't afford to pay. Then, what does Miss M.O. have planned for the near future? Do you plan to stay in the Marvel Blue Nation and help Lord Snow ascend the throne? M.O. Bright Moon nodded. When I was being hunted down by high-level figures of Heaven's Net, Lord Snow and Eunuch Liang helped me a great deal. On principle alone, I cannot leave like this. I have to return the favor. Even if I cannot help Lord Snow ascend the throne, I at least can keep him from being persecuted by Lord Shen. Lin Ming thought for a moment. It was reasonable for M.O. Bright Moon to do this, but he didn't plan to involve himself in the imperial struggle. Lin Ming had already accomplished his goal, so he could leave the Marvel Blue Nation whenever he pleased. As for who became emperor, that wasn't related to him at all. However, Mo Bright Moon was currently wounded, so he couldn't leave immediately. He had to stay and protect her for some time until her full world king strength was restored. Once that happened, then even the high-level figures of Heaven's Net wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. I'm also curious about something else. Why would those from Heaven's Net have such an unending grudge with Miss Bright Moon? And did that missing big boss really leave behind something with Miss Bright Moon? If there is some secret involved, then Miss Bright Moon need not reply. I'm only randomly asking. Mo Bright Moon gently smiled. There is nothing that cannot be said. Since you are someone Big Sister trusts, I will naturally trust you too. The big boss of Heaven's Net is also called Heaven's Net. The name of Heaven's Net is one that reverberates like thunder in the ears of those in the world of assassins. But there are actually few people, including myself, who know Heaven's Net is a woman. Listening to Mo Bright Moon's words, Lin Ming was left secretly stumbled. According to what he knew, Heaven's Net was one of the top-ranked assassin organizations, and its big boss was a woman with a great world king cultivation. She was someone who had founded an assassin organization that struck fear in the hearts of others. It was hard to imagine just what life she had experienced. Unless she had an entire book of stories, it was impossible for her to arrive at this step. Mo Bright Moon continued. The reason I joined the Heaven's Net Assassin organization in the past was because when I was adventuring through a mystic realm in the Azure Road, I happened to accidentally save the life of a severely wounded Heaven's Net. Thus she and I became as close as sisters. Heaven's Net trusts a few people, and I was one of them. Heaven's Net knew that I had a deep and profound blood enmity with someone. Thus, before she left, she gave me something. She told me that if she didn't return, then I should leave the Heaven's Net organization and make good use of this item, find a lucky chance, and then return to the divine realm to avenge my hatreds. As Mo Bright Moon spoke to hear, Lin Ming was startled. It seemed that he had underestimated the value of whatever it was that Heaven's Net had left behind. He originally thought that whatever it was that a great world king left behind, no matter how precious it might be, would not be able to tempt an Empyrean. But listening to what Mo Bright Moon was saying, if this thing was able to give her the opportunity to find a lucky chance that could allow her to kill Tian Mingzi, it must be something far more extraordinary. Lin Ming said, Tian Mingzi was already a peak great world king. The disparity between him and Miss Bright Moon was not small at all. If there was a lucky chance capable of overcoming this difference, then I fear even Empyreans would be tempted. Listening to Lin Ming, Mo Bright Moon bitterly smiled and shook her head. How could it be so easy? The thing that Heaven's Net left behind represents a lucky chance, and one could even call it the greatest lucky chance of the entire Azure Road. But it is something I cannot obtain. I am well aware of my own abilities. If I were to use this thing, chances are I would waste it. Mo Bright Moon sighed. The truth was that Mo Bright Moon had an extremely high level of talent. Although she was inferior to the peerless genius that was Mo Eversnow, she was still able to cultivate to the World King realm and even had hopes of becoming a great world king in the future. This was also the standard of an upper Empyrean descendant. Most Empyrean descendants would end up as ordinary world kings. Those that were able to become great world kings were outstanding individuals amongst them. The great lucky chance in the Azure Road, that would be, Lin Ming said, surprised. He could faintly guess just what it was. If it was something that could be called the greatest lucky chance in the Azure Road, as well as something that no one could obtain, then there was only one thing that matched. Yes, it is the qualifications to enter the final trial. Mo Bright Moon's words confirmed Lin Ming's speculations. The young heroic elites of the 33 heavens would enter the Azure Road, completing all sorts of dangerous missions, venturing into numerous danger situations filled with perils, collect complete sets of God runes, and fulfill conditions required by the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. All of this was to struggle for the qualifications to enter the final trial, and the Azura Road's final trial was left behind by the Azura Road Master. Through this smelting trial, one would obtain rewards from the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. However, the difficulty of this final trial was above and beyond all imagination. Wanting to complete, it was impossibly difficult. When Lin Ming had asked Soul White about the final trial, he had said that in the last 100 million years, there were only 2 people who had completed the final trial with a score above 80%. One of these was a Saint Race martial artist, and the other was a Soul Race martial artist, 1 man and 1 woman. The Saint martial artist was Lin Ming's great enemy, the good fortune Saint Sun Wuma. He had completed the final trial with an 81% score. As for that Spirita's woman, she was even more terrifying. She had completed the final trial with an 83% score. This was the highest record for the last 100 million years. Chapter 1592, Healing Wounds. Chapter 1592, Healing Wounds. The reason that Lin Ming came to the Azure Road was also to enter the final trial. He wasn't sure just how much of the final trial he could complete. In completing the final trial, every 5% was a small leap and every 10% was a massive jump. In the last 100 million years, out of all the innumerable young geniuses that had ventured into the Azure Road from all over the 33 heavens, including all of the countless martial artists that were native to the Azure Road, when all of these people were added together, only 2 people had managed to surpass 80% in completion. Then there was still 85%, 90%, and even 95%. Every higher grade meant a massive leap in difficulty. Lin Ming's advantage, besides his own talent, was that no one could compete with his understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao. By relying on this, he was greatly anticipating the final trial. However, in order to enter the final trial, there was something he had to inevitably do. This was to experience numerous trials within the Azure Road, obtain multiple sets of God runes, and then complete all sorts of other conditions. And obtaining these God runes and satisfying all the conditions of the Azure Road was not easy at all. Sometimes these conditions would even change, and one would need to search for them. In addition, some missions required a specific amount of time to complete. For instance, some missions were within mystic realms, but these mystic realms only opened every 10 years, so one might need to wait 10 years for the chance to enter. And for these mystic realms that had missions, sometimes they were too far away, and their entrance location was always changing, so entering them wasn't easy. Even after finding the way in after great difficulty, one could still perish if their strength was lacking. In short, one needed to invest a massive amount of time and energy to obtain the qualifications for the final trial. To someone like Lin Ming, although he was strong, his talent was high, and completing these missions wasn't too difficult. What he lacked was time. The great calamity of humanity could erupt at any moment, and he also had a duel against the good fortune Saint Sun that he had sworn to fight within 100 years. Now, he had to cultivate the essence gathering system, as well as prepare to further open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. That required him to practice the divine runic arts and alchemy. To him, time was of the essence. When M.O. Bright Moon mentioned the qualifications for the final smelting trial, Lin Ming's thoughts inevitably stirred. But for a time, Lin Ming didn't open his mouth due to his embarrassment about asking of this matter. Luckily, M.O. Bright Moon could see Lin Ming's thoughts. She gently smiled and said, "The final trial qualifications could be said to be for one person, but the truth is that within the Azure Road, there is a type of collective transmission God rune. With this God rune, there can be a total of 5 people who enter the final trial together, forming a squad. Many young elites that enter the final trial form a team to continue onwards. If you wish, then when the true final trial begins, I can bring you with me. With you, I'm sure that these final trial qualifications will not be wasted. Lin Ming was someone that M.O. Eversnow had chosen, and the development of his strength was far more important than M.O. Brightmoon's strength. Moreover, M.O. Brightmoon was well aware that becoming a great world king was her limit. As for Lin Ming, his future was limitless. Lin Ming was the most suitable candidate to join these final trial qualifications. Then I really must thank you. I really do need these qualifications. Moreover, Lin Ming's words lingered as he awkwardly turned to Xiao Moxian not too far away. As Lin Ming and M.O. Brightmoon were talking, Xiao Moxian had been peacefully sitting near a window, not interrupting them. For Lin Ming to turn towards Xiao Moxian at this time, he clearly wanted to ask M.O. Brightmoon whether or not she could also bring Xiao Moxian along. M.O. Brightmoon chuckled. I indeed had a candidate in mind, but no matter how good that candidate is, they still cannot compare with your Tao companion. I must say, I also don't know Miss Name. I'm quite ashamed of myself. At the start, M.O. Brightmoon didn't place too much importance on Lin Ming, only on the imaginary master that stood behind him. As for the young girl that followed Lin Ming, she had regarded her as Lin Ming's partner, and thus didn't pay too much attention to her, not even asking for her name. Xiao Moxian didn't care too much about it. She clucked her tongue and happily said, My name is Ji Siener, but you can call me Siener. Ji Siener, that's a good name. Then Siener Lin Ming, I, as well as 2 others I chose before, will be the 5 people to attend the final trial. Although it is said that we form a team, the trial will look further into our individual talent the further in we go. So, Lin Ming, Siener, you too must display your talent to your limits. Miss Brightmoon, please rest assured that I will not disappoint you for choosing us for those 2 spots, Lin Ming solemnly said. He was sufficiently confident in himself, as well as filled with expectations. Speaking of which, when can we enter the final trial? The final trial occurs every 100 years. Until the next opening of the final trial, there is still 50 years. 50 years. Lin Ming was stunned. This time had exceeded his expectations. He had only lived for 50-some years so far. If another 50 years passed, then he would almost be twice as old. You think that's too long? M.O. Brightmoon said, seeing Lin Ming's expression. In the Azure Road, young elites came to adventure for a long time. On the shorter end it would be hundreds of years, and on the longer end it could be thousands or even 10,000 years. There were even some people that never managed to leave after coming here. In reality, 50 years wasn't anything at all. I'm good. Lin Ming quickly composed himself. He could wait for 50 years, and there were also many matters he needed to attend to during this period that required a massive amount of time. For instance, practicing the Celestial Tyrant Manual, collecting the heavenly materials needed to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, practicing divine runic arts, and alchemy. All of this required him to study them in detail. Moreover, his cultivation had risen too quickly in Tragic Death Valley. He required some time to digest all of his accumulations and consolidate his own foundation. He had to do this sooner or later, otherwise he would encounter bottlenecks when he was trying to rise to the next cultivation boundary. These 50 years would be an essential part of Lin Ming's accumulation process. As for Lin Ming's battle with the good fortune saint's son, he originally had 100 years of time. If 50 years were deducted, he still had plenty of time to return. Although Lin Ming had stayed in Tragic Death Valley for 9 years, that was time spent within a time enchantment. The truth was that only a year had passed outside. Good, I'll wait 50 years, and then go to this final trial. Lin Ming decided. In these 50 years, he would have to consolidate and accumulate his cultivation in the essence gathering system, as well as make another breakthrough in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Thus, Lin Ming and M.O. Brightmoon shared sound transmission marks, and settled on a meeting approximately 50 years from now. Miss Bright Moon, I will leave the Marvel Blue Nation soon. This struggle for the throne isn't something I will participate in. Besides White Sky, how many enemies does Miss Bright Moon have? After your recovery, will you be able to handle them yourself? The final trial qualifications could be used for a team of 5 to participate. If it was only White Sky who wanted to enter, then he could simply give M.O. Bright Moon some advantages and join her team. But he insisted on taking away the final trial qualifications, proving that he had a partner or had even gathered an entire team of 5. There are 4 or 5, but as long as I've recovered, I'll be fine. I don't fear them at all. M.O. Bright Moon had mixed in within the Azura Road, an assassin organization for so many years, and had experienced numerous dangers and life or death slaughters. If she couldn't overcome this tribulation, then there was no way she could have lived this long. Great, then let me assist you in healing your wounds now. I feel that there is more than one type of Tao pattern left behind in your body. Lin Ming had probed M.O. Bright Moon's physical condition with his sense and discovered that within her inner world, several types of Azura Tao patterns had been left behind. These Tao patterns represented the heavenly Tao laws of the Azura Road. If one didn't understand the Azura heavenly Tao, then they would be extremely difficult to expel, no matter how high their cultivation. These are traces from tracking God runes. They aren't the divine runic arts. Can you undo them? In the Azura Road, some God runes had special effects. For instance, transmitting teammates, tracking enemies, controlling slaves, and so forth. Many people would use these as supportive arcane skills. When Lin Ming controlled Soul White, he had also used a controlling God rune. I'll give it a try, Lin Ming said, not giving any absolute assurances. He pointed towards a bed in the room and motioned for M.O. Bright Moon to lie down. The bed was covered with red silks. As M.O. Bright Moon lay down on the bed, her long red skirt spread out like a rose in full bloom. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Then he extended his hands and pressed them against M.O. Bright Moon's belly. M.O. Bright Moon originally wore a short, tight-fitting bustier that revealed her lower belly. Her skin seemed smooth to the touch, like soft jade. An essence-gathering system, martial artists' inner world was located at their lower abdomen. This was also where a person's dantian was. At this time, Lin Ming's mind was as still as a placid lake, without a single distracting thought. He sunk his divine sense into M.O. Bright Moon's inner world, investigating every Tao pattern, locking onto their positions, remembering their structure and textures. Chapter 1593, Blue Moon Sect. Chapter 1593, Blue Moon Sect. The God runes of the Azura Road were originally a manifestation of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Lin Ming relied on his comprehension of the Azura Sutra first volume to slowly change the positions of these Azura Tao patterns. These Tao patterns existed within M.O. Bright Moon's inner world as threads of energy. After a long time passed, these threads of energy would eventually melt away until they vanished altogether. But now they couldn't afford the time and had to clear out these threads as soon as possible. Lin Ming found a thread of energy and said to M.O. Bright Moon, I'm going to start. This may hurt. Every energy thread of Tao patterns had sunk into M.O. Bright Moon's flesh and blood. Wanting to pull them out was the same as drawing out an extremely tough string from someone's body. There would be a considerable amount of pain. If a mortal had to withstand this pain, they would immediately faint. Martial artists had a far higher pain tolerance than mortals did, but their bodies were far more solid. So pulling out these energy threads was also much more difficult and painful. As Lin Ming locked onto an energy thread with his own energy and began to pull it out, M.O. Bright Moon violently shook. Small bumps began to appear where Lin Ming's hand touched her abdomen. Lin Ming couldn't help but slow down a little. Continue. Mo Bright Moon grit her teeth. Growing up until now, she had experienced many hardships and tribulations. To her, this pain couldn't be considered anything at all. Lin Ming nodded. He twined a finger around the energy thread and began to pull it outwards. His actions were extremely gentle, but even so, the pain caused by these heavenly Tao traces flooded her with pain like an endless tsunami. Waves of agonizing pain smashed into Mo Bright Moon's spiritual sea. Although she didn't say anything, her entire body was soaked with sweat, making her seem even more enchanting. Lin Ming was completely focused on the task at hand. In a quarter hour, the energy thread that formed a complex heavenly Tao trace was finally pulled out. As soon as this energy thread was completely pulled out into the air, it disappeared in a flash of light. Lin Ming didn't stop here. He began to pull out a second one, then a third and a fourth. After 2 whole hours of time, Lin Ming had completely cleared out all traces of the heavenly Tao. And at this time, Mo Bright Moon's body was dripping sweat, her face was white, and her lips had lost all color. She appeared extremely fragile right now. Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. This process had consumed a great deal of energy. Finally, the great Tao scars within Mo Bright Moon's body were all eliminated, and no one would be able to track down her position again. All that was left over was the unliving poison that still pervaded her body. But with Mo Bright Moon's strength, and in a situation where she wasn't restricted by those great Tao scars, driving out the rest of the poison should only take several more days. We're good here. Miss Bright Moon, I will return to my room first. 10 days from now, I will leave, and the next time we meet again might be 50 years from now. Mo Bright Moon weakly nodded. As she looked into her own inner world, she saw that it was just like Lin Ming had said. The great Tao scars within her body had all been cleared out by him. This caused Mo Bright Moon to fall into even greater disbelief. Those scars were something that not even old Su had been able to do anything about. His only suggestion was for her to wait for years and allow the energy in those scars to slowly fade away until they vanished. But Lin Ming had only used 2 hours to clean up all of them. It was far too amazing. 50 years from now, I'll see you then. Mo Bright Moon ruefully smiled. She also planned to leave Heaven's Net. Within Heaven's Net, the only person she was close with was the big boss. But now, she had disappeared, gone to fulfill a wish she had for her entire life, and it wasn't known whether she was still alive. With that, there wasn't anything in the whole of Heaven's Net that Mo Bright Moon was too reluctant to part ways with. 10 days later, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian left the Marvel Blue Nation. In these 10 days, Lord Snow had heard news of what had happened and repeatedly visited Lin Ming to form relations with him. However, Lin Ming refused him every time. Lin Ming didn't need to be a genius to know just what Lord Snow wanted, and that was for Lin Ming to assist him in ascending the throne. But Lin Ming wasn't interested in involving himself in the struggles and strife of the imperial palace. Thus he directly and simply refused all attempts to pull him in. Lord Snow was also helpless in this matter. He had no choice but to give up. In these 10 days, Lin Ming had carefully crafted his plan for the next 50 years. Besides consolidating his foundation and accumulating his cultivation, he decided to make the 9 stars of the Tao Palace his main cultivation focus. And in order to open the second Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he had to refine an extremely rare and precious pill of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. This type of pill required many rare and precious heavenly materials. Moreover, there were extremely strict standards required of the alchemist who was refining it. This was something that was impossible to buy and could even be called an utterly priceless medicine with no market price. In order to refine this pill, Lin Ming would have to begin by collecting all the materials and then refining it himself. Without a doubt, this would consume a disgusting amount of time and energy. But no matter how much time Lin Ming had to spend, he would still complete it. To him, the body transformation technique was in no way less important to him than the essence gathering system. So Lin Ming returned to Divine Rune City, and with his status as a member of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, he used the highest 15% discount to buy up a pile of materials as large as a mountain. The total price of these materials could leave one panic-stricken. Lin Ming spent just over 209 sun jades. In the past, Lin Ming had inherited a massive amount of wealth within Primordius Heavenly Palace, but after being chased down by Tian Mingzi in the Azure Road, and also freely spending so much money in Divine Rune City, Lin Ming's wealth had shrunk down to a precipitous state. He had less than 59 sun jades remaining. Lin Ming couldn't help but forcefully smile. No matter how rich he was, he still couldn't continue spending money like he was dumping water without having any income at all. As for practicing alchemy and the divine runic arts, Lin Ming didn't plan to do so in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This was because Lin Ming didn't need a master and could practice by himself. Compared to the bustling Divine Rune City that had countless transactions happening within its borders every day, Lin Ming preferred a calmer, more peaceful place. Only this type of place best suited Lin Ming's mindset to practice the divine runic arts and alchemy, as well as hone his cultivation and stabilize his foundation in preparation for the future when he was finally ready to break into the Holy Lord realm. Thus, after buying all the materials he needed, Lin Ming rode Primordius Heavenly Palace, which was camouflaged as a spirit ship, and flew away from Divine Rune City. He flew for half a month. The Azure Road was a universe that coexisted with the 33 heavens. In terms of actual area, it wasn't as large as one of the 33 heavens, but a great world of the divine realm still couldn't compare to it in size. As Primordius Heavenly Palace flew for half a month, Lin Ming saw countless countries and countless lives. Within the Azure Road, races from all over the 33 heavens could be found. There were also many people that were of mixed blood. There were more people than there were grains of sand in a desert. In order to count them, one would have to use trillions as the lowest base unit. With so many lives, there were also innumerable sections. The Blue Moon sect was one of the innumerable large and small sects located within the inner Azure Road. It was an extremely common sect. If one judged the Blue Moon sect by the standards of the divine realm, then it would only be a 7th grade sect. The supreme rulers of the sect were the sect master and the highest elder. Both of them were at the divine lord realm, and only the 2 of them were divine lords. Everyone else was below the divine lord realm. Of these 2 people, the highest elder was 80,000 years old, and at the middle divine lord realm, the sect master was 50,000 years old, and at the early divine lord realm. To divine lord realm powerhouses that lived less than 100,000 years, 50,000 years could be called middle-aged, and 80,000 years could be called an extremely old age, nearing the point of death. On this day, an extremely handsome young man and beautiful young woman came to the Blue Moon sect, wanting to join. As for that young man, he claimed to be a low-level divine runic master and alchemist. Both of them were extremely young, but their talent was outstanding. Even though they were only several dozen years old, they had already cultivated to the late divine sea realm. To the Blue Moon sect, these were 2 extremely wonderful seedlings. In the future, they would reach the divine transformation realm and even have a chance of cultivating to the divine lord realm. Thus, the elders of the Blue Moon sect personally welcomed these 2 people. After investigating their background, they were placed as inner court disciples. The numerous elders were highly satisfied with these 2 people's talent. As for the young man being a low-level divine runic master and alchemist, they didn't care about this too much. They were only a small sect, so wanting to raise a divine runic high master was far beyond their league. If a martial artist wanted to become a truly valuable divine runic master, they needed to spend a massive amount of rare and precious materials. This was not something that the Blue Moon sect could withstand. The two strongest martial artists in the Blue Moon sect were merely divine lord powerhouses, so how much wealth could they have? Like this, the young man and woman settled down in the Blue Moon sect. These two people were naturally Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. After Lin Ming finished his final considerations and plans, he chose this small sect to spend the first 20 to 30 years. This was a pure place with a simpler atmosphere. He could live in peace here and practice his alchemy and divine runic arts while furthering his own cultivation. As for Xiao Moxian, she certainly decided to join Lin Ming. During her 9 years in tragic Death Valley, her cultivation had risen far too fast. She needed time to consolidate it. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian suppressed their cultivation to the late divine Sea Realm. Of course, deceiving the people of the Blue Moon sect wasn't a problem at all. Lin Ming didn't do as many other disciples did when they joined the sect and started cultivating. Rather, after he moved in, he remodeled his own dwelling area so that there was a divine runic arts room and an alchemy room. Higher-level divine runic masters often constructed divine runic arts rooms that cost an astronomical price. As for Lin Ming, his room was far more normal and basic. He simply needed to make do. As a sect elder saw the situation and discovered that Lin Ming was indeed planning to practice the divine runic arts and alchemy, he immediately came to persuade Lin Ming to change his mind. He didn't want Lin Ming to delay his cultivation for too long because of the divine runic arts and go astray, wasting away his own talent and time. But Lin Ming only smiled, clearly unconvinced. One's road of cultivation all depended on the individual. No one else could change their mind. If Lin Ming wished to take one path, there was nothing the elders could do. They could only allow Lin Ming to do as he pleased. Thus, within the Blue Moon sect, Lin Ming began his peaceful days of seclusion. Every day he would thoroughly study the divine runic arts and alchemy. At night, he would meditate in his room, sometimes accumulating his cultivation, sometimes practicing heavenly extreme bliss with Xiao Moxian. As the days passed, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's strength slowly consolidated. Chapter 1594, Quiet Training. Chapter 1594, Quiet Training. Yeah. News of Lin Ming establishing his own divine runic arts room and an alchemy room soon spread throughout the entire Blue Moon sect. This was extremely fresh and novel news. In the Azure Road, alchemists were not rare, but the occupation of divine runic master was considered a noble career throughout the entire Azure Road. Divine runic masters would only gather in peak great influences, as well as large cities devoted to the divine runic arts like Divine Rune City. But to the Blue Moon sect, these peak great influences were simply legends amongst legends. It was impossible for them to ever come into contact with them. As for Divine Rune City, only the most amazing elites of the Blue Moon sect were able to enter. Ordinary disciples wouldn't even be able to step past the city gates. Thus, the occupation of divine runic master was something that the disciples of the Blue Moon sect had only heard of, but had never seen before. As they suddenly heard that a divine runic master had appeared in their sect, all of them ran over to Lin Ming's residence to take a look and see just what a divine runic master looked like and what type of work they did. However, this disciple called Lin Ming didn't seem willing to communicate with others. When the average person entered his residence, he would actually remain in his alchemy room or divine runic arts room, tinkering with something without any intention of coming out to greet guests. Even if he wasn't refining pills or practicing divine runic arts, he would often be quietly meditating in his room, or he would sometimes be holding a blood-red jade slip. This jade slip was extremely strange. It was far larger than an ordinary jade slip and had a very heavy and solemn appearance to it. It was unknown just what was recorded within it. This youth called Lin Ming would look at this jade slip every day. His straight eyebrows often rose up and wrinkled like he was puzzled. But sometimes he would have an extremely happy appearance, as if he was suddenly enlightened. These actions left his visiting guests feeling awkward and embarrassed. Others asked Lin Ming how he had come into contact with the divine runic arts, what his divine runic arts level was, or whether he had a true divine runic arts master as his teacher. But Lin Ming either remained silent or immersed in his blood-red jade slip, without seeming as if he heard anything at all. This caused those disciples that were extremely interested in the divine runic arts to feel snubbed, as if they were making themselves unwelcome. There were many female disciples within the Blue Moon sect. Many of these young girls were well known for their beauty within several 100,000, or even millions of miles. However, no matter how outstanding their appearance or how amazing their talent was, they were all denied by Lin Ming. Slowly, no one came to visit Lin Ming anymore. And Lin Ming also began his quiet days of training. After practicing martial arts for so many years, Lin Ming had never been like he was today, truly settling down his mind and heart, not needing to think about matters or worrying every day. Instead, he calmly and peacefully trained. With Xiao Ma Xin, they were like an ordinary mortal couple. Every day was filled with ease and enjoyment. Here there were no battles, no dangers, no mystic realms that he had to risk his life in, and no people with dark intentions that coveted his treasures. Life and death dangers and slaughter battles were undoubtedly helpful for making breakthroughs in cultivation. But to practice the divine runic arts and accumulate cultivation, a peaceful environment was much more suitable. Many heroic young elites often spent several thousand years, or even over 10,000 years, to break into the divine Lord realm. Of these thousands upon thousands of years, only a minor period of time would be spent searching for lucky chances and adventuring through dangers. Most of the time would be spent tempering one's state of mind and accumulating one's cultivation and consolidating one's foundation. This was the life Lin Ming was living now. Although his cultivation progressed extremely slowly during this time, this was an essential process of walking down the road of martial arts. All martial artists had to experience it, and Lin Ming was no exception. Spring became autumn, and then back again. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. If Lin Ming wasn't practicing the divine runic arts or alchemy, he could be found with that blood-red jade slip in his hands. This jade slip was the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. As Lin Ming was reading through this jade slip, he didn't conceal anything. This was because no one would be able to recognize anything about this jade slip to begin with. After diligently meditating for a year, Lin Ming gradually found clues about refining the ravenous wolf heaven pill. Of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the second Tao Palace corresponded to the ravenous wolf star. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace, 7 bright and 2 dark, they were ravenous wolf, Titan Gate, cherished kismet, merciful song, ardent virtue, martial song, army breaker, left aid, and right support. The first Tao Palace that Lin Ming opened was the Purple Temple Tao Palace, corresponding to the Army Breaker Star. The function of the Purple Temple Tao Palace was to gather the power of the 9 stars and massively increase the strength of Lin Ming's astral essence. This sort of increase could enhance Lin Ming's bodily strength by 3 or 4 times to 8 or 9 times. All of this depended on a martial artist's own foundation and the degree to which they had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As for the second Tao Palace, that was named Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace and corresponded to the Ravenous Wolf Star, Lin Ming revolved his astral essence every day according to the Celestial Tyrant Manual. In addition to dual cultivating with Xiao Ma Xin, Lin Ming estimated that in another 20 to 30 years, he would finally reach the level where he could attempt to break into the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. And in these 20 to 30 years, Lin Ming had to bring his divine runic arts and alchemy up to the level where he could refine the ravenous wolf heavenly pill. Otherwise, if he spent an unimaginable amount of wealth and time to collect the materials for the ravenous wolf heaven pill, but failed in refining it, that would truly be a hopelessness beyond crying. Although there seemed to be plenty of time with the opening of the final trial being 50 years from now, the truth was that time was of the essence. There were far too many matters for Lin Ming to process. Like this, a few more years passed. Lin Ming continuously practiced alchemy and the divine runic arts. The massive amount of materials he had purchased from Divine Rune City was slowly used up. His skill in the divine runic arts and alchemy also steadily increased. During this time, Lin Ming refined a mind-boggling amount of low-level pills and divine runic symbols. Lin Ming's soul force far surpassed that of others at his level. In addition to his understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao, whether it was refining pills or drawing up divine runic symbols, he was much faster than the average person would be. However, even though Lin Ming had inherited the memories of 3 alchemists and divine runic masters, this didn't mean his alchemy technique and divine runic arts technique was flawless. On this day, as Lin Ming was halfway through refining a furnace full of pills, there was a massive bang as the entire pill furnace exploded. Even though Lin Ming reacted extremely fast, half the room still collapsed. The carefully arranged alchemy room was also left in an utter mess. As a divine transformation outer court elder of the Blue Moon sect heard this news, he quickly went to personally check it out. He inspected Lin Ming's body. Then, after making sure that Lin Ming was uninjured, he gave him several words of advice. In short, he hinted that Lin Ming need not worry about such useless things and only needed to practice martial arts. That was the true orthodox path. In the eyes of these numerous elders, experimenting with alchemy and divine runic arts was simply a wasteful occupation where one idled their time away. This was because with Lin Ming's current conditions, it would be impossible for him to make any progress. Moreover, the divine runic arts had too high a requirement on a martial artist talent. Almost only Spirita's martial artists were able to be divine runic masters. For a human martial artist to become a divine runic master, that was far, far, far too difficult. To put it rudely, it was the dreams of a fool. But Lin Ming didn't heed the advice of the elder, and the elder couldn't force him. After all, if Lin Ming joined the Blue Moon sect, he could also leave. If they wanted to retain the mind and hearts of people, they needed to give them more freedom. The Blue Moon sect elder sent a low-level disciple to clean up the room. Soon, 3 outer court disciples came to Lin Ming's residence to clean his room. These outer court disciples were in their teens, and their cultivation was at the pulse condensation realm. They had just joined the Blue Moon sect and had been chosen from the mortal world. In the Blue Moon sect, their status was low. Although they were called outer court disciples, the truth was that they weren't much different from maids. Lin Ming glanced at these 3 female disciples. All of them looked naive and adorable, like lovely young girls. Lin Ming also knew that although these young girl disciples seemed to be living through many hardships, the truth was that their families were proud to have daughters who managed to pass the standards to join a large martial arts sect. The family and friends of these young girls were filled with pride and joy, and even the royalty of the mortal world had to show courtesy to their parents. This was the deterrence brought about by a martial arts sect. However, the road of martial arts was well known as being extremely rough and filled with bumps. Although the families of these young girls were living bright and glorious lives, who knew what would happen to their daughters in the end? Perhaps they might be abducted by others to become living furnaces. Or perhaps after a little bit of success, they would perish in a mystic realm, or perhaps they might even be murdered for their possessions. Thinking of this, Lin Ming lightly sighed. In the past, when he first stepped onto the road of martial arts, he also suffered many difficulties. Seeing the three young girls giving their best to clean up the room, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He waved his hand, beckoning them over. These young girls froze. Lin Ming was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the late divine sea realm. To them, he was an impossibly lofty character. Their difference in status couldn't even be described as clouds and mud. Moreover, Lin Ming's manner was indifferent, and even when inner court disciples came to visit, he still didn't respond to them. Even those amazingly talented and beautiful senior apprentice sisters had to eat closed doors when they tried to approach Lin Ming. But Lin Ming was actually calling them over. This made them all feel extremely flustered and flattered. They stepped over, a bit shy, a bit nervous. Lin Ming took out some bottles. The contents of these bottles were some of the pills that Lin Ming had refined over the past few years. As Lin Ming was practicing the divine runic arts and alchemy, he had produced far too many pills and divine runic symbols. To Lin Ming, these things didn't have any value at all. They weren't even worth his time or effort selling them. However, throwing them away was also a pity. Thus, Lin Ming suddenly had the idea to give these things to others. This was also for the benefit of the Blue Moon sect. After all, for these past years, the Blue Moon sect had treated him considerably well. After determining that Lin Ming's background had no problems, the elders of the Blue Moon sect would send someone over to deliver pills, origin energy runes, and other such resources. To the Blue Moon sect that could be called poor, these things were worth a good amount of wealth. These things were for the benefit of the inner court disciples. And because Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had extremely high levels of talent, the benefits they received were higher than others. But Lin Ming also knew that he would have to eventually leave the Blue Moon sect. If the Blue Moon sect was depending on him to break through to the Divine Lord realm and become a pillar of the sect, they would be disappointed. Thus, Lin Ming decided to give away all of these pills and divine runic symbols that didn't have much value to him to the disciples of the Blue Moon sect. The Blue Moon sect was a small sect to begin with, and he didn't fear arousing suspicions or causing waves by bringing out these items. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming could raise a sect of this level to the ground with a single hand. These are for you. Lin Ming placed the bottles of pills in a jade box and passed it to the 3-pulse condensation realm outer court disciples. These disciples were lost in a daze, not sure what was in the jade box. And at this time, Lin Ming said, "Go and call your sisters here, as well as the male disciples you know. Call all of them here together." Chapter 1595, Middle Divine Lord Realm. Chapter 1595, Middle Divine Lord Realm. The young female disciples received the jade box. From the slits of the jade box, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just by smelling this medicinal fragrance, they felt their bodies relax as comfort swept over them. The true essence circulating within their bodies quickened, and their cultivation sharpened by several degrees. If just smelling this medicinal fragrance had such an effect, then eating a pill directly would have an unimaginable benefit. The oldest of the 3 young girls gulped. Her hands trembled as she opened the medicine bottle, and several green pills rolled out. These pills were crystalline and sparkled with a clear light. On the surface of the pills were strange lines, faintly hinting at the aura of mysterious laws. These lines that were carved onto the pills were pill symbols. The young girls had never seen these pill symbols before. They couldn't even recognize the names of most of these pills. However, Lin Ming had given them several types of pills, and the young girls were able to recognize one of them. This pill was called a 9-yang pill and was used by martial artists at the Xiantian realm or below. It was used to consolidate one's foundation and nourish one's blood vitality. Each 9-yang pill was several dozen times more precious than a single heaven-opening pill. The young girls had once seen the sect provide these pills for talented disciples and had nearly been blinded by awe and greed. Of course, they didn't have the qualifications to use them. These 9-yang pills that Lin Ming refined were different from the 9-yang pills they had seen before. These 9-yang pills had strange patterns on the surface, and seemingly because of these patterns, the effects of these pills were far better. These young girls didn't know that these pill patterns were, in fact, traces of the Azura heavenly Tao laws left behind after Lin Ming reinforced them with the divine runic arts. To Lin Ming, these were useless items, but if placed within the Blue Moon sect, these were treasures even to inner court disciples. These young girls were only outer court disciples. Moreover, the effects of these pills were enhanced several times by the divine runic symbols drawn onto them. In these years, the direction of divine runic arts that Lin Ming practiced had mainly focused on medicinal runic symbols. Only these types of divine runic symbols had an effect on pills, and thus were the most useful to Lin Ming. These medicines are too precious. We cannot accept them. The oldest girl, one that looked around 18 to 19 years old, grit her teeth as she spoke. The truth was that one could see from her expression that she really wanted these pills. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He had a much more favorable impression of this girl. It wasn't easy to gather the courage to reject such things. During these years, Lin Ming had watched the low-level disciples of the Blue Moon sect go into seclusion, journey out to adventure, rush about for resources, and do all sorts of other things. This made him recall his experiences when he was also in his teens. He lightly smiled, saying, "If I give them to you, then take them." Or, "Are you afraid that the higher-level disciples will steal them from you?" Lin Ming was well aware that even though the Blue Moon sect seemed like a calm and comfortable place, there were still inevitably inner struggles. These 3 young girls had ordinary levels of talent, and there would naturally be people jealous of these pills. For the things I give, I will naturally ensure justice is served. You can feel at ease in taking these pills. The 2 younger girls swallowed a gulp of saliva. Their hands shook as they held the pill bottles. "Call those you know here." Lin Ming sent out the young girls. Several quarter hours later, there were really several outer court disciples that arrived. These disciples were in their late teens or early 20s. None of them had a cultivation that surpassed the Xiantian realm. They had just started walking on their own roads of martial arts. For these last 4 or 5 years, every other day Lin Ming would refine a furnace full of pills. When he refined less, there would be 7 or 8, and when he refined many, there would be over a dozen. After accumulating pills for all these years, he had already gathered over 10,000 of them. And these 10,000 plus pills were all supported with divine runic symbols. Placed within the Blue Moon sect, this was an unimaginable level of wealth. News of Lin Ming wantonly giving out pills soon spread to the entire Blue Moon sect. Many outer court disciple and inner court disciples only thought these were rumors, but after seeing the pills that Lin Ming passed out, they had no choice but to believe this. Thus, disciples began to visit Lin Ming like droves of ducks. This was because his pills were far too tempting to them. However, to the inner court disciples, Lin Ming didn't give pills freely. Instead, he had them gather some violet sun crystals. The price in violet sun crystals was only half or a third of the true value of the pills. This sort of price was already extremely favorable. Many inner court disciples didn't have a place to purchase pills, and these pills were far too difficult to buy to begin with. Originally, Lin Ming wasn't too popular. This was because he was far too eccentric and withdrawn, ignoring all visitors that came to see him. But now, because Lin Ming was passing out pills, this caused his reputation to rise to unprecedented degrees within the Blue Moon sect. Where did these pills come from? Did you refine them? The elders of the Blue Moon sect were startled. Several of them came over to Lin Ming's residence to ask him. I obtained them through a variety of channels, and some are refined by me. Lin Ming shrugged. This vague answer clearly indicated that he didn't wish to speak more about the matter. The Blue Moon sect elders were at a loss of what to do. In truth, it was completely reasonable for Lin Ming to refine these low-level pills. According to common logic, these pills could be refined by a late divine sea alchemist. But the low-level pills that Lin Ming refined were far too great. Not even the nearby famous alchemists were able to refine pills of similar quality. Had Lin Ming done all this by studying alone? Was he actually a rare prodigy of alchemy and the divine runic arts? The elders looked at each other. They didn't have any plans of pressing Lin Ming to reveal the origin of the pills. However, on the second day, the elders invited a family famous for constructing cave dwellings to the Blue Moon sect, where they constructed an expensive divine runic arts room and alchemy room for Lin Ming. The Blue Moon sect even helped Lin Ming by buying a great deal of alchemy materials for him. This was all welcomed by Lin Ming. Although these were all low-level materials, they were more than enough for Lin Ming to practice his technique. Time slowly passed. The seasons came and went from spring to fall and back again. Lin Ming's skill in the divine runic arts and alchemy reached an increasingly high degree of proficiency. Now, what he pursued was not just quality in alchemy and divine runic arts, but speed. At the start, Lin Ming would refine a furnace of pills every 2 days. Now he would refine 2 furnaces of pills every single day. A massive amount of low-level pills was constantly produced by Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was only giving away some of the inferior medicines he had refined, the quality of these medicines became increasingly high. Gradually, Lin Ming's reputation soared to the heavens. More and more disciples came to purchase pills from Lin Ming. There were even some nearby sects that would come to the Blue Moon sect to purchase pills. Of course, the price this time would rise to the market standard. Although the price of the pills was increasing, more and more people flocked to buy them. At this time, no one suspected Lin Ming of obtaining pills from various channels any longer. If so many pills were being sold and given out, then the only possibility was that Lin Ming refined them himself. The Blue Moon sect realized they had picked up a treasure. The income from selling pills went into Lin Ming's hands. Then he handed this money over to the Blue Moon sect to have them seek out different materials. The materials Lin Ming wanted were of an increasingly high grade. The pills he refined also became increasingly refined. Of course, Lin Ming would not bring out pills that true Divine Lord or Holy Lord realm martial artists could use in order to prevent some martial artists having dark thoughts. Lin Ming wasn't scared of them, but if they were to bother him, it would be impossible for him to peacefully and calmly meditate here. Slowly, 12 years passed. The cultivation that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian revealed was risen to the divine transformation realm. In the Blue Moon sect, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian experienced the toil of daily life. Every now and then they would join the disciples of the Blue Moon sect to go out adventuring. For instance, exploring mystic realms, finishing missions, and so forth. By watching the slaughter and struggles of low-level martial artists, he actually found a strange feeling that he had almost forgotten. This odd feeling strangely touched Lin Ming's heart. And in the 13th year, as Lin Ming was calmly meditating one day, he finally felt something stir within his inner world. He knew that his cultivation was about to make a breakthrough. From the early Divine Lord realm to the middle Divine Lord realm, this breakthrough didn't come suddenly at all. It could be called a simple matter of course. This was like filling a cup with wine, filling it so much that it naturally overflowed. And the scene of this breakthrough was extremely peaceful. In the past, when Lin Ming made breakthroughs, they tended to shake the heavens and earth or be extremely thrilling. sometimes almost breaking apart his inner world. But this breakthrough was tranquil, like a quiet spring day. Lin Ming only sat in meditation for the night, and on the next day, as he opened his eyes, his inner world had developed once more, and his cultivation rose to the middle divine Lord realm. Besides the sensitive Xiao Moxian feeling the change of atmosphere in the room, not even tiny animals in the surrounding area were alarmed. After 5 months, Xiao Moxian also broke into the middle divine Lord realm. She only cultivated the essence gathering system, and her cultivation speed had been faster than Lin Ming's. If it wasn't for Lin Ming obtaining greater advantages during all the lucky chances they experienced, then perhaps Lin Ming's essence gathering system cultivation might have fallen behind Xiao Moxian's. After making a breakthrough, Lin Ming's strength rose once more. As for the level of Lin Ming's divine runic arts, it arrived at the standard of a peak 5th grade divine runic master. Moreover, even amongst ordinary 5th grade divine runic masters, Lin Ming had a special advantage. That was that no one could compare to his understandings of the Azura Heavenly Tao. And at this time, Lin Ming finally began his preparations to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. In refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill, just collecting the required materials would take a tremendous amount of time. He had no choice but to prepare as early as possible. Just by breaking into the middle divine Lord realm, Lin Ming's strength hadn't risen by too much. If he were able to open another Tao Palace, then he would be much more confident in entering the final trial. Chapter 1596, Nirvana of the Mind. Chapter 1596, Nirvana of the Mind. Lin Ming, are you planning to start refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill? Xiao Moxian asked from the side. She watched as Lin Ming looked through the Celestial Tyrant manual for the last several days, seeming to be calculating something. It's good to make preparations early. Although this Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill isn't a transcendent divine pill, the difficulty of creating it actually is no less than one. And in terms of how precious the materials are, it surpasses a transcendent divine pill. This could be called a test on my skill and wealth. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he ruefully smiled. In terms of cultivation level, it was definitely impossible for him to refine a transcendent divine pill. Within the divine realm, a transcendent divine pill was the highest grade of pill possible. A good portion of transcendent divine pills came from the hands of Empyreans. But Empyreans were limited in number to begin with, and most Empyreans were not skilled alchemists. Although their cultivation was high, they might not be able to match up to half-step Empyreans and great world kings who specialized in alchemy when it came to their level of skill. Thus, a good part of the transcendent divine pills were also refined by half-step Empyreans and peak great world kings. In refining a transcendent divine pill, one needed not just sufficient skill in alchemy, but also a minimum cultivation base. If one's cultivation was lacking, then they wouldn't be able to continue through the entire alchemy process. Just achieving a certain temperature of fire would be impossible. Lin Ming's current strength couldn't compare to that of a peak great world king, so refining a transcendent divine pill was impossible for him. However, Lin Ming had the support of the divine runic arts and the Azura Heavenly Tao. He could refine a top pill at the peak level of an ordinary world king, and then use the divine runic arts to forcefully increase its grade to the standard of a transcendent divine pill. This was also Lin Ming's greatest goal in studying the divine runic arts, to use the Azura Heavenly Tao to change the rules and find a shortcut. After a dozen more years or so, my alchemy skill should be able to stand on par with the alchemists I have absorbed and even rise to the level of a top ordinary world king. At that time, I should be able to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Lin Ming pondered. Currently, his strength could be considered quite good amongst ordinary world kings. In another 6 or 7 years, he should be able to reach the level of sex fiend Torchriver's alchemy skill. Lin Ming had confidence in himself in this aspect, and moreover, when it came to the divine runic arts, it was possible he could surpass Torchriver due to his thorough understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao. It was only the materials needed for the ravenous wolf heaven pill that were giving Lin Ming a headache. There were all sorts of rare and precious heavenly materials, and most of them couldn't be bought. So how would he go about collecting them? Lin Ming jotted down the materials he needed in a list of them. The most precious were dragon saliva grass, heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, jade dragon's horn, primal jade quintessence. Many of these materials were connected to god beasts. Speaking of just dragon saliva grass, that was divine grass that was watered and raised with the saliva of a true dragon. There were said to be true dragons and ancient pythons that would wait for a heavenly material to grow, watering it with their saliva the entire time. They would wait for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, until that heavenly material matured, and then they would eat it to increase their own strength. This sort of heavenly material was priceless, and the key problem was that there was almost no market for them. This was because these heavenly materials were often eaten by their guardian beasts after they matured, so how could anyone obtain them? As for a heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, that was the gallbladder from a heaven-devouring eight-path python. Although this type of ancient desolate beast was far from being as strong as a god beast, in the entire Azure Road, there was only a single place to obtain them, and that was deep within the Great Desolate. And there was no need to mention the dangers within the Great Desolate. That was a land where even Empyreans had to be cautious. The jade dragon's horn was the bone of a true dragon. Its grade was far beyond the supreme dragon bone that Lin Ming had absorbed in the past, the only exception being that it didn't need to be as large. All of the materials left Lin Ming with a ringing migraine. If he tried to gather them himself, it would be absolutely impossible to collect them all. For instance, that dragon saliva grass was something that could only be discovered through a stroke of fate. If Lin Ming wanted to obtain these materials, his only choice was to buy them. And to buy these things, even if he had a massive amount of wealth, he still might not be able to find a place to purchase them. Not just that, but he wasn't even wealthy to begin with. This left Lin Ming in a dilemma. The road of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was simply far too expensive. Although it seemed exaggerated that Lin Ming could jump ranks to fight like he could, this sort of monstrous strength was created with the consumption of countless heavenly materials. Every time Lin Ming took a single step forwards in the body transformation technique, he had to consume resources dozens of times that of an essence-gathering system martial artist, or even hundreds of times. Time passed, the years leaving no mark. Without noticing it, another 12 years passed. Lin Ming had stayed in this small and unknown sect for a full 25 years. In these 25 years, Lin Ming seemed to have once again tasted the difficulties and hardships of low-level martial artists as they tried to climb to the top. In these 25 years, Lin Ming's strength didn't rise by too much, but his state of mind seemed to change, slowly settling and evolving from the constant state of intrigue and slaughter that he experienced for the first 50-some years of his life. The reason he chose the Blue Moon sect to practice his divine runic arts and consolidate his foundation instead of Divine Rune City was because compared to Divine Rune City, this Blue Moon sect was a relatively weak environment. Here, he could lead a simple life, unaffected by the deceits and struggles of the inner court disciples. To him, any conflicts between the Blue Moon sect disciples were like fighting between small ants. In these 25 years of tranquil living, Lin Ming experienced a nirvana of his mind. It was time to leave. This Blue Moon sect could be called the place Lin Ming had stayed at for the longest time in his life. Here, he didn't need to think about anything. He could calmly cultivate, living a mortal life with Xiao Ma Xian. It could be expected that he would not experience such peaceful and comfortable days in the future, Whether it was the final trial or the great calamity of the divine realm, Lin Ming had to face them all. He could be said to be wandering into a violent storm of blood and terror. And at this time, the granddaughter of the Blue Moon sect sovereign, a young girl named Qian Xiao, came to Lin Ming to study alchemy. Qian Xiao was 22 years old. In the world of martial artists, she was extremely young. She was born 3 years after Lin Ming came to the Blue Moon sect. Afterwards, when Lin Ming became famous, Qian Xiao was still young. At that time, she had taken Lin Ming as her idol, and now she had grown into a slim and delicate young girl. Qian Xiao's talent was very good, and her soul force far surpassed other martial artists of her age. Because of this, she was particularly fascinated by alchemy. Every so often she would come to Lin Ming for advice, and unlike the other inner court disciples, she was always quiet for fear of disturbing Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was usually cold and indifferent to whoever he faced, as if he didn't have any patience at all. Qian Xiao had never bothered Lin Ming. Sometimes she would simply watch Lin Ming quietly in the room, taking notes as he practiced his alchemy. At times, Lin Ming would even give her some pointers. Every time, Lin Ming could see a hint of admiration from this young girl's eyes, and even youthful adoration. The current Lin Ming had many more experiences than he had in the past. He naturally knew what this look meant. However, Qian Xiao never expressed anything but the utmost respect for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Towards this little girl called Qian Xiao, Xiao Moxian would often tease Lin Ming about her. It seemed that she was quite fond of her. Unwittingly and unknowingly, Xiao Moxian's own state of mind experienced a great change. From the past naughty and mischievous young girl she had matured a great deal and become much calmer. As Lin Ming watched Qian Xiao quietly recording his alchemy attainments in the outer hall, for some reason he recalled many past memories. For a time, many feelings washed over him. It seemed he had developed a strange feeling towards this place where he had lived for the last 25 years. Or, it was better to say that Lin Ming wasn't nostalgic to stay in the Blue Moon sect, but reluctant to part with the 25 years of ease and comfort he had lived. This was a type of living that he had never experienced. Thinking back to the past, it was probably only during his childhood that he lived such a peaceful life. But in any event, Lin Ming was destined to not stay here for much longer. On this day, Lin Ming called over Qian Xiao and earnestly taught her the divine runic arts. After 10 to 12 hours of teaching, they finally ended when the sun set. Before leaving, Lin Ming recorded many of his alchemy attainments and passed it to Qian Xiao, along with a bracelet. Qian Xiao looked at Lin Ming in a daze for some time, her cheeks flushed red. She was surprised that Lin Ming had been so patient with her today. After several breaths of time, she turned around and left with a satisfied expression. As she walked away, her long black hair gently rippled in the wind, dancing in beat with the leaves. Lin Ming lightly sighed. That night, he and Xiao Moxian left this place that they had lived in for 25 years. Their figures quietly vanished in the endless night. No one noticed they vanished, and not even the mountain array formations that protected the Blue Moon sect were able to detect them. When Qian Xiao returned to her room, she searched through the bracelet that Lin Ming had given her and was shocked. This bracelet seemed like an ordinary accessory, but the truth was that it was a storage spirit artifact similar to a spatial ring. Left in this bracelet was over 1,000 medium-grade pills, as well as a massive amount of divine runic symbols that hadn't yet been used. These medium-grade pills were sufficient for divine sea realm or divine transformation realm martial artists to use. They were even valuable for divine lord realm martial artists. These pills were the ones that Lin Ming had never taken out to sell before. This was because, according to common sense, with the level of alchemy he could reach with his cultivation, he should never have been able to produce such high-quality medium-grade pills. After Qian Xiao was stunned, she returned to Lin Ming's residence to look for him. But Lin Ming had already vanished, without leaving a single trace of himself behind. As she looked through the empty alchemy room and divine runic arts room, she felt hollow for a moment, her heart sinking. Then she passed all the pills to her grandfather, the sect master of the Blue Moon sect. After receiving these 1,000+ medium-grade pills, the Blue Moon sect master was left dumbfounded, shocked, speechless. "Will they come back?" Qian Qiao suddenly asked, as if she seemed to realize something. The Blue Moon sect master lightly sighed. He ruefully smiled and said, "They are not people of our world, chances are. They will not return." 1 month later, Divine Rune City. A spirit ship came to a slow stop as a young man and woman flew off the deck. After 25 years, Lin Ming had returned to Divine Rune City. But there was no comparing the him of today to the him of 25 years ago. The refinement of the ravenous wolf heaven pill would all begin here. Chapter 1597. Astronomically Expensive Materials. Chapter 1597. Astronomically Expensive Materials. When Lin Ming returned to Divine Rune City, he discovered that the atmosphere was different from before. There were over 10 times the guards stationed at the city gates. Originally, there were several guards at the gates of Divine Rune City, and their cultivation was at the Divine Lord Realm. But now there was a small army of soldiers, and the leader of this group was a holy lord. Every person that entered the city was subjected to a strict interrogation. That holy lord captain always held a crystal ball in his hands with strange law lines that shimmered within it. These law lines were clearly due to the divine runic arts. Lin Ming could see from a glance that this crystal ball was used to determine whether or not a martial artist that was trying to enter the city had disguised their cultivation. Strange. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. Why was Divine Rune City on such high alert all of a sudden? Is there some influence that wants to attack Divine Rune City? Xiao Moxian asked. Lin Ming shook his head. It shouldn't be. Divine Rune City is a neutral place to begin with, and it is a massive influence with a tremendous number of divine runic masters. There shouldn't be anyone that would move against Divine Rune City, especially since so many other organizations depend on them. Lin Ming pressed down the suspicions in his mind. He walked over to the city gates with Xiao Moxian, whereupon the both of them were immediately stopped. City entrance token, a martial artist icily said, as he blocked Lin Ming's path. Lin Ming looked at the war armor that these guards were wearing. Some of them wore the standard service armor of Divine Rune City, and others didn't, as if they were formed from 2 different groups. Lin Ming said, "I am a divine runic master from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This is my badge." Lin Ming took out his 3rd-grade Divine Runic Master badge. After the guard inspected it, he returned it to Lin Ming and allowed him and Xiao Moxian to pass. After entering Divine Rune City, it became apparent that the inside clearly hadn't changed much. The streets were still busy and bustling as usual. Lin Ming walked all the way to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, flashing his Divine Runic Master badge and entering. As he passed through the trading area, he saw many divine runic masters and alchemists trading within. He also immediately saw Old Shui. At this time, Old Shui was comfortably reclining back in a rocking chair. A pile of random items was placed in front of him, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. After 25 years, Old Shui hadn't changed at all. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian walked past, Old Shui's eyes suddenly shot open. "Hey boy, so it was you?" Old Shui's eyes shined as he saw Lin Ming as if he had seen a treasure. He looked at Lin Ming for a long time, looking him up and down until even Lin Ming began feeling uncomfortable. Lin Ming coughed. "Elder Shui, it's been a while." Xiao Moxian also sweetly called out, Elder Shui, it's nice to see you. Old Shui lit up with a smile as he heard Xiao Moxin greet him. He had an extremely good impression of this likable young girl, but as he turned back to Lin Ming, his face darkened. It's been over 20 years. Do you even remember that you are a divine runic master of the Divine Runic Masters Guild? Brat, I think you must have forgotten everything as you went adventuring outside. Even so, it seems you managed to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. I remember that when you left you were only at the early Divine Lord realm. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. It seemed this old Shui really spoke without caring for what he said. It's a lucky breakthrough. I must say, old Shui, now that I've returned to Divine Rune City, I saw a great number of guards standing outside. Just what is going on? Heh, it's a war. Old Shui grinned, looking as if he didn't care much. It seemed he was already accustomed to these types of situations. Although I said it's a war, the truth is that it's not related to us. It's a Spiritas Empyrean influence of the Inner Azure Road, the extreme star Holy Lands, fighting with another Saint Empyrean influence, the Heaven Strife Holy Lands. As for the reason they decided to suddenly go to war, it's probably because they are competing for something. Our Divine Runic Masters Guild is one of the groups supporting the extreme star Holy Lands. Because they're at war, they buy up a massive amount of pills and divine runic symbols that are constantly transported to the war front. As for the guards at the city entrance, they were sent here by the extreme star Holy Lands. They're afraid that there will be some saint spy infiltrating into our city to stir up chaos. During this period of war, all saint martial artists, regardless of whether or not they're connected to the Heaven Strife Holy Lands, are forbidden from entering the city. In these last 100 million years, the Divine Runic Masters Guild would occasionally cooperate with some great influences and provide them with a massive number of pills and divine runic symbols. Of course, these great influences would pay them back with rich rewards, including origin energy runes, rare and precious materials, inheritance jade slips, and so forth. This was a significant source of wealth for the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Compared to the income of the shops in Divine Rune City, the income from participating in these wars was often far more valuable. So it's like that, Lin Ming thoughtfully said. When human martial artists studied the divine runic arts, they were only inferior to the Spiritas. As for the saints, they could be called simple-minded with extremely brawny bodies. Their soul force was pitifully weak, and they weren't suited for auxiliary skills like the divine runic arts or alchemy. Moreover, the saints didn't have a good relationship with the Spiritas to begin with. Indeed, in all these years, there weren't many saint martial artists that came to Divine Rune City. The crystal balls placed at the gates of the city were to prevent any saint martial artists from sneaking their way in. Lin Ming was secretly startled. In these 100 million years, it was unknown how many times the Divine Runic Masters Guild had cooperated with other influences like this. The wealth they had accumulated after all this time could be imagined. I must say, boy, why did you return so suddenly? Is there something going on? Old Shui eyed Lin Ming suspiciously. He felt that this fishy boy probably needed something. After being seen through by Old Shui, Lin Ming awkwardly rubbed his chin. He said, "There really is something I need. The reason I returned to Divine Rune City is because I need to buy some materials to refine a pill." Lin Ming directly stated a goal. "Oh, so you've even practiced alchemy?" Old Shui looked at Lin Ming in surprise. With his current understanding of Lin Ming, if Lin Ming dared to say he wanted to refine a pill, then his skill in alchemy was likely considerably high. "You brat, you know to return when you want to make use of us, but are you aware you have 0 contribution points? In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the contributions that a Divine Runic Master made to the guild would be converted into points. Since Lin Ming had been gone for 25 years, he naturally didn't have any contribution points. Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. He smiled and said, There were some matters I had to attend to, so I've been a bit delayed. I should be staying at the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a period of time. And there really are some rare and precious materials I need to buy. I just don't know where they are sold. As Lin Ming spoke, old Shui rolled his eyes and sent Lin Ming a look of disdain. He said, "What are you smiling so sadly about? My Divine Runic Masters Guild has the best and most complete material storehouse in the entire world. There are no materials you cannot buy. I'm only afraid that you can't afford them." Old Shui said with full confidence, a great deal of pride glowing on his face. "Then I'd like to request for you to look over this list and see if I can obtain these materials here." Lin Ming smiled and took out a list from his spatial ring. This list had all the materials needed to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. There were a total of 32 different kinds of materials. Old Shui took the list with a great show of graciousness. Then he looked over the list. He was immediately left dumbfounded. The first several materials on the list were precious, but as long as one had enough money, they could be bought. However, the latter materials were horrifying. There were several materials that even old Shui had never seen before. He had only heard of them. Dragon saliva grass, heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, jade dragon's horn, primal jade quintessence. Old Shui was left stunned. Not even the Divine Runic Masters Guild had all of these materials, although the Divine Runic Masters Guild storehouse was rich and abundant. Since there were materials that came in, there were materials that went out. If these materials couldn't be converted into pills and divine runic symbols, then they were useless. Thus, after many rare and precious materials entered the storehouse, they would soon be traded away to others. As for the extremely rare and precious materials that were in high demand and couldn't be bought normally, they didn't stay in the storehouse for too long. These materials that Lin Ming had listed, if placed within the Divine Runic Masters Guild storehouse, would require the highest level of authority to use. That was the authority of a 7th grade Divine Runic Master. Moreover, the price was bound to be astronomically high, to the point where one would strain their neck. "Are you messing around with me?" Old Shui slapped the list on the table, his beard and eyebrows flying up in a rage. He felt that Lin Ming was teasing him. Just how could a young junior use these materials? In his opinion, even if Lin Ming obtained these materials, it would be impossible for him to use them in alchemy. It would be a complete waste. Why would we be messing with you? If we buy them, we're definitely using them. Xiao Moxian backed up Lin Ming. Old Shui looked at Xiao Moxian, half believing, half disbelieving. He turned back to Lin Ming. "Are these materials things your master wishes to use?" Old Shui immediately thought. Lin Ming pushed this train of thought along. He laughed, saying, "That's about right. Do you think the Divine Runic Masters Guild has these materials?" Old Shui gave Lin Ming a side eye and leisurely said, "The more general, rare, and precious materials are indeed here, but I'm afraid that the Divine Runic Masters Guild only has 2 or 3 of the most precious materials on this list. Moreover, they are exorbitantly expensive. Not only do you need a massive amount of origin energy runes, but more importantly, you need a certain degree of authority as well as contribution points. I estimate that just one of those materials will require 700 to 800 million points. If you stay in the Divine Runic Masters Guild in the future, you will receive a monthly salary of contribution points. As a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, I think every 18 million years, so you'll be able to barely afford a few leaves of dragon saliva grass." Old Shui mockingly said, "As a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, Lin Ming's yearly salary would be around 20 points. In 10 million years, he would receive 200 million points, just barely enough to buy a single material. Of course, if Lin Ming rose to a higher level of Divine Runic Master in the future, then his salary would also increase. Even then, it wouldn't be by too much. Lin Ming wryly smiled. Old Shui, I'm glad you're happy teasing me. Old Shui spread his hands in goodwill. I'm just speaking the truth. Even I can't afford the things you want. But if your master is willing to join the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then he might be able to obtain what is needed in a short period of time. Seeing Old Shui make circles to ask about his master, Lin Ming said, My master will not come to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Only I can buy these materials. Ha! Then do as you want, Old Shui lazily said, his expression saying he didn't care about Lin Ming's business. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Chapter 1598, Mission Division. Chapter 1598, Mission Division. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? 700 to 800 million points to buy a single one of the materials you need. How could we afford that? Although Xiao Moxian's lips twitched as she saw Old Shui's disdainful attitude, she couldn't help but acknowledge that what he said was the truth. There was simply an astronomical number of contribution points needed to buy these materials, not to mention that even if they had the contribution points, they also needed 9 sun jades. And their 9 sun jades weren't enough. Let's go take a look. Maybe there's some way we can earn some. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He knew that there were several ways in the Divine Runic Masters Guild to earn points. The first way was a monthly salary. However, as a 3rd-grade Divine Runic Master, his monthly salary was negligible. It was simply far too little. The second way was to trade, but Lin Ming couldn't think of anything he could take out to sell for a large number of contribution points. He had some of the pills and divine runic symbols he drew up at the Blue Moon sect, and some of them were even decent in quality, but none of these things would be able to sell at a good enough price. The people of the Divine Runic Masters Guild simply had too high a standard. The third way was missions. The Divine Runic Masters Guild often issued out missions. After completing them, one would receive contribution points as a reward. The fourth way was to contribute one's research results and specialized techniques to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. One would earn a great deal of rewards from this. Lin Ming had several special techniques that others didn't know of that he had obtained from the memories of the 3 Divine Runic Masters he killed, but these techniques weren't particularly heaven-defying. Even if he contributed them, it was nothing but a drop in the ocean compared to the hundreds of millions of points he needed. If Lin Ming had a true heaven-defying technique, that would be the understandings of the Asura heavenly Tao laws described in the Asura Sutra first volume. But Lin Ming hadn't even fully cultivated the Asura Sutra, so it was impossible for him to copy down the intricate secrets within, and even if he could, he wouldn't reveal the tiniest secret related to the Asura Sutra. This type of inheritance was just far too tempting to others. Removing the first, second, and fourth way of earning points, Lin Ming could only choose the third way. That was to undergo missions and earn contribution points. Elder Shui, I plan to take on missions to earn points. Take on missions? Elder Shui looked up at Lin Ming in surprise, a strange light glowing in his eyes. Don't tell me you plan on completing missions to earn enough points to buy those materials. Lin Ming nodded. I'll give it a try. There isn't another way I can think of. Good heavens, boy. Elder Shui looked at Lin Ming like a lunatic. Have you not woken up yet? Do you know how many points you will receive per mission at your level? I don't know what you've been messing around with during these last 20-some years, but I could approximately guess it. A monstrous abnormality like you can surprise me. But no matter just how amazing your achievements have been in these 20-some years, you shouldn't think of relying on that alone to earn enough points through missions. If you want to buy all the materials you want, I estimate you will need at least 3 billion points. Even if I wanted to earn 3 billion points, I would have to work myself to the bone. And I'd still have no idea how long it would be until I would have earned them all. Lin Ming had already thought of everything that Elder Shui spoke of. Although he had a shortcut to studying the divine runic arts and alchemy, in terms of grade, Lin Ming was still a 5th grade divine runic master. After all, the 3 divine runic masters Lin Ming killed had been, at most, at the 6th grade, and wanting to surpass them would take more time. To practice to the point of being a 5th grade divine runic master in a mere 25 years was far too exaggerated. There wouldn't be anyone who believed this. What 5th grade divine runic master hadn't spent thousands of years or tens of thousands of years to get where they were? And even a 5th grade divine runic master wouldn't be able to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill. Just the materials alone gave one a headache. Basically speaking, those that could afford the several rare materials he needed were Empyrean-level characters. Even a great world king would feel destitute if they tried to purchase these materials. However, everything depended on the individual, and everything was possible with enough effort. Lin Ming had spent an unimaginable price to first establish the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and then spent a considerable effort to obtain the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Finally finding a light on the road, it was impossible for him to give up now. Elder Shui, where is the Special Mission Division? Lin Ming asked. He wasn't too familiar with the Divine Runic Masters Guild. After old Shui listened to this, he rolled his eyes yet again. You brat, you don't even know where the mission division is. It's clear you haven't come to the Divine Runic Masters Guild even a handful of times. Lin Ming hollowly laughed at Elder Shui's grumbling, not speaking back. Whatever, I just think you're crazy. So just forget about it. I'll lead you over there, so you can see just what the level of rewards is for the missions and finally decide to give up. Old Shui had sat at his stall all day and hadn't sold much at all, so he decided to close shop instead. At his age, it was no longer possible to increase his cultivation, and he liked to idle his time away. Setting up a stall was just a casual lifestyle that old Shui liked to live. He loved the sense of achievement, of selling high and buying low, and also finding good treasures. The truth was that he didn't need the stall for any income. This was what people meant by fishing for the fishing and not for the fish. Old Shui brought Lin Ming through some ancient-looking corridors. Finally, he arrived in another hall of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This hall resembled a small city square. The area was considerably broad, covering a wide area. There were a few people here, some young and some old, and everyone wore the robes of a divine runic master or alchemist. It seemed they were all people with status. At the center of the hall was a giant array disc. Above this array disc were floating screens of scrolling text. This was an illusory magic array. Its role was to project text information, and all of these scrolling texts represented missions. In addition, on the side of the hall there were stacks of scrolls. These scrolls were also missions, but the difficulty was a bit lower than the missions projected on the illusory magic array. This is where you can pick up missions. Most of the missions they hand out can be found here. The minor missions give as little as several hundred points, and the highest ones are worth 1,000,000 or 2,000,000 points. But those missions that give 10 to 20 million points require you to be at least a peak 6th grade divine runic master. They are extremely difficult, and not even I can complete them. Old Shui slowly said as he played with a walnut in his hands. This walnut was a magic tool crafted from wood. Look, I'm not trying to bring you down here, but if you really want to rely on completing missions to buy those precious materials you want, then you'll need several 100,000 years, unless you can rise to an even higher level of divine runic master. Lin Ming looked through the mission contents. Indeed, as old Shui said, those that rewarded several million points required 1 to be a great world king, divine runic master, or alchemist to be completed. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible. Although old Shui had underestimated Lin Ming's skill level in the divine runic arts, his conclusion wasn't wrong in the end. Lin Ming silently calculated. As a fifth-grade divine runic master, the highest reward missions he could complete only offered several 100,000 points. Moreover, anything that gave several 100,000 points wasn't an easy mission at all. These missions took more than 4 or 5 days, and some even took as long as a month. If he was obtaining 20,000 to 30,000 points in 1 month, he would need to work for over 1,000 years to gather 3 billion points. And this was in a situation where one took missions nonstop. In reality, no one would do this. A divine runic master had to practice, study, go into seclusion, and so forth. It was also impossible for this war to continue for 1,000 years. Lin Ming gained an even deeper understanding of how precious the materials were that he needed to buy. It was simply impossible for a fifth-grade divine runic master to obtain them. The only possibility would be a peak sixth-grade divine runic master expending a massive amount of time and effort. Xiao Moxian also knew what level Lin Ming's skills were at. She worriedly said, "Lin Ming, what can we do? We'll have to participate in the final trial in another 25 years. There isn't enough time for you to earn the points." "I don't know. Let's continue looking first." Lin Ming didn't have any plan currently. Old Shui spread his hands. "Well, now you've seen it. If you want to complete missions to earn enough points for those materials, then you're simply living a dream. But if you don't want to give up, you can go to the mission posting office to see if there's some mission that's good for you." Old Shui pointed at the end of the hall. Over there was an antique long counter, and standing behind this counter were 4 or 5 people. Out of them, a young woman with an explosive figure was the most eye-catching. This woman wore a flame-colored dress, and this dress drew tight to her skin, accentuating her enthralling curves and buxom, perfectly enchanting figure. The front of the dress had deep plunging neckline, thrusting down and exposing a snow-white valley even as it gave a sneak peek of her proud and full breasts. The tight dress had slits that ran up to the base of her thighs, and every movement she took drew the eyes to her waist, inviting one to daydream over the hidden wonders. Chapter 1599, 4th Grade Mission. Chapter 1599, 4th Grade Mission. Seeing the woman in the red dress, Lin Ming was stunned. In the world of martial artists, every place had their own clothing customs. In the human race within the divine realm, most clothing types tended towards being conservative. But in the inner Jura Road, many places had women that wore bold and provocative clothing. And with this woman in front of him, dressed the way she was, Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge that she had a special flavor to her. She easily aroused a man's desire to conquer and ravish. "This woman is quite extraordinary," Lin Ming said, his eyes remaining glued to the woman's body. Old Shui cheekily grinned. He said to Lin Ming, "Isn't she a top-grade woman? She is from the extreme star Holy Lands, and her name is Suya. Don't look down on her. She's not simple at all." Old Shui traced his beard, meaning thick in his voice. He knew that someone with an explosive figure like Suya, who dressed in such enchanting clothing, exerted a considerably strong attraction towards young men. Her body was like a ripe peach, making everyone want to take a bit of her. Seeing Old Shui's expression, Xiao Moxian coughed in displeasure. She twisted Lin Ming's arm with her hand. Women could be strange sometimes. Towards naive and young competitors, they wouldn't develop any jealousy. For instance, when Lin Ming was in the Blue Moon sect, Xiao Moxian could see that the sect master's granddaughter Qian Qiao had developed a crush on Lin Ming, and she was only a third of his age. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, he could have easily taken her in as a concubine. Even so, Xiao Moxian had still been very kind to Qian Qiao, even treating her like she would her own little sister. But towards this alluring and sexual Suya, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but think that she was displeasing to the eyes. Old Shui coughed upon seeing Xiao Moxian's disgruntlement. He straightened himself out and seriously said, This Suya is our divine Runic Masters Guild's contact with the Extreme Star Holy Lands. If you want to take on a mission, it's best if you go through her, because since the Extreme Star Holy Lands are at war, there are many missions with a high point reward. I see. Hearing old Shue's response, Lin Ming found it all amusing. He walked over to Suya. As he approached, he could see that there were 6 divine runic masters there to take on missions. Without exception, all of these divine runic masters were men. There were young men as well as middle-aged men. These 6 divine runic masters were speaking with the red-dressed woman, and from their eyes Lin Ming could see a faint hint of vivid heat. Normally, young elite divine runic masters had extremely high standards and were never for want of women. There were innumerable women that were willing to throw themselves in the chests of these divine runic masters. But in front of Suya, they seemed to have lost all the lofty manners of a divine runic master and fell down in worship at the base of her deep red dress. This also implied to Lin Ming that this Suya was not just a beautiful vase, but also someone with considerable strength and methods. Lin Ming discovered that these 6 divine runic masters were treated differently by Suya. Towards the 4 younger divine runic masters, Suya was polite and curt in her answers, not really paying much attention to them. It was only to those 2 middle-aged divine runic masters that Suya spoke at length and smiled warmly, and those 2 middle-aged divine runic masters were both peak 5th grade divine runic masters, not too far away from becoming 6th grade divine runic masters. This woman is quite arrogant. Those young divine runic masters don't even enter her eyes, but the range of missions that a young divine runic master can complete is indeed limited. Lin Ming mused to himself. Xiao Moshin scoffed. Did this extreme star Holy Land specifically send such a sexually charged young woman here to attract all those deviants at the Divine Runic Masters Guild to complete missions for her? Lin Ming was startled for a moment before he laughed out loud. Indeed, this was a possibility. Because of Suya, this mission division area might be busier than usual. Lin Ming pushed into the group of 6 divine runic masters, causing the 4 young ones to look at him with annoyance in their eyes. Lin Ming glanced over their divine runic badges. The 4 youths were 2nd or 3rd grade divine runic masters. Lin Ming's badge also indicated he was a 3rd grade divine runic master, so their statuses were similar. Stop being so pushy, someone unhappily said, not recognizing Lin Ming. Lin Ming had only briefly appeared when he joined in on the Divine Runic Masters examination 25 years ago. Afterwards, he left the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Besides Old Shue, Old Su, and the several examination officials present, no one would recognize him. As that young Divine Runic Master was halfway done speaking, he caught a glance at Old Shue behind Lin Ming. He quickly hid away all anger, and instead put on a bright smile, saying, "Greetings, Elder Shue." The 2 middle-aged men also politely greeted Old Shue. "Elder Shue, it seems you also came for missions." Although the 2 middle-aged men were peak 5th grade Divine Runic Masters, there was a great difference between them and the 6th grade Divine Runic Master Old Shue. This was essentially the difference between a peak Holy Lord and a World King. It was at this step that countless martial artists were stranded forever, never able to make a breakthrough. It had to be known that even an ordinary World King had the talent of an Empyrean descendant. "I'm just taking a look." Old Shue laughed, accepting the greetings of these juniors. Behind the counter, Suya brightened as she saw Old Shue like a peony opening in the shining spring sun. She sweetly said, "Elder Shue, I've been here for so many days, and there are many missions that I can't seem to get completed. Perhaps you could help me out a little." Suya's voice was crisp and tender to the bone. If a girl heard it, it might seem a bit fake, but to a man, this was a lethal tone. Even Old Shue's beard shook as he heard this. It seemed he enjoyed the attention. "You old pervert," Xiao Moshin harshly denounced. Lin Ming chuckled at her response. I'm flattered. I'll take a few missions since I'm here, but the main reason I came to the mission division is to introduce this boy to you. As old Shui spoke, he pointed towards Lin Ming. He entered the Divine Runic Masters Guild 20-some years ago. He's in a bit of a need for contribution points, so he'll probably need to do a number of missions for you. As old Shui introduced Lin Ming, Suya took a glance at his Divine Runic Master badge. As a mere third-grade Divine Runic Master, she didn't place him in her eyes. She didn't really want to bother speaking to such a young Divine Runic Master, but since old Shui introduced him, she couldn't ignore him. Raindrop, arrange a mission for him, Suya casually said. Beside her, a well-behaved little girl took out a pile of mission scrolls and gave them to Lin Ming to look at. Lin Ming looked over these mission scrolls. They were third-grade missions, and below, the rewards were several hundred points, or even several dozen points. It was really small to the point of being pitiful. Do you have higher-grade missions? Lin Ming asked. Suya was a bit taken aback. Lin Ming was a third-grade Divine Runic Master, but he wanted to take on even higher grades of missions. Old Shui wasn't surprised at all. A monstrous freak like Lin Ming simply couldn't be judged by common sense. He laughed, saying, since this boy wants to see them, take out some higher-grade missions for him. Perhaps he has the ability to complete them. Although Suya thought otherwise, since it was old Shui requesting this, she had no choice but to act accordingly. Raindrop, bring out some 4th and 5th grade missions. Raindrop picked out a number of mission scrolls, all of them at the 4th and 5th grade. Lin Ming earnestly looked through every mission. He carefully analyzed them all, calculating which one had the potential for the most points. What an idiot! Behind Lin Ming, those several young Divine Runic Masters mocked him without holding back. Of course, because old Shui was present, they could only speak to each other with sound transmission. This fellow's courting tactics are, well, he's got more guts than we do. We're only at the level of trying to get closer to Miss Suya, but this idiot is trying to stir up a big fuss in front of her. We should study his techniques a little later. I bet you he will take out several mission scrolls to bring back. It's not like he will lose anything if he can't complete them. As the several young Divine Runic Masters spoke, Lin Ming indeed took out several mission scrolls. These mission scrolls were all 4th grade, but they were also at the highest level of 4th grade missions. Compared to the rewards from 5th grade missions, the difference wasn't that great. Lin Ming meticulously looked through these mission scrolls. The more difficult a mission was, the more time it took, the higher the rewards would be. As a 5th grade Divine Runic Master, Lin Ming had the ability to complete 5th grade missions. But he also had to calculate the time and energy he would need to invest into these 5th grade missions. And after doing so, he discovered that the reward-to-effort ratio wasn't much higher. As for these peak 4th grade missions, Lin Ming could rely on his skill and understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao to rapidly complete them. Lin Ming took out a total of 5 4th grade mission scrolls and lined them up on the countertop. Looking at the difficulty of these 5 mission scrolls, the several young Divine Runic Masters present were left speechless. This boy, his skin is too thick. Putting on an act all depended on how thick one's skin was. If one's skin wasn't thick enough, there was no way they could fake things to such a degree. If they were in Lin Ming's position, there was no way they could pretend to peruse through such difficult missions. These missions, all of them, could only be completed by someone that was at least a peak 4th grade Divine Runic Master. He's forcing this too much. Only an idiot would think he could complete them. And Miss Suya isn't stupid, so how could she believe him? That's right, his acting is going to have the opposite effect now. As the several young Divine Runic Masters spoke, they indeed saw Suya frown. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ming was brought here by Elder Shui, she would have already sent him tumbling out of the mission division. She felt nothing but disgust for young men that liked to play such tricks. These missions, do you plan on completing them by yourself? Suya heatedly asked Lin Ming. because the reward points given by the Divine Runic Masters Guild were directly placed into the Divine Runic Masters badge. Normally, Divine Runic Masters would come here in person to receive missions. They wouldn't send representatives. Lin Ming didn't directly answer. Instead, he said, "If I'm taking a mission, I naturally have some confidence. I can complete it." Ha ha! Suya faintly sneered. She felt that she had to put some restrictions on people who would appear at her counter in the future, lest some brain-addled idiots like this Lin Ming appear in front of her again. "Raindrop, register these missions to him," Suya coldly said. She would do things properly for old Shue's sake. But the truth was that she had already considered Lin Ming an idiot who was up to no good, and had placed him on her personal blacklist. Chapter 1600, 3 billion points. Chapter 1600, 3 billion points. Seeing Raindrop record his name on a mission jade slip, Lin Ming seemed to remember something. He asked Suya, "The missions you issue, are materials subsidized?" The missions that the Extreme Star Holy Lands gave out were mostly to have Divine Runic Masters draw up Divine Runic symbols or for alchemists to refine pills. Upon completion of these missions, the Extreme Star Holy Lands would give the Divine Runic Masters Guild the rewards, and then the Divine Runic Masters Guild would convert this reward to an appropriate portion of points and pay the Divine Runic Master. But besides rewarding points, the Extreme Star Holy Lands also had to subsidize materials with money. The Extreme Star Holy Lands would only subsidize the bare minimum of required materials to complete the mission. If a Divine Runic Master or alchemist failed in the creation process, then they could only eat the losses themselves. "You also want materials?" Suya almost laughed out loud from anger. Although she nearly wanted to tell Lin Ming off, she had an amazing level of self-restraint. She said, "If you can complete the mission, then I will refund the cost of the materials to you. But for now I'll have to say sorry. You're going to need to put forth the advance money for the materials yourself." "Oh, I see." Lin Ming still had many 9 sun jades left, so buying the materials wasn't a problem. As for Suya's reaction, he didn't care about it at all. He had come here to complete missions and earn points in order to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill, not to chase after women. Lin Ming picked up the 5 mission scrolls and asked, "Is there a deadline for these missions?" "Whenever you want," Suya coldly said. These missions usually had a deadline of 3 months, and the sooner they were completed, the higher the rewards were. On the battlefield, time was life. However, Suya didn't have much hope in Lin Ming, so she replied thoughtlessly, "I understand." Lin Ming took the scrolls and walked away. Old Shue traced his chin. He said, "Boy, can you really complete a peak 4th grade Divine Runic symbol?" Even old Shue found this hard to accept. A Divine Runic Master needed time to study and improve. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible to learn all the required skills overnight. When Lin Ming left the Divine Runic Masters Guild, he had only been a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master. Now, not too long a time had passed, so how could he possibly be a peak 4th grade Divine Runic Master? "I'm bringing them back to give them a try. There should be a chance I succeed." Lin Ming ambiguously replied, not confirming anything. Old Shue said, "But even if you complete these missions, the contribution points you'll receive are nothing but a drop in the bucket when compared to 3 billion points. If you continue like this, you'll need 2,000 to 3,000 years to purchase the materials you want, and that is also in a situation where you succeed every time and don't have to pay for the materials. In truth, even a peak 5th grade Divine Runic Master wouldn't say that they would succeed every time. And if you have to pay for the materials of the failures yourself, then your profits will be extremely small." Of the missions Lin Ming obtained, the highest one had an 80,000 point reward, and the rest were 50,000 to 60,000. Even if he completed all of them, that would only be around 300,000 points. That was nothing but a fraction of 3 billion. Moreover, these missions weren't easy at all. The mission scrolls often required 20 divine runic symbols to be drawn up. For an ordinary divine runic master, this would take several months to complete. At this rate, earning 3 billion points in 2 to 3,000 years would be considered extremely fast. These materials are ridiculously expensive. Lin Ming helplessly muttered. Of all the pill materials he needed, none of them were inferior to the supreme dragon bone that he found in the god-beast mystic realm. And that was something that even great world kings would fight for. After leaving the mission hall, Lin Ming read through the 5 mission scrolls once more. The first mission scroll was to refine 30 white yang pills, as well as mark them with 4th grade divine runic symbols. If the refining process went smoothly, then he could produce 30 white yang pills in 3 furnace batches. The second mission scroll was to draw up 20 thunder god symbols. The third mission scroll was to draw up 20 havoc flame symbols. The fourth mission scroll was to draw up 20,000 god earth shield symbols. The fifth mission scroll was to draw up 20 bone battle armor symbols. All of these divine runic symbols were used to kill an enemy or protect oneself. When a martial artist was fighting an enemy, they would often find themselves in a situation where they had exhausted their true essence or were unable to react fast enough. At this time, throwing out an offensive or defensive divine runic symbol could change the tide of battle. There were even some precious divine runic symbols that could allow one to jump ranks to fight. For instance, in the Marvel Blue Nation, Empress Nei had used a life-seizing talisman when Lin Ming attacked her. At that time, Nei had only been a half-step world king, but the life-seizing talisman she had was enough to cause severe wounds to an ordinary world king. If Lin Ming wasn't skilled in the Azura Heavenly Tao and broke through that life-seizing talisman with a single spear strike, then he would have been severely wounded, let alone be able to wound Nei. The Havoc Flame symbols and Thunder God symbols were both offensive symbols. As for the 1,000 God Earth symbols and the Bone Battle Armor symbols, they were defensive symbols. Imagine, in a battle when both sides were desperately fighting to the limit and were in their final life or death struggle. At this time, one party would pull out a defensive divine runic symbol to block the other party's attack. Then the result of the battle could be imagined. When 2 armies battled, it was a competition of the martial artist's strength as well as a competition of their equipment. If one side was fully armed, using top spirit artifacts, all sorts of divine runic symbols, and all sorts of pills without consideration for money, while the other side used ordinary weapons, then there was no need to imagine what the result of that battle would be like. Because of this reason, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had paid an exorbitant price to cooperate with the Divine Runic Masters Guild. 3 billion points. Lin Ming stroked the thick mission scroll, lost in thought. In order to gain 3 billion points, it was impossible to do this by completing these steps in an ordinary manner. Lin Ming pondered for a long time. Finally, from the 5th grade mission scrolls, he picked up the Havoc Flame symbol. He planned to start with these Havoc Flame symbols first. For the past 25 years, Lin Ming had spent the majority of his time and energy on drawing up medicinal runic symbols. This was because medicinal runic symbols were extremely important to him. Even so, the principles between the various kinds of divine runic symbols were the same to begin with. With Lin Ming's current strength, drawing up a Havoc Flame symbol wouldn't be difficult at all. And this Havoc Flame symbol was a popular offensive divine runic symbol to begin, with so many divine runic masters knew how to draw it up, including the 3 that Lin Ming had killed. In Lin Ming's mind, the complete drawing plan of the Havoc Flame symbol appeared, along with Sex Fiend Torchriver's version that had slight alterations. If he followed along this method, then the Havoc Flame symbol he drew up would be slightly stronger. After helping Xiao Maxin settle somewhere else and purchasing enough materials, Lin Ming went alone to the rear court of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Here there was a special service where they rented out divine runic arts rooms. I want to rent a divine runic symbol drawing room, Lin Ming said to the young lady responsible for receiving guests. When Lin Ming was in the Blue Moon sect, he had transformed 2 rooms in his residence to a simple alchemy room and divine runic arts room. Of course, if they were compared to a specialized divine runic arts room, the difference was considerable. A high-grade divine runic arts room had an astronomical construction cost. They were often rented according to a daily basis, and the costs were sky-high. "Hello!" A young receptionist faintly smiled at Lin Ming, bowing. "The divine runic symbol drawing rooms are between grade 1 and 7, and each has a different price. Which one would you like to rent?" The highest grade possible. Lin Ming planned to undertake a great battle in this divine runic arts room. He naturally couldn't fall behind when it came to quality of the facilities. Of course, the young receptionist's dulcet voice was sweet. She pulled out a price list for Lin Ming. As Lin Ming looked over this list, he was left speechless. A 6th grade and 7th grade divine runic arts room needed not just a massive amount of origin energy runes, but more importantly, contribution points. To rent a 6th grade divine runic arts room for a month required 1,000 contribution points. A 7th grade divine runic arts room was even more exaggerated. A single month required 10,000 contribution points. Lin Ming's current contribution points were 0. He could only rent a 5th grade divine runic arts room that required no contribution points. After paying in violet sun crystals, Lin Ming was brought by the receptionist to a divine runic arts room. Within this room, there were different models of divine runic pens, a luxurious divine runic table, as well as various tools needed to process materials. In addition, the divine runic arts room itself was supported by a giant array formation. The function of this array formation was to make it easier for one to gather their soul force, and could increase the success rate of a divine runic symbol drawing plan by at least 30%. "I'll rent this place for half a year," Lin Ming said. The young receptionist looked at Lin Ming with surprise. According to Lin Ming's badge, he was a 3rd grade divine runic master, yet he wanted to rent a 5th grade divine runic arts room for half a year. In her opinion, this was a considerable waste, but she had seen many rich, low-level divine runic masters in her time, so she wasn't alarmed. "Great." The young receptionist bowed and withdrew. In the entire room, there was only Lin Ming left. At this time, Xiao Moxin wasn't living together with Lin Ming. Lin Ming planned to completely invest his concentration in drawing the divine runic symbols. He wanted to gather the materials required for the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill in 3 years, and then use another 3 years to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill and break through the 2nd Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. To earn 3 billion points in 3 years, not even a 7th grade divine runic master would brag to such a degree. If anyone else were to learn that Lin Ming had this plan, they would think he was insane. But Lin Ming had to do this. He didn't have much time to slowly sharpen himself. The most he could stay in the Azure Road for was another 20-some years. In these 20-some years, he had to refine pills, open the 2nd Tao Palace, consolidate his foundation, and participate in the final trial. Time was of the essence. He felt the smooth divine runic table. Then, as Lin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. From the time he first came into contact with the inscription technique when he was 15 years old, nearly 70 years had passed. Lin Ming had a special affection towards the divine runic arts because of his past. Now that he had to rely on the divine runic arts to earn these astronomically expensive materials, he was faintly excited. The pattern for the Havoc Flame symbol appeared in his mind. Lin Ming took out 7 or 8 materials and threw them onto an array formation on the divine runic table. This array formation was able to automatically process materials for Lin Ming. Like this, processing materials and the degree of heat could be controlled by adjusting an array formation. This was also the greatest supportive function of a divine runic arts room. One would be able to save a massive amount of soul force for the divine runic master and guarantee that they had more energy to invest into the final stage of the drawing. Chapter 1601 Havoc Flame Symbol. Chapter 1601 Havoc Flame Symbol. A Havoc Flame symbol was formed from more than 800 tiny runes, and each tiny rune had its own profound structure. In order to draw one up, one had to have excellent attainments in the divine runic arts, and the divine runic master had to have a thorough understanding of the fire laws. When the Havoc Flame symbol was activated, it would erupt with an annihilating flame that could melt away mountains and evaporate rivers. This required that the divine runic master have an understanding of the fire laws that reached the 6th level concept. This was also another reason that Lin Ming chose the Havoc Flame symbol. If he drew this symbol up then, he would have a natural advantage over others because his fire laws already touched upon the 7th level concept. Although he was inferior to Xiao Xin, his understanding was still superior to that of most ordinary fire attribute, ordinary world kings. Lin Ming had originally inherited Torchriver's memories, and with his extraordinary soul force, understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, and deep understanding of the fire laws, he was able to easily draw up the first Havoc Flame symbol. After undergoing a few problems, Lin Ming quickly produced a successful result. The palm-sized divine runic symbol in his hand had a warm atmosphere to it. This Havoc Flame symbol was already successfully drawn up and matched every standard. As long as Lin Ming could draw up 19 more, then he could complete the mission. But Lin Ming didn't plan to do so. Even if he completed the mission and obtained 50,000 to 60,000 contribution points, then that was still meaningless. It was simply far too small a number. He held on to the Havoc Flame symbol and walked out of the divine runic symbol drawing room. "Sir, may I help you?" The young receptionist who had helped Lin Ming before bowed as she saw him, sweetly smiling, towards this wealthy young divine runic master, who also had outstanding looks. It was inevitable that a young girl like her would develop a good impression. "I need an array formation to test the power of a divine runic symbol." Of course, the young receptionist smiled. "All divine runic masters that have rented our rooms may use our test array formation at no cost." The young receptionist led Lin Ming to another room. This room was completely sealed off, and the walls and floor were all especially supported with array formations. In addition to the power of space locked in here, even a tremendously powerful divine runic symbol would find it hard to destroy this place. The young girl pointed to a platform in the center. This was where the test array formation was. Lin Ming took the Havoc Flame symbol and stepped onto the platform. The young receptionist politely drew back. All divine runic masters were sensitive about their inheritances and kept them strictly confidential. It wasn't good manners to look at their experiments. As the young girl left, Lin Ming started the array formation. This array formation was in itself an illusory magic array. When Lin Ming activated the array formation, his surroundings changed and several ancient, great desolate beasts appeared. These great desolate beasts were simulations created by the array formation. As they appeared, they turned to Lin Ming and savagely roared, as if they wanted to eat him whole. Facing these vicious beasts, Lin Ming slowly lifted the Havoc Flame symbol. Flooding the Havoc Flame symbol with his true essence, hundreds of tiny runes shimmered together. A destructive power erupted from the Havoc Flame symbol, and with an explosive sound the several ancient desolate beasts were swept up in the waves of flames, many of the beasts turning to ash. Some were severely wounded, but some only suffered minor injuries. There was even one that wasn't affected at all. Who? The illusory magic array vanished, and all the ancient desolate beasts disappeared. Lin Ming stepped down from the platform. the light from the array disk flashed, producing an evaluation of Lin Ming's divine runic symbol. Power, Holy Lord injury level, 1 star. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of 3 divine runic masters, thus he naturally knew what this evaluation meant. A Holy Lord injury level evaluation meant that this Havoc Flame symbol could heavily wound, or even kill, a Holy Lord level martial artist. And Holy Lord level injuries were divided into 5 magnitudes. A Holy Lord 1 star was the worst magnitude possible. Only a Holy Lord 1 star, it's a bit weak. Lin Ming shook his head, not too satisfied with this injury level. With his understanding of the 7th level fire laws, his strength as a 5th grade divine runic master, and also his comprehensions of the Azura Heavenly Tao, the divine runic symbol he drew up was only able to severely wound the weakest of Holy Lords. He wasn't content with this result at all. But if any other divine runic masters were to hear Lin Ming's thoughts now, all of them might die from vomiting blood. In the domain of divine runic arts, a 6th grade divine runic master was equivalent to a world king, a 5th grade divine runic master was equivalent to a holy lord, and a 4th grade divine runic master was equivalent to a divine lord. Lin Ming had drawn up a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol. Ordinarily, this level should be able to heavily injure a late divine lord or wound a half-step holy lord. But now it was already exaggerated that Lin Ming's Havoc Flame symbol had reached a Holy Lord 1 star injury level. Most importantly, this was the first time that Lin Ming had drawn it up. How could anyone still live upon hearing this? Lin Ming recalled that brilliant detonation of flames. In that explosion of flames, Lin Ming had carefully observed the entire process of how the energy within the Havoc Flame symbol interacted with the Azura Heavenly Tao. He discovered many places where the flow of energies didn't harmonize. The divine runic master who invented the Havoc Flame symbol in the past simply didn't understand the Azura Heavenly Tao. Rather, he had used his accumulated experiences to create the Havoc Flame symbol. Now, to Lin Ming's eyes, there were many holes in the process where the Havoc Flame symbol had fused with the Azura Heavenly Tao. If these holes were fixed, then the Havoc Flame symbol would undergo a massive transformation. As for what this transformation would end up like, Lin Ming wasn't able to estimate it at all. Lin Ming would have to finish patching all of these holes before he could further render judgment. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ming stepped out of the test room. He didn't even hear when the young receptionist greeted him. He had completely immersed himself in his own world. After returning to his divine runic arts room, Lin Ming began the process of deduction. He closed his eyes, meditating with the Azura Sutra in mind. The Azura Sutra was the most current cultivation method of all the ones that Lin Ming possessed. Its grade was at least at the peak true divinity realm, or possibly even surpassed the boundary of a true divinity. Even though this cultivation method was still incomplete, the power behind it was incomprehensible. To be more exact, describing the Azura Sutra as a cultivation method wasn't wholly accurate. The Azura Sutra should be called a set of laws. These were laws that the Azura Road Master created and stood outside the laws of the 33 heavens. It was the 34th Heavenly Tao law that stood on equal footing with the laws of the 33 heavens. The Azura Heavenly Tao was complex and difficult to understand. The innumerable patterns were ever-changing and impossibly complex. To repair the problems within the Havoc Flame symbol would be easier said than done. Lin Ming took out several dozen jade slips, recording all of his calculations within them. It was impossible to write down the structural patterns of the Heavenly Tao laws in a journal like mortals did. These different structural patterns had energy transformations that were complex to the extreme. All of these transformations needed to be felt with one sense, and then engraved onto a jade slip. Like this, Lin Ming lost himself in deducing the Azura Heavenly Tao. He compared the Azura Heavenly Tao laws with the tiny runes in the Havoc Flame symbol. modifying all the areas that were in disharmony. From time to time, Lin Ming needed to use materials to draw up tiny runes and test the effects of the modifications. But in most situations, there would be new problems with the modifications Lin Ming made. Sometimes the entire structure of tiny runes would collapse due to the instability of the energy. To make these sorts of deductions was far too much work. Lin Ming's current understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, when compared to other divine runic masters, could be called the difference between clouds and mud. But compared to the entire Azura Heavenly Tao, what Lin Ming understood was only the tip of the iceberg. He was far from being sufficient. This also caused many new problems to occur, as Lin Ming was modifying the Havoc Flame symbol. His understanding of the laws was too lacking. Peng, another brilliant burst of flames appeared in front of Lin Ming. The several dozen tiny runes he drew up exploded, indicating that new problems occurred in the revisions Lin Ming had just made. This situation had already occurred countless times. The results that he had carefully calculated again and again were proven wrong during experimentation and had to be redone once more. This sort of frustration couldn't be tolerated by most people. However, Lin Ming's patience and stubbornness far surpassed that of others. With every wrong calculation, he would begin anew, making deduction after deduction until he made it right. Like this, Lin Ming made deductions through the day and night. He had already achieved a wholly absorbed state, not eating food or drinking any water. It was only when Lin Ming completely exhausted his soul force that he stopped. Then he revolved the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, restoring his soul force and beginning once again. Soon, 10 days passed in an instant. Chapter 1602, Suya's Troubles. Chapter 1602, Suya's Troubles. In his high degree of concentration, Lin Ming simply didn't feel time pass by. It was only when he reached into his spatial ring with his sense to take out several materials for more verifications did he discover there was nothing there. Lin Ming was stunned. Then he realized he had used up all the materials he purchased. Originally, when Lin Ming was at Suya's counter, he had purchased enough materials to create 20 Havoc Flame symbols. But now, because he had been experimenting with all these materials and he would have to throw out the materials after every failure, this quick consumption caused him to use up all his materials for Havoc Flame symbols in just 10 days. If I knew this, I would have bought more. Lin Ming shook his head and walked out of his divine runic arts room. After 10 days of continuous calculations, because Lin Ming had continually overdrawn his soul force, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy, and he appeared haggard. With this sort of grubby appearance, it contrasted sharply with divine runic masters that paid such great attention to their image. As Lin Ming walked, many divine runic masters looked at him with strange and surprised eyes, as if they had seen some ugly monster walking before them. Lin Ming ignored them all. He arrived at the mission hall and placed 2 9 sun jades on the counter of the temporary material area, saying, "Havoc Flame, symbol material, 100 portions." This temporary material area was especially established to help divine runic masters complete their missions. The materials inside were jointly provided by the Extreme Star Holy Lands and the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As for the price of materials, they were lower than market price. This was also the Extreme Star Holy Land's desire to encourage divine runic masters to complete the missions they took up. Although the Extreme Star Holy Lands was a peak Empyrean influence, their consumption of resources during war was terrifying, and their material storehouse wasn't too abundant. And now Lin Ming had come to buy materials for 100 symbols. The person in charge of this material area certainly wasn't willing to sell them to Lin Ming. The amount of materials stored here was on a blade's edge. How could he endure it if these materials were wasted by others, or they were taken out to be sold at an even lower price? Why do you want so many materials for drawing Havoc Flame symbols? The person in charge of the material area asked. He was a dark and thin middle-aged man from the extreme star Holy Lands. To complete a mission and do some research while I'm at it, Lin Ming calmly replied. Research. The dark and thin middle-aged man frowned. My apologies, but our materials are not for you to research with, but to help you aid the war front. These materials all have the potential to save a martial artist's life. If you do not have a mission scroll, then we cannot provide materials to you. Lin Ming's mission only required him to draw up 20 symbols, but now he actually wanted to buy materials for another 100 of them. The materials center wasn't willing to sell the materials to him. This caused Lin Ming to frown. If he went to other places to buy materials, it didn't matter too much if they were more expensive. The problem here was that he would have to go to many places to buy these materials, and Lin Ming's mind was currently filled with charts and diagrams of deductions of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Once his concentration was interrupted, then he would lose any inspirations he had. The loss would be tremendous. Lin Ming said, I don't need to buy at reduced prices. I will buy according to market price. Lin Ming said, making a concession. Because of the war, the market price for these materials had sharply risen. If Lin Ming wanted to buy at market price, he would have to pay 50% more origin energy symbols for these materials. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. He said, I'll ask for you. He pulled out a sound-transmitting talisman and reported this matter to Suya. Even though the market price for these materials was rising day after day, these materials also became increasingly scarce. Even if it were at market price, the Extreme Star Holy Lands still didn't want to sell them. To this middle-aged man's report, Suya's answer was extremely cold. She seemed to have many thoughts weighing down her mind, and couldn't summon any interest to care about this sort of trivial matter. She faintly said, just let him do as he wishes. He is someone that Elder Shui recognizes, and there must be some reason this is so. Although I don't see it, perhaps he might have a chance of becoming an outstanding divine runic master in the future. Although materials were scarce, the amount of materials that Lin Ming alone could use up was limited. Suya was disinclined to haggle over this chump change. After Suya responded, the middle-aged man immediately began to ready the materials. Without speaking further, Lin Ming took out more 9 sun jades and exchanged them for the materials. Then he left, returning to his divine runic arts room. Seeing Lin Ming leave, the middle-aged man made another report to Suya. However, Suya didn't have the mind to listen to such minor matters. Today, she had received an Extreme Star command issued by the highest power of the Extreme Star Holy Lands, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. Moreover, the one who issued this order was the Vice Palace Master, the second in command of the entire Extreme Star Holy Lands, as well as an Empyrean level character. With this Extreme Star command, a mission was passed down to Suya that she felt was nearly impossible to complete. In half a year, she had to quickly transport 80,000 4th-grade divine runic symbols and 10,000 5th-grade divine runic symbols to the war front. A divine runic symbol was an extremely expensive consumable treasure. When a martial artist fought for months at a time, they might use up 4 or 5 divine runic symbols. This was also under the assumption that the martial artists of the Extreme Star Holy Lands would save any divine runic symbols they had until they absolutely had to use them. In fact, there were some soldiers that, because of their lack of divine runic symbols, would lose their lives in battles that they would have otherwise won. Thinking of this, Suya felt as if a great stone pressed down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Military commands must be followed at all costs. If she failed in her mission, then she would be punished by the palace rules. 80,000 4th-grade divine runic symbols, 10,000 5th-grade divine runic symbols, and only half a year to complete this mission. Just how can I possibly accomplish this? Suya reclined in her chair, her heart racing with anxiety. Ever since the outbreak of war earlier in the year, she felt that the weight on her shoulders had been far too heavy. Before this, she had put forth a proposal to increase the mission rewards to incentivize the divine runic masters, but this proposal was immediately rejected by Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. The reasoning was simple. Every point that the Extreme Star Holy Lands rewarded was exchanged with the Divine Runic Masters Guild through resources. The Extreme Star Holy Lands was a top Empyrean influence with a legacy of 1 billion years. It was a massive organization with many assets and sources of income. But in this war, the consumption of all resources in every aspect was astronomical. It would be difficult for the Extreme Star Holy Lands to continue consuming resources at an even higher rate. Without more points as a reward, it would be difficult for Suya to complete her mission. However, her complaints fell on deaf ears. To her, the commands of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace were ironclad. They responded to her, if we could increase the point rewards however much we wanted, what would we still need you for? These words left Suya feeling especially weak. With such a pressing mission weighing down on her, could she actually be forced to sell her body to complete it? However, to those in power, whether it was an individual's body or life, everything they had was insignificant compared to the entire war situation. At this time within the Divine Runic Arts Room, Lin Ming naturally didn't know about the difficult position Xia had been placed in, nor did he care. He was completely immersed in altering the Havoc Flame symbol. This extremely intense work caused Lin Ming to neglect eating and sleeping. He made countless deductions and failed countless experiments. On the Divine Runic table in front of Lin Ming, there was a large pile of jade slips that he used to deduce and analyze the structures of the Azura Heavenly Tao. It had to be known that these jade slips had an extremely large capacity to store information, but they were completely filled with Lin Ming's observations and experimentations of the tiny rune structures. From this it could be seen how many calculations Lin Ming had done. Through these nights and days of experimentations, Lin Ming couldn't sense the passing of time. Without noticing it, 40 days passed. Lin Ming's face was haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. In front of him were scattered scraps of materials as well as haphazardly dumped divine runic symbols. All of these divine runic symbols were defective products. Lin Ming had used nearly 2 months of time to try transforming the Havoc Flame symbol so that it conformed to the Azura Heavenly Tao, but he failed countless times. With every defeat, he tried again. But in the end, he still wasn't able to succeed. Lin Ming felt as if he had no more strength within him. After continuously failing again and again, no matter how much resolve Lin Ming had, he would still feel tired and annoyed. Now, he had been stuck on a single problem for a full 10 days. He was unable to draw up the fire energy in a way that agreed with the revolution of the Azura Heavenly Tao. And this time, Lin Ming's 100 portions of materials had been almost used up again. He still had to buy materials, and he hadn't even succeeded in earning any money yet. All of this cost him a considerable amount of his remaining wealth. Lin Ming couldn't help but ruefully smile. 3 billion points wasn't easy to earn, even if he had many advantages that others didn't. It still wasn't enough. Just as he opened the doors of the Divine Runic Arts Room, Lin Ming was met with Xiao Moxian walking in. She was carrying a bowl of soup in her hands. Although Lin Ming didn't need to eat anything, he had still used up his soul force and energy and needed to supplement it. This soup that Xiao Moxian carried in was made with dozens of types of medicinal soul materials and was one of the highly praised dishes of the Divine Runic Master community. After drinking it, one could speed up the recovery of their soul force and nourish their spiritual sea. The effects were extremely good. Correspondingly, the price of the soup was high, and the cooking process was extremely troublesome. Because Lin Ming had wholeheartedly studied the Havoc Flame symbol, Xiao Moxian had been worried over Lin Ming's ghastly appearance and forgetfulness in eating. Thus, she had learnt some recipes from old Shui, and this was the 3rd time she had brought a bowl of soup to Lin Ming. Seeing Xiao Moxian appear at this time, Lin Ming felt a sense of warmth surge in his heart. A great deal of the frustration he accumulated from his failures also disappeared. Sienna, it's fine for you to focus on your own cultivation. There is no need for you to waste your time making soup for me. I'm fine. Look at you. You've already become a beggar, Xiao Moxian reprimanded as she laid down the bowl of soup. Of course, she was only casually speaking, and she knew that trying to change Lin Ming's mind on this matter was useless. Moreover, overdrawing his soul force might not be bad for Lin Ming. With the Divine Mist heart mantra that Empyrean Divine Mist had passed down, after one overdrew their soul force, they could restore it again to full, allowing one's soul force to stably grow. Xiao Moxian lightly lifted the lid of the bowl and blew a deep breath over it. As Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian's gentle figure and her slender white hands, he unknowingly became lost in thought. Xiao Moxian saw Lin Ming staring at her in a daze and was somewhat embarrassed. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Ming suddenly raised his fists and shouted out in surprise, "I've got it." Xiao Moxian said, puzzled, I've figured it out. I've figured out how to solve the problem." Lin Ming was shaking with excitement, but Xiao Moxian actually puffed out her cheeks, her face blushing red. "You are really, really crazy." Chapter 1603, Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol. Chapter 1603, Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol. Lin Ming took out some of the remaining materials in his spatial ring. As he thought more and more about the calculations and deductions he just made, his eyes grew increasingly bright. The fire energy of the Havoc Flame symbol was unable to match the Azura Heavenly Tao pattern structure. However, the truth was that there wasn't a flaw in the Azura Heavenly Tao pattern construct, but that Lin Ming's fire laws were unable to reach the level of the Azura Heavenly Tao. If he could borrow help from Xiao Moxian's Nirvana flames and add in his own Heavenly Tribulation flames, combining the two types of flames together, just what would that be like? Lin Ming could feel that he had found the most essential point. As he was revising the Havoc Flame symbol, he limited his viewpoint to the structure of the runes and the fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao, but he forgot the attack shape of the Havoc Flame symbol, the destructive flame itself. Xiao Moxian's flames were the nirvanic flames of a dark phoenix. These flames possessed the attribute of destruction. As for Lin Ming's own Heavenly Tribulation flames, they also possessed the attribute of destruction. If both could perfectly fuse together, then the Havoc Flame symbol would be able to reach its greatest heights. Only this sort of perfect flame could better match the Azura Heavenly Tao. "Sienna, let me borrow your nirvanic flames." Lin Ming threw his remaining materials into the processing array formation as he excitedly spoke to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian could also see that Lin Ming's revision process had reached a critical point. She naturally wouldn't play a game on Lin Ming because of her little bit of anger from being embarrassed just then. She flicked her finger, and a black flame ignited in her palm. This flame seemed to have a mind of its own. It transformed into all different shapes in the air, like a dark phoenix dancing in the skies. Lin Ming thrust out his hand and opened the heretical god force. The Heavenly Tribulation flames were released by him. Compared to Xian Moxian's flames, Lin Ming's Heavenly Tribulation flames seemed more violent, as if they would burn through the void. The two types of flames slowly melted into one. Originally, these two types of flames were destructive in nature, and combining them could easily cause an explosion. But for more than 20 years, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had lived together like a mortal couple, and their thoughts and hearts had long since connected. Moreover, because they had been dual cultivating for such a long time and exchanged energy between their bodies countless times, their bodies were already in perfect harmony with each other. Thus, the two flames that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian released fused together perfectly. The flames blazed red and black, and then suddenly calmed down, quietly burning in the air. There didn't seem to be any heat coming from this flame. There wasn't the lively intelligence within Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames or the fiery savageness in Lin Ming's heavenly tribulation flames. But Lin Ming knew that this peaceful-seeming flame was actually terrifying. It didn't seem to emit any heat because the heat condensed within the flames had reached the limit. Looking at this flame, Lin Ming flicked his 10 fingers and constantly threw all sorts of materials into the array formation, quickly extracting, heating, grinding, and processing the juices to draw up the divine runic symbol. Lin Ming quickly wet his divine runic pen with these juices and started drawing. At this time, Lin Ming had already consumed a great deal of his soul force, but because of the vivid excitement that wiped away all exhaustion from his eyes, he was more than capable of completing this divine runic symbol drawing. Time passed. Lin Ming drew the divine runic symbol in the air, the illustrious patterns leaving Xiao Moxian dazzled. After 2 hours, Lin Ming had finished. In that moment, the entire divine runic symbol emitted a brilliant luminescence, blinding to the eyes. Lin Ming took out a symbol talisman and rubbed the symbol in the rune on it, forming a complete divine runic symbol. The last step, fusing in the Azura Heavenly Tao, had already been deduced countless times by Lin Ming and was thoroughly memorized within his heart. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body according to the Azura Sutra. Countless rune laws gathered towards him, pouring themselves into the havoc flame symbol. After an incense stick of time, the havoc flame symbol was complete. Looking at the newly transformed havoc flame symbol, Lin Ming was filled with all sorts of emotions. For this symbol paper that was only several inches long, he had paid a tremendous amount of time and effort, and now his perseverance had borne fruit. This final product also had many flaws. It was because of Lin Ming's current state of mind, as well as some deductions still not being perfected. Thus, there were many areas to improve. Lin Ming estimated he would need another 10 days to create a new and perfect havoc flame symbol. To create this flame symbol, one needs to reach the 7th level concept in comprehensions of the fire laws. This flame symbol itself has also fused with nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames, so let's call it the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Lin Ming casually made up a name for his own work. This nirvanic tribulation flame symbol represented the current peak of Lin Ming's divine runic arts and understandings of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. He thought to himself that when he needed to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill in the future, as well as the other pills for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he would need to rely on medicinal runic divine symbols. Thus, it would be best if he revised the medicinal runic symbols in order to increase the amount by which they enhanced a pill to its limit. At least it would help him not waste any of the precious materials he purchased. You succeeded? Xiao Moxian happily laughed from nearby. Lin Ming nodded. Although this work wasn't perfect, 10 days from now, he would be able to draw a perfect nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Let's go buy some more materials now. In order to draw up 20 nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, Lin Ming estimated he would need another 30 portions of materials. The difficulty wasn't minor to begin with, and this was with the failure rate factored in. Thus, Lin Ming returned to the material sales section once again. By now, the price had risen by another 50%. This price was already over twice the normal price. Lin Ming didn't haggle. He paid the 9 sun jades and obtained the materials. After returning to his room, Lin Ming didn't immediately set off on working. Rather, he sat in meditation for 20 hours, adjusting his breathing and mindset. Then Lin Ming began his crazy drawing process. He used a total of 8 days to draw up 21 divine runic symbols. The extra one was for Lin Ming to keep in hand. "You're finally done?" Xiao Moxian happily asked as she saw the many divine runic symbols. I'm done. Every single divine runic symbol had the Lin character written on the bottom. This was the mark left behind by the creator. This sort of mark was left behind by the person's sense. And because the fluctuations of every person's sense were different, it wasn't able to be faked. To a famous divine runic master, their mark was their brand. As long as their mark was left behind on a divine runic symbol, it would cause the price to dramatically rise. Looking at the Lin character on the bottom right of the divine runic symbols, Lin Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He wanted a brand of his own. During these 10 days, Lin Ming had made a very important modification to the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. This modification caused the power of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol to be reduced by a great deal, but it also caused it to have an unbelievably special effect. If this effect was known by other divine runic masters, it would create waves within the entirety of Divine Rune City. If Lin Ming wanted to earn 3 billion points, he would have to depend on the quality of the divine runic symbols. It was impossible for him to rely on quantity. Lin Ming picked out one divine runic symbol from the stack of 21 and then brought the remaining 20 towards the mission division. It was currently night, and the large mission division seemed particularly lonely. There were only a dozen some people present. Lin Ming immediately spotted Suya behind her counter at the end of the mission division hall. Late at night, Suya was wearing a red silk dress looking similar to a negligee. The loose silk dress wasn't able to hide Suya's explosive body. She was lazily lying back on a couch, her eyes closed and her eyelashes gently trembling, as if she was profoundly weary. Beside her was a small table made from iron vines with a glass of red wine on top of it. This kind of woman was originally a rare beauty of the world. No matter how she moved, she would arouse 10,000 amorous and enchanting feelings. Suya had already noticed Lin Ming and didn't care for him at all. It was only when Lin Ming stood in front of her counter and placed the 20 nirvanic tribulation flame symbols on the countertop did Suya slowly open her eyes. "I'm here to hand in the mission," Lin Ming clearly said. Lin Ming swept her eyes over the 20 nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. Of course, in her eyes, they were havoc flame symbols. Suya also had some achievements in the divine runic arts. She could see from a glance that there wasn't a problem with these finished havoc flame symbols. "You finished?" Suya looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She took up the wine glass, taking a sip without any expression on her face. "After 3 whole months, you've consumed 150 portions of materials to create 20 havoc flame symbols." Suya faintly spoke of Lin Ming's good work. For a normal peak 4th grade divine runic master, it would usually take them around 10 days and 30-some portions of materials to draw up 20 havoc flame symbols. But Lin Ming, whether it was time or materials, had used up 8 or 9 times that of an ordinary divine runic master. This was simply far too pathetic. And even so, Suya didn't believe that Lin Ming had drawn up these divine runic symbols by himself. He likely had some elders helping him. Otherwise, how could a young divine runic master draw up a peak 4th grade havoc flame symbol? She believed that Lin Ming was using the missions she issued as a chance to practice his own divine runic arts. Suya didn't feel good about this at all, especially when she had her own heavy mission weighing her down. However, no matter what was said, Lin Ming was still a young divine runic master with a bright future. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain Elder Shue's recognition. This was a point that she couldn't deny. Thus, she didn't mock Lin Ming. She simply said lazily, "You can leave them there and go." The 20 havoc flame symbols, when compared to 80,000 4th grade divine runic symbols, were nothing but a drop in a bucket of water. There was naturally no need to have any great reaction at all. Still, it was a surprise that Lin Ming had completed this mission. She believed that he had simply come here to waste her time and play around 3 months ago. Hey, just what sort of attitude is that? Xiao Moxin unhappily shouted. These were things that Lin Ming had worked diligently and arduously on for the last 3 months, neglecting to eat or sleep. And yet Xiao was looking as if she didn't care at all. How could Xiao Moxin not be annoyed by this? In her eyes, this sensual woman in front of her couldn't even qualify as Lin Ming's concubine. So what was she being so arrogant about? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.